right, I'm going to bring our regular county council meeting to order. Please rise. Sam, you want to have our prayer?
Sure. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before this morning to give you honor, glory, and praise. So thank you for your love and mercy and grace you may do. Thank you for the beautiful weather. Lord, we ask you to watch over the guys with the Spirit today as we go through council meeting and budget hearings the next 2 or 3 days. Lord, a lot to take in part, but we just want to do your will. So just watch over the council and all the public, and we ask all this and forgiveness in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are all here minus Steve. He started a new job and was unable to join us. So, all right, if the public is not already signed in, which, yeah, I don't see any public, so there we go. All right, I hereby open the public hearing for additional appropriations. This is from our July and August meetings. If anybody has any questions out there, feel free to ask.
So the hearing part concerns the first grouping there on the agenda. No changes or anything since, right? Okay.
If not, could we have a motion? Sheila, I think you said we could group these all together, is that right? Or is there any of these separate, or can we group these all together?
These were all approved at July and August meeting, advertised, we put it on the state portal, which is the reason we had to bring it to this morning's meeting, and they're all good.
I'll make a motion to approve the additional appropriations as advertised.
Motion made by Joe, is there a second? Second by Daniel. Are there any questions on these? All those in favor? Motion carried. Did you vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Did not see your hand.
Made the motion and said no.
Yeah, I know. I didn't see your hand. All right. Motion approved. I hereby close the public hearing. All right, in front of us, we have some transfers. These are pretty much for informational purposes only because they have, is that correct, Sheila?
Went ahead and did them to make sure that line items were out of the red. We did increase from the original agenda, the one for the 1176 fund, increased to 19,271. The only other one was $36,000 for the 911.
Okay. Do these need
Chris
to,
sent you all an email
Yes.
last night. He had gone through, they've offered suggestions on what they're doing and stuff, and he is correct. There is plenty of money in the group insurance to do the $36,000 transfer. We'll just have to watch it for the rest of the year and see where we go with it, but it was a good email.
There was, I was under the impression when we was talking last time that since she's been short a person all year, that there would be extra money in regular salary, but that's in the 1235 fund. You can't go from one fund to the other. So the only logical place would be to come out of group insurance, unless you want to do an additional appropriation, and then wouldn't be.
yeah, I'd rather
She's got
do
the
the
money there.
insurance with the transfer. Is there just one position that's open or
So currently there's
two? Okay.
two full-time positions.
Yeah, as soon as we can get those filled, I think that will help. Now, transfers do not require a vote, correct? So,
We need to make a motion to approve these transfers. transfers.
Okay,
All
all right.
transfers are supposed to come to the council now. We just did these bigger ones so that we could get through the budget hearings and to let Alyssa move on.
All right, all right. So is there, can I have a motion for the transfer?
Motion to approve the transfers.
Motion made by Daniel, is there a second? Seconded by Verl. Any questions? All those in favor? Motion carried. All right, on to new additional appropriation requests. These are for advertising purposes only.
We did add one, the treasurer had turned one in, you have that paper in front of you, it is for credit card machines. Yes, so that one, again, we need to add that one too.
Okay.
Again, you got that paper in front of you, it's $1,797.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a motion to advertise those as a whole. They will come back to your September 14th meeting for the public hearing and final approval.
I don't particularly have a problem with advertising it. I think after sitting in the commissioners' meeting recently, there was a lot of numbers thrown around concerning roads and road projects. There was an email earlier that identified the lane miles and how that affects the community crossings grant award amount available, which I imagine you've read. So will you be, because you're wanting 500,000 out of each of the funds, so 1173, 1176, and 1168 or 9 for local road and streets. So there's a $1.5 million there for our own direct projects that we want to accomplish, which is fantastic, because there is cash there, and the money should be used for roads. But in light of the list of roads and the plans that you announced on community crossings, and that award not being as high as you thought, is there any adjustments or anything that it's needed there in the overall plan?
Well, as of right now, not at this time, because 1176, 1173 fund is going to replenish itself. I mean, between now and the end of the year, you're going to gain, we're not going to lose anything. So, matter of fact, you'll probably gain a little more than what we're asking for on those two funds. I'm waiting on a phone call about the lane mile fund, stuff like that, because I understand what you're saying, that's going to be took off our CCMG money possibly. Then I was told that no, that's not necessarily the case. So I don't have the answer for that exactly. I'm hoping I'll hear back today or tomorrow. But regardless of that, just in short term, the $1.5 million, we're getting ready to pay Macville, Surefield, part of Hyden, and Howard Road that we own. That's $425,523. We've got $100,000 worth of pipe going to come. The culvert out of Rattlesnake Road is now going to cost us $56,490. So we have some projects. The culvert thing was waiting on, what do you call it, people, Chad? FEMA, and it's never paid out, but we've got to get that done. So I think the $1.5 million right now is much needed so we can do these projects. We got 200 culverts to put in yet. 200 culverts.
Like road culverts going.
Road culverts, yes, to put in. And we've been gaining on that, correct, Chad, on that a lot. Thanks to the highway departments, local contractors are helping. So we have a lot of work to get done in the next 3 or 4 months. And I know the last time to ask for appropriations will be in November. To be honest with you, I'm hoping we don't have to. I'm hoping with this $1.5 million that we got coming out, we can do our road projects and get all this stuff done without having to ask for additional appropriations in November. If that works out that way, we'll have a good cash balance going into January to keep funding other projects besides CCMG. If the 300,000 comes off the CCMG, it is what it is. It's not gonna change the work that we need to get done in the county.
So let me re-ask the question a little differently, and you touched on it just now. If we are kind of short from the state standpoint on the CCMG, and we'll just say 300, 400,000 difference, and you already have some projects you want to accomplish, that 300 to 400,000 will then have to come out as an additional appropriation. If you're wanting to not trim the project list, you will have an appropriation in November that you're gonna need for those projects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
But we'll have the cash balance to support it. Does that make sense?
It could, yes. I mean, we're throwing a lot of money around, and without knowing the answer to that question exactly from the state, I feel a little uneasy about it. I hope that we can get an answer by September, because
I hope that measure.
financially, we need to make sure we're making a good decision on this.
Yeah.
I do know we have cash in these three funds, but we don't have that much cash. So I think we need to be careful if there's a problem at the state level with that.
It is, but your 1176, 1173 is funding itself. The $1 million you're taking out of those two, that's reimbursing itself by the end of the year. You're actually gaining probably about 100,000 each one of those funds by the end of the year. So that is a wash.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with you on that. We're using cash out of the
Sure.
fund balance, so there's nothing to replenish for that. You'd have to look at your operations, your revenue
Sure.
and expense to really come up with a good answer on that. But that's why I want to make sure we don't cut ourselves too short come November with that community crossings issue kind of hanging over us at that
I don't
point.
think we will at all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I hope not, but
You currently have in your lit fund, your crossings grant monies that you had put there,
the match.
the
Yeah.
match.
Yeah.
So if this other fund is to be the match for that, for the new one, if you guys would still leave that normal match that you usually put, which is like 250,000, then you're only missing $100,000.
There'll be
or
some
so.
there, yeah,
So you might
unspent.
have to curb some of the roads projects when you get to that. You can't overspend.
Yeah,
And they might not spend all of this 1.5 million.
It might come in
talking
under.
out. And so
Well,
if it comes in under,
Okay.
then that will carry forward. We just have got to make sure we're watching the fund line items.
absolutely.
Not just the cash balance, but the
Right.
fund line items too.
Thank
The
you.
other thing to remember is that cash balance on December 31st, that has to carry you, even
Yeah.
though we'll be still getting that monthly. We have to be careful because we don't know when the gas tax and all of those different things will be cut or when they'll be added or how often we're gonna get them. I see that still carrying through because it isn't gonna change. So you've always have got to watch the cash balance, not so much the line item. But if the council would agree, when we're doing the budgets, when we get to the lit fund, to go ahead and leave that 250 that is generally there each year, that would be their buffer
Absolutely.
if for some reason something doesn't come in. But you might have to cut roads or projects depending on what
And once
comes
we
in.
get those quotes in, and bids in, and see what we're gonna get total, then, yeah, we may have to go back and cut something off the road, but we won't know that till that comes in.
The other thing that was mentioned the other day was a limit of, and I'm not referring to these requests here, I'm referring to community crossings. You had mentioned a $1.5 million total package with that. It's really $1,250,000.
Yes,
Okay.
You are correct.
So when you had your road list, does it come up to the 1.25 or was it really 1.5?
It'd be 1.25.
Okay, just want to make sure. It was just misspeaking. then.
Yeah, my
Okay,
fault, my fault.
no problem, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank Chad and the highway department and the other two commissioners for, last year the state cut our budget $600,000 because we didn't have the cash balance of 1176, 1173. And in the budget, we asked for more money, of course, for our budget, but the state won't be able to tell us this year, we're cutting your budget because you didn't have the cash. But there won't be an excuse coming from the state on that side of it, because we have that money. In June 31st, right, Sheila, we had the plane.
We had 2.1 million on June 30th between the two funds.
Yeah.
Your 1169 fund, again, has a good cash balance. Your 1135 bridge, I wouldn't plan on anything different out of that,
No.
because then we know we've got some things coming up. But you just, again, cannot stress enough to watch the cash balances as we move forward with whatever projects you pick. But I think, again, Chad and I got a pretty good handle on which roads, and still gonna be getting some quotes or bids in, and
Well, that's what's gonna take the, once we get the quotes in and stuff like that, that'll determine what work we do. But until we get those in, we will know. Right now, we're already committed to do these 4 roads, getting them paved, and we gotta get the culverts put in before we get anything paved or chip and seal, so the culverts are absolutely a must. Here, Chad.
You're talking about that culvert, that $50,000 culvert on Rattlesnake. Is that the one where the Bray and a few
Yeah.
others came down and looked at, and FEMA said that they would pay for that? Are they not now? They do the 75% or?
No. If you'd like to look at an email that I received from the governor's office, they'll answer your question. Just because they checked the box and said they had a meeting with us and discussed this, and I've been in discussion over the last 2 days about that. We've only had a trivial amount of money that they told us we was going to receive. I mean, not even a thimble. And now we're at the mercy now, and they're like, well, no, shut up with the well stuff.
Is this FEMA?
And Homeland Security,
Yeah. We've,
it didn't work.
the experience that a lot of folks had with FEMA has been,
It is not
Very
very bad.
bad.
The years past, and being part of it this year, and the depth as me and Chad and the other commissioners have been, they have done nothing. And to be honest with you, just my opinion, it's not coming. So that lost culvert, we have to move on Rattlesnake, we won't have a road left.
We need, so, we need to move on with the additional appropriations so we can kind of keep on schedule. No, you're fine, Sam. We just got a lot,
Yes.
a lot to cover.
approve them individually, or do you want to go through, because there are still 2 others on there, the Central Square bill.
Mm-hmm.
I found the minutes from 2024, and Sherry is the one that brought it to the commissioners and the council and agreed that they would pay for it out of their funds. So that will need an additional appropriation out of there, unless you guys decide to still try to divvy it up.
What's the total on that? Do we have a total?
Central Square bill was from last month's meeting packet.
If you know, we can,
So why don't we it has to be paid, right? So why don't we get it advertised, pay it out of it from Riverboat or somewhere? But then we do have workshops starting here in a few minutes. We're gonna have to figure, it's gonna have to be split out properly. Whoever's using the services needs to be paying for those services. And it's not one department. So somehow that's gonna have to be rectified, if that makes sense, so.
So you have 168,000 in the riverboat. You also have in the riverboat revenue sharing fund, $291,000 in that fund that can be used as well.
which is a Central Square bill.
yeah, that's what we don't know. We don't know how much the bill is, correct?
Somebody have last month's.
I do have
Mhm.
last month's. Let's take a look at it. That was from actually this month's, the one earlier this month, okay. So Central Square.
It's a service that, let's see, 911 uses, the sheriff's department uses also.
Central Square is the software that they use for, it's CAD basically, but it also has a part of the software that is for jail.
Yes, that is correct.
So all their jail stuff is in Central Square also, reaches into a few different departments.
It was not in the last meeting's packet.
Originally started when I was sheriff.
I know last year it was paid out of the sheriff's fund. And I don't know if it's just because when it came around that that's what was agreed to do. Again, we're still, I can run down and get it.
I'm checking July real quick here.
1170. Or do the view vendor Central Square and see how much it was paid from the 1170 from last year.
I don't have it. I thought it was about 40,000.
That's the number that's in my head.
Yes.
I was thinking of
Yeah.
I mean, we can just advertise up to 45 or something, and then just whatever it is what it is, but we could advertise and then dial it back if need be.
Yeah, that sounds,
And it's just
yeah, it's
annual,
right at 40. It's 39, what, 986.
So if you want to make a motion to do 40,000 and then when I get the actual bill, to allow me to increase it, but I'm thinking 42,000, so last year was 38 something, is that what it says?
986, 1 million.
And then the WTH,
That
are
was-
you also wanting a source for that?
I ended up paying it out of our auditor's endorsement last time. I don't think it's solely my bill either.
Right.
For simplicity, I have a good cash balance in there if we want to take it out of there this time. And then when we're in budget hearings, try to figure out where to divide that out at too.
Okay.
Okay, so, and what was the dollar amount for that one?
9,600.
9,600. All right, well, I'm going to make a motion then that we advertise the items that are listed under new additional appropriation requests, and for the Central Square part, up to 45,000 out of Riverboat, and for the WTH Technology, 9,600 out of the auditor's endorsement fee. And that does include the treasurer's request that's written in.
Motion been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Daniel. Any questions on these? If not, all in favor? Motion carried. Okay. All right, mileage rate ordinance review. The state increased their mileage rate up to 64 cents, which is higher than what we have. We need to decide whether, I don't feel like we have much of a choice but to raise our rate since the,
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we match the current state rate and update that ordinance.
motion made by Anton, is there seconded by Daniel? All those in favor? Motion carried. All right, Commissioners Administrative HR requests and Veterans full-time position.
Can we move this to workshops?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I make a motion, we postpone it to workshops.
Motion made by Anton, seconded by Daniel. All those in favor? Motion carried. Library Board appointments.
It's in your packets. Two different individuals, they were asking, Joanne they were asked to be reappointed to the library board.
So they currently sit on the library board and they just need to be reappointed.
Move to approve both of them.
Motion made by Daniel, is there a second? Second by Nick. Any questions on those? All those in favor? Motion carried. Auditor comments?
In your packets that I had sent out, you had stuff from Soil and Water, and it's also on the table. We had told her that it would just come up when she is up in here, because it will adjust her budget. If you guys approve that grant, it'll reduce some stuff that she'd already asked, so we just told her to come when it's her turn in the budget hearings.
Okay, great. Council comments? All right, is there a motion to adjourn regular meeting? For a second? Second by Joe. All right. That concludes our regular meeting.
This one. We can share.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and open our workshops. All rise for the prayer and the pledge. Chris, would you care to have our prayer?
Heavenly Father, Lord God, we thank you for your love and your mercy. We thank you for your blessings that you provide to this county. And Lord, we just pray that the decisions here that are made today will be pleasing to you and would be a benefit to the county. Lord, pray that the funds will be divided up to best benefit the entire county. Lord, we pray that you also would touch those in need. And we pray that you would just be with us and place an edge of protection on us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Workshops? Yes, they are broadcast.
All right, looks like first on our agenda is insurance. So, Sheila, you wanna, okay, or somebody give us the news, the bad news.
All of our insurance companies have been into the commissioners' meetings and stuff, and UHC has not given final numbers yet, but in an email received from Ron Remack yesterday, he said definitely figured 19.9%, that it would not be any less than that. Doesn't expect it to be more either. So in trying to figure, this year's was 9215. Last year when you guys budgeted, you just rounded it all up to 10,000 because we weren't sure what it was gonna be. Same thing for this year, if you do that 9215 times 19.9%, you're a little over 11,000. I think if we just figure 11,000 for times 172 employees.
Currently, we have 187, there's 151 that are full-time.
So if you just use that 11,000 times the total, we should be spot on. We can check if something else comes in. We have until October the 3rd to change numbers or increase them if we need to. The only other suggestion would be to maybe put an extra $50,000 buffer in there now. And then if we don't need it, it's kind of a bank. Obviously we couldn't transfer it or use it without permission, so that's just a suggestion. But definitely need to use the 11,000 number.
How many full-time did you say we had?
We currently have 151 full-time, and I actually have an email from this morning from United Healthcare. Currently, as of today, there's 120 employees of that 151 that are actually on United Healthcare.
Okay.
And then there's 12 dependents, but that's not really,
Right.
if that's up to you guys.
So,
You could either do the max of number of employees, or we would have to come back and do an additional appropriation every time somebody, because we haven't did open enrollment yet,
Yeah.
to know how many people are gonna sign up or switch or add stuff, so I would suggest doing
yeah,
max.
I suggest we continue to fund it as if we had full employment, which is what we usually do. So we know that there are throughout the year, like we had in the case of 911, where there's a vacancy, where you have unused capacity, for example, and that helps anyway. So I don't particularly think we need a buffer, a separate buffer. I think 11,000 flat per position as we go through the budgets is a reasonable number, and go from there, I think would be the best, in my opinion.
Yeah, just do complete positions, not full positions to budget.
Do the whatever
Yeah.
full-time positions we have that qualify, we would budget the 11,000 for each one of those.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
that.
So logistically speaking, when I talked with Auditor Reeves, we talked about the accounting side of all of this and the different funds and line items. And I think that in a perfect world, she would love to have one single line item in one fund that covers every single person that we're talking about. Now, at the moment, we split out the group benefits cost over about 8 or 9 different funds. Some of them are single, like election and registration has a line item for 10,000 in it, soon to be 11. We do have some other funds that are pretty sizable just by nature of their size. Sheriff's Department, EMS, so they have their group of positions times the 11,000 and so on. So we'd have to move some things around to make it work, and maybe that's something we can research more before we get to our budget approval. But I would like to make sure we explore some way of making it easier, whether that's,
Tracking purposes.
Yeah.
How much we spent, balance, do we need to come back for more, did something change? We did this with the copiers this year. We took it out of everybody's funds and transferred it in. We're already doing that with liability and workman's comp twice a year. I pull it from sheriff, EMS, highway. There's 7 funds in the levy funds that I transfer in, and I just do that 2 times a year than regular, because it's easier to do that. We only get billed quarterly anyway for them, and it's easier for them, and it also kind of gives us a June 30th a better cash balance for everybody.
What fund would it be in ideally? Where would you want it? Would it be something a part of the commissioner's budget and a line item there? Or would it be a part of something else?
Commissioners.
So if that's the case, what we'd wind up needing to think about, again, I'm just throwing out an idea here, that, let's say like in the case of EMS, just to use that as the first example, obviously that line item would go away, right? We'd be adding it to the commissioner's side. Well, both the EMS and the county general are the part of the levy, so technically the bottom line doesn't really change there, but we would lessen the impact or need on the EMS end, you know, because that expense isn't there. But we'd have to make sure that our general fund does increase and absorb that. In the case of something like highway, that doesn't affect general. That's a pure increase to general, decrease to highway. But just thinking, then you could think about taking like the community crossings grant match out of lit, putting that over back into highway, kind of put that back together. Sheriff, if you take that line item out, you could put the retirement, that stuff back into 1170. So there's some ways I think you could shift some things around here. I don't know the exact math or if it works, but I'm wondering if we should explore that further and see if, put that on our to-do list and work on that over the next month and see what we can do. We can still work with our budgets the way they currently are, but keep in mind that we might want to consider reorganizing some of these items, if that's something the council is interested in.
I think it would help the auditor's office. And I think, yes, I believe that'd be the right thing to do, and whenever we need to do it.
And there's always an exception to the rule. Melissa is a prime example today. This 36,000 is there because they didn't use it, is allowing that flexibility. But you can still do an additional appropriation for her or any other fund out of that. You would still be pulling from there if needed. If she comes and for some reason she doesn't have 2 employees right now, she started them today, you gained 90 days for each employee and not using it. So it's a little bit of a savings that would be in an overall fund, but she can ask, and it's just a simple transfer. And that would be for anybody.
Yeah, you would lose technically some flexibility, because that is a go-to spot for funds that have some unused capacity but have something else like overtime or part-time or whatever it is that loses that. But it is more accurate from an accounting standpoint, because technically we shouldn't have these overages and transfers and all that stuff if we can avoid it. So there's going to be some pros and cons to doing this, but if everybody kind of generally agrees that it's ultimately better, we can explore that and then come up with a official decision or direction to take.
And we can bring that back to the September 14th meeting. It doesn't have to be done today or tomorrow.
Right. And again, I think we should do our budgets like we usually do. Make sure those line items are in there. We've got the 11,000 adjustments made, and then we'll know what the current snapshot is. You know, every fund that has group benefits and what the dollar amount is. And then we can figure out, okay, that total then goes into the commissioner's budget, then how do we rework the other funds to offset that cost? So I'll go ahead and make that an emotion.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Anton, seconded by Nick. Are there any questions regarding that? All those in favor? Motion carried. Any other discussion on insurance?
What about property and casualty, workers' comp? You know, I think the auditor mentioned that there's just was an unusually large dollar amount we were looking at for that, but as far as one of the reports we got, but in terms of the actual bills we've been receiving, they've not been that much. So maybe Sheila might want to talk about that and see what the issue is maybe there. Is that right?
That look. Oh,
Yes,
my.
yes.
Now, liability insurance, and this is where I was just saying we pulled from the levy funds. So if we're pulling from the levy funds, we turn that mic on. Again, twice a year, I pull from EMS, the sheriff, and all of them that were budgeted to begin with. Right now, we're 315,000 in the red in the commissioners where it is paid from. If I pull everything for the whole year out of all of the funds that have it right now, we only will have a $40-some thousand credit, and we still have 2 cycles of bills for the rest of the year. So we've got calls into John Parmley and the insurance company trying to figure out why the liability. Yes, we've had some major incidents that probably is the difference, but we have not received any notices from them that it's increasing or that it's gone up, but the bills are coming in. However, in workman's comp and a couple of the others we're doing, there appears to be extra funds. Dee and I kept going through the auto insurance claims that came in, and it just was higher than what they had said. They worked on it. We got a $27,000 credit. So that can go towards some of the liability, but we're still going to be, based on the bills as of right now, we're still going to be a little less than $100,000 short. So we need a better explanation from them. Is it because we've had some critical incidents that have happened and more than we've had in the past? But they also should still notify us if there's
Right.
an increase in insurance. So again, that's another one that's pending. We have to pay it. We'll see where we're at come November if there's not any major adjustments, but we might have to do an additional appropriation or a transfer from somewhere. But we'll see where we're at. And November is your last month to do additional appropriations. Anything that comes in your November meeting will be approved in your December meeting, unless you call a special meeting in December for just appropriations. We do have extra meetings scheduled. They're on the bottom of your schedules for the day on the dates, but those will basically for our 1782 notices and budgets only. If we need to add a meeting, we can, but we would have to advertise it.
Okay.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah. So as far as those line items, when we get to those in the budget, how do we want to set those amounts then? Do we want to stick with what we've been budgeting or?
But what we have until we find out the difference, and we should know that difference by September 14th meeting, and we can add that increase or adjustment if needed.
So you're saying whatever our 26 amount is, just keep it in those line items and then just be mindful that we may have to adjust those later in the process. Is that a correct assumption? Okay. And real quick, back on health insurance, we still are keeping the same employee company split, right? Is it 95-5 or is it exact rounded percentage, or what is the employees part versus the county's part percentages? Because it's pretty high, it's almost 100%. It's not quite, but is that part the split between the county and the employee? What is that percentage?
All right, for some medical here, I should make copies, but for the medical part, so I have per pay and per month split down. The county pays $331.70 per pay, or $663.40 per month per employee, for employee-only health
Okay.
medical. That averages about $7,960.80 per employee per year at the current amount.
And then what's the employee's part?
The employee pays $42.28 per month.
Per month.
Per month.
So per pay, we divide that by,
Yeah,
well,
2114 is per pay, so it's $42.28 per month, and you times that by 12 would be your yearly.
so $331.70 per pay plus $21.14 per pay is $352.84. So the employee's part is 6%, is what that comes to. Yeah, it comes out to 6%
Yeah.
exactly, and then the county pays 94%, so, and that's not gonna change. Is that percentage what's set per ordinance? I mean, that's a flat amount that doesn't shift unless the commissioners change that, or, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you did it by dollars or if you're doing it by percentage.
5%.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
and I will throw this out there, and I really don't want to, but I'm going to. Is, you know, Owen County pays more percentage to employees' insurance than about anybody.
Yeah.
And with the rate increase of insurance, 20% this year, we're gonna have to take a look at that if we get another big increase for next year. I mean, that's something that is on our radar, and we may have to make some adjustments. I mean, because the 20% increase every year is substantial. So we're gonna be looking at working with Ron Remack and Parmalee and all that stuff like that to see where we're gonna fall, but that's something that is on the stove, so to speak.
Are HSAs also something being looked at?
Yes.
Sometimes,
We tried that.
yeah, we did try that. I don't think it was implemented properly, but normally, when an organization utilizes HSA options, there's a much bigger buy-in, skin in the game, if you will, from the employee standpoint that allows them to manage their medical and utilize the clinic to avoid the deductible and that kind of thing, because our clinic does need to be utilized more than it is. So there are some advantages there. It takes some discipline, because you do have to save back some money on your own and put it into your account. But, like I was telling Sheila earlier with this account stuff, if we, depending on how we structure that, if there's excess, technically the county could say, well, we're going to utilize the excess and we're going to make a deposit into everybody's HSA of $500 or whatever. Or we're going to give a gym membership to everybody, or whatever wellness stuff the county could use the excess for, could be a way to help improve the health of the overall organization and keep our costs lower if that's the case. So that's the only reason why I bring that HSA part up. But generally, whenever we incur, like in this case, another $1,000 per year cost per employee, the employee is only realizing 6% of that increase. The county is realizing 94% of that increase. That's a benefit to the employee, a significant benefit that's not pay. It's not tangible in a check, but it is something very valuable in terms of benefit. So it's just tough to see it and understand that. But just want to make sure we make that clear, that we're already giving employees a pretty decent chunk of this by covering the cost increase. So, yeah.
The clinic is a wonderful thing. I tell everybody, use your clinic. Use the clinic. It's a huge benefit to the employees. Use the clinic. They do so much out there that a lot of people don't even realize what the clinic can do for you. I suggest go out there. If you never, just go out there and visit them.
Yep.
Talk to them. Tell them what you got going on. They will steer you in the right direction, guaranteed. It's good tool to have.
So, the auditor's office has gone crazy this year, part of last year, because we keep coming up short in insurance. And we've been able to gain because, again, employees come and go, we get that 90 days that's there, but the ding, ding, ding light just went off because Proactive is not included in that amount. And we pay Proactive, the county pays.
$60 a month.
So that needs to be included in.
$720 per year per employee for them to have Proactive.
So have we not been budgeting for Proactive?
It was not,
Wow.
but luckily, we've been able, again, because of the turnover in employees and the lack of stuff, but we have gone through the employees, we've gone through them and a half a dozen times, and we all just keep trying to figure out where we're coming up short. And literally just realized that because I'm flipping through the insurance stuff that they passed out at the commissioners meeting, and we have the numbers, the 11,000 for them, but it didn't include the proactive.
Well, that
Yeah,
would be
so
a,
now our benefits matrix, the cost matrix we'd used the prior years did include it. So that's been there. It's just the increase of where the health needs to be updated. So maybe that might be a good thing to do is, at least for 2026, as of October of 2025, the clinic cost is $720 per year per employee. And then dental was about 280, so $300 for dental, about $100 for vision, and 300 and some for life and disability. So the health part is the part that's really gone up here.
but last year when we did 10,000 per employee, I mean, that didn't include proactive, did it?
It should have, because the bottom line cost came to about,
Because regular insurance went up a little bit last
Yeah.
year too, so.
So I don't think we included it.
yeah, it's in the total, and we came up with 10,000 as our decision for covering that cost. So if we need to adjust it,
And how much are you budgeting for proactive?
720 per employee.
Which is what it comes out to.
So it,
Have to.
the numbers really need to include the 11,000 plus the 700 and,
Potentially, what is the
That's the number.
what is the raw number again for the health insurance? What is the number they gave us for per employee per year?
Per employee per year?
Yeah.
Well, I did all the math on it, but I
Okay.
mean, I don't have it something from them except for this board right here.
9215 was last year's number that was used. We increased it to 10,000, just so there was the buffer, because we didn't have total numbers again by the time we were in here. So from that 10,000, we are now being told it's another 19.9%, thus taking us to the 11,000, a little over 11,000 if we use.
Just for the health?
Just for the health.
Okay, so if I plug in 11,000 for that, then, and the others wouldn't have changed much. We know the clinic is the same.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like so. The dental showing about 256-ish per employee, just depending.
And that's raw numbers, right?
Mhm.
so what was the clinic again, 700?
720.
720 per
a year.
person.
11,000 for health, 720 for clinic. I've got, on this chart, 283.40 for dental.
That's fine.
So we can always adjust
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Vision, 88.66.
Yeah. Okay.
And then life and disability, 331.
That's all dependent on, long-term disability is dependent on each employee's pay rate.
Okay.
And then the life insurance is $850 a month per employee, which I have written down somewhere. And on the decrease.
So average though, I think we're okay. That's coming out to $12,423, not 11. So
What'd you say?
12,423 is what
That's
that
kind of what
comes
I
to.
was thinking.
So we
About
could do
12,500,
12,500, right,
yeah.
as the new amount, which is gonna be a bit of a budget buster.
Ooh.
So,
Did you say on 12.5?
Yeah,
that's what we're coming up with.
per person, per full-time person, or position.
I'm glad you brought that up, Sheila.
Yeah, because I feel like that's where we
We
were
were supposed to
coming up
include all of
short.
that, so,
I don't think that 10,000 included all that.
yeah. And again, you're gonna have some vacancies, you're gonna have some, but that's the top dollar.
Right, right, but it's
And
better
it's better to be-
to
yeah.
budget over than under.
Now, that's where we need to maybe go back with what Sam was saying, is there's several things that need to be looked at, and I think that needs to be done sooner rather than later. But
For budget
for
purposes
for our
today,
purposes, yeah,
We need to look at
12.5, that'll
12.5.
be the new number. Okay.
all right, if that's all the discussion on insurance.
Is there any other insurance?
Raises in COLA, once again.
All right, so if you're ready for compensation, let me save this real quick. So what we did is we took our compensation system and prepped it for '27. So there was a variety of things we did to make sure that numbers for this year carry over, and then there's longevity, making sure the employee data is current. Thank you, Lindsay, for helping with that. And I also tweaked some formulas to make sure that we have properly accounted for, particularly in public safety, the cost of holiday pay, for example, regularly scheduled overtime, and retirement-related costs. So now I think we're going to have even more accurate numbers than we did last year using this method for each fund. So in your packet, you have hard copies of just some sample scenarios. This is what they look like right here. And they're labeled on the top with a letter and then a description of what the factors are. And you can see for each fund what the total cost would end up being. Those total costs include the amount of the compensation change, regular overtime, holiday pay, FICA and Medicare, and then perf and retirement. So all the main things that are tied to wages are included in these cost projections. Now, scenario A is basically doing nothing. So if you were to just keep the current amounts and roll them over to the new year, and you had longevity only, which is normal, then your grand total cost system-wide would be $76,790.71. That's what scenario A is. But if you want to look at actually giving increases to raise the amounts of pay for the employees, then the remaining scenarios give you a bunch of different ways of doing that. The first, right out of the gate, just for curiosity, was, well, what if we took everybody to the midpoint, the target that we really want to get to for the wage study? If you did that, scenario B gives you the detail on that cost. The grand total for that is $622,300, essentially. So that gives you an idea of what that would be. And then everything else is kind of an in-between. So I gave you different points along the way for target. And also I gave you a combination where we give some kind of target and then a little bit of COLA for folks that otherwise wouldn't get anything. We can adjust these any way you want. These are just some ideas or examples to look at and get an idea of cost. But if you wanted to do, 11.5% target and 0.5% COLA or whatever, it doesn't make any difference. We can plug in whatever combination you want. The bottom line on the grand total line, that's your cost for everything.
And Tom, are you saying then that with the COLA, does everyone get COLA, or would it be just a certain group after we would give them, say, a 10% target?
So COLA by itself, generically, is your traditional percentage raise.
For everyone?
And that's for everyone.
Right, so whatever the base pay is now,
They
it's
would
that
get-
plus whatever percentage you set that at. So 2%, 3%, 4%. That's very traditional. Now, we've shied away from that in recent years because we want to get people to the target points for their positions. And COLA doesn't do that. It doesn't get you there to that proper target. And so we also have a number of positions that have been given increases more recently that are separate from what we normally would do. And it would increase those just like everybody else's. So the only time I think COLA, the traditional COLA, is really most valuable is making sure that folks that otherwise are already at the wage target they get something, like we did last year. So they're not getting zero. They're keeping what they're getting, which is higher than it should be, but they are getting a little bit extra to keep up.
And what's the percentage of those people?
It's whatever you set.
I mean, how many people?
Well, we have highway, we have sheriff, jailers. There's a couple elected officials, remember last year, was that a part of
Yeah.
that? And then we have a couple of individual positions that just have been off. There was the database coordinator for probation was an example that comes to mind.
Quite a
It was
bit
already
higher.
set high years ago, and it's just been in that. And the spreadsheet I sent you, the latest version I sent you the other day, it gives you the employee level detail so you can see what happens with that. But if you want to make sure that those individuals aren't given nothing, then you'd want to give us some kind of a percentage COLA, a small amount, doesn't have to be big, but enough to get something. But for everybody else, you want to get them as close to that midpoint as you can get away with, whatever we can afford. We ultimately want to get all of our positions to that point. And it might not be doable in next year, but I think we should try to do our best to get as close as we can to that.
What kind of monies do we actually have to look at in that area?
So overall, as far as our two main sources of revenue, income tax is up about 5%. And that number, that's about $427,000 in new money there. Okay. On property tax, it's about a 6% levy growth quotient factor, and that's another $281,900, so 282 there. You are going to have some additional property tax cap losses, so that's going to keep growing. I would say another 50,000 you'd want to take back that we're going to lose. And then when you look at our 1782 from the end of last year, if you look at the cash balance projections, we were about $400,000 over last year, overspent. So now that doesn't mean we ended up that way at the end of this year, but that's just the projection, okay?
And you gotta understand,
Yeah.
all of that revenue is not just, there's a lot of increases in the budgets according to increases in expenses. So, we can't
It's not
look at
free and
that.
clear.
Right. We
Yeah,
can't look at
you're
all
right.
of that as just, free money to,
Health insurance being a good example.
Yes.
Right.
So, that's not money that's just available.
And Carl, also need to look at the cost of the insurance is about $1.20.
Correct.
Pay raise that they don't see, but they.
Right,
Right.
right.
So, I always I'm kind of a middle guy. I like combinations of things. I like going halfway and trying to keep things down that middle road. But really, it's the council's decision here on what you feel most comfortable with. The bottom line is what really is a part of this. If you want to try to keep wage increases in a certain range of cost, then we can drill into that a little bit more and provide some more scenarios. For example, if, let's say $300,000 is the amount of money we want to put towards wages, then we can, for $300,000, what can we do, kind of question. We could drill into that and say, well, we can give so much towards the target, we can give a little bit of COLA, or we do it all towards target, no COLA. It's up to you how you want to approach this.
But the longevity is 76,000.
It's already in the
Right.
costs.
That's it,
Yes.
that's automatic.
So that's automatic.
Right.
Okay.
It's above that amount that you'd want to consider giving more for the employees at that point.
Well, if we went at the 10% target, you're picking up almost $180,000 additional money, not counting the insurance costs and the longevity costs.
Yeah,
What did that come up to, Anton, as we looked at the 10% target?
it's on scenario C.
Right.
Yeah,
It's 100,
Yep.
$179, yeah.
But that is-
$179,000. But then maybe a 1% COLA, so everybody gets something.
I'm not in favor of that. I mean, right now, we've gotten, because of the raises that we gave the highway department and the jailers, I mean, both of those are skewed. I feel like what we need to be focusing our monies on is helping the rest of them get closer to where they already are. And if you do COLA, it's going to widen that gap.
Well,
That's just my personal opinion.
And Anton had said there'd be some, but the target that wouldn't get anything because they've already had
raises this year.
yeah.
And I think, and that's a good point, Polly, I think the thing you want to think about is the more you give towards the WIS target part, then the more reasonable and likely it is to do COLA, if that makes sense. The other way around, if you don't give as much target, then you're not going to want to give a large amount of COLA because that gap she's talking about, it keeps that out of kilter. So a 10% WIS target, like you're saying, and a 1% COLA is gonna, it's not gonna really help anything as far as keeping people in line with where they're classified. That gap, there's gonna be
Right.
still a pretty decent gap there. So if you did that, you'd want to give a lesser COLA, like a 1/4% or a 1/2%. And then the higher you go on the wage target, the WIS target, then you've got more wiggle room to give a little more COLA, if that makes sense.
If we had not done the the picking and choosing, then COLA would be more on the table. I mean, if everybody was, because we had gotten it to the point where everybody was pretty level and close to the same on the WIS target. But giving those extra raises to the jailers and then also to highway department has skewed that, where now COLA, I mean, in my opinion, would just make it,
I think, and I might be telling tales out of school, but I really think the 911 department is an area that needs to be addressed on pay. Now, that's my opinion. So I don't know if we want to take it and set it aside, or if we just want to look at the target and COLA and do nothing separate for another department.
I think, I mean, we kind of been through this before. When I first came on, I felt like, I was of the same mind that, you take each department that was able to fund their own raises, but I saw firsthand how that just got everything out of kilter. And then we were able to kind of bring most up to the target, what was it, 75% that we got?
the
to
old numbers,
The old
yes.
numbers.
Yeah.
And then now that we've started picking, I mean, that it was starting to pick and choose again, we're out of sync,
I
so.
appreciate your honesty, Paul, because these are things we're gonna need to talk about if we're gonna try and be fair to the employees and
Right, we need to be fair to all departments.
So do we decide on this now, or do we decide on this once we've reviewed everybody's
We
budget?
usually decide on it at the beginning.
Okay, because if there's increases in budgets already for wages,
We would have new numbers,
Right.
essentially, as we go. So that's a good point, Councilman. From a bottom line budget, working budget number, that total already includes the wage increases that departments requested.
Requested.
So it's possible that whatever we pick ends up not changing that number much. It's still important on the other numbers because our limits are our limits. But as far as the numbers on the working total, there's already some things worked into that.
Every
So,
department
yeah.
pretty much did 3% or 5%.
There you go.
It's in there. So again, your overall number that you had in front of you today, starting out at the 29 million, it's not gonna go above that. I just begin because they did 3 and 5%. So you're already have these numbers in there. You just need to decide which set of numbers that you wanna do. Are you doing COLA, longevity? And again, it's been a battle since I've been here, trying to get everybody where we need to be. And I know going across the board adds a lot, but we're just gonna fall behind again. And in 2 or 3 years, you're gonna be having to figure out how to bring all your others up. If you need to look at somebody individually, you can go back and do that separate. But we've gained too much in the
Yeah.
last couple of years to go back and not
Right.
include everybody across the board.
I agree.
As long as everybody gets it. And that didn't happen this year, but if you guys did help out the ones that were
Yep.
way behind, so.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea here, if we did 20% wage target and 0.5% COLA for everybody else, most employees that, as far as on the wage target side, they're looking at 4 to 5% increases, which is good. And we're talking dispatchers, we're talking courthouse staff. Your positions that would get the 0.5% COLA are elected officials, most of highway, less longevity, and a few of those other positions that have been already past their target. But generally, the impact is pretty decent here across the board as far as where you want to put your resources. Because again, I think we should put as much of whatever amount of money we want to give towards this, most of it needs to go towards getting people closer to the midpoint. That's where the money needs to be put, and filling those gaps versus a blanket percentage, because that doesn't do anything to properly classify the employees.
So, Anton, you're thinking maybe a 20% target with a 0.5% COLA?
That, again, just throwing that out there, because the cost for that overall is just over $300,000. That's $306,000 and some change, which seems like a reasonable amount for us as far as the amount of money we have to work with here. Again, as Councilman Browning was mentioning, already are giving the equivalent of, $1.25 per hour just on the health side of this for full-time employees that get those benefits. So that, in addition to putting another $300,000 into wages, that's, to me, a decent amount of resources that we're giving employees. But that's just based on this 20.5% combo.
Well, I think we need to start somewhere, and I think, Anton, you make good sense there. And I think the budget would compensate for that as well. I'll make a motion then that we look at scenario D at the 20% with a 0.5% COLA. I think that's what you said, wasn't it, Anton?
Yeah, but D doesn't have the 0.5%
Yeah, and then
COLA.
we would add that in there, so.
What would that total, 300 and some?
306
That
around.
specifically shows what the 20% impacts, correct?
Yeah, this right here is your total. So the grand total for you to write in to scenario D, at the top, you're going to make a note that we're doing a 0.5% COLA. And then at the very bottom, your grand total is going to be $306,323.29.
We're always giving the longevity, which I think works. Sometimes it might not be understood or seen quite as clearly as an open raise, but, and then again, 0.5% COLA, at least you're saying everybody will be.
At a minimum, for anybody that isn't otherwise getting anything, they're going to get 0.5%. And I know that's not a lot, but they're going to get a little something. For most employees that are in that boat that get longevity, you know, that's gonna push them into a net amount of about 1.25% increase.
So the
At a minimum.
longevity
So-
is the 76,000?
It's in that number.
It's in this
Yeah, all of those numbers,
306,000? Okay.
Yeah.
But my question is maybe to commissioners, are you looking at raising the amount of money that the employees pay on their insurance?
It's on the stove. So if there's a discussion we're gonna have with, our insurance company, our brokerage, to see, and we got a 20% increase already for this year or for next year. We're waiting on some information because, you know, if it goes up another 20% next year, what are we gonna do?
No, good point, Sam. I'm just thinking, you know, I want mentally include that. If you're going to raise their percentage, then it's going to take out of it's going to take out of their increase of pay.
Yeah.
So, that's why if you would, of course, you can't speak for all three commissioners, but that's what I'm trying to get my head around.
Well, you know, we'll be back at this again, you know, in the next few months, we're gonna be studying this, scenario, and I'm sure, it's gonna come to the table. I don't know whether it'll be an increase for the employees or not, but, you know, once again, the county's paying 94%,
Yeah, and we have for years, I reckon.
which is good. I mean, you know, it's good for the employees. It really is. It's a huge benefit for the employees. We don't want to cut any benefits from the employees. We have to look at the insurance scenario in the future here, and we're going to be doing that the next several months.
But do you think you would actually implement that for 27?
That's tough.
I know I put you in, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't, no, you're fine. Until we get the information back, and Sheila and I, we're going to be working on this, talk about this, and, until we get some more updated information from the insurance brokers and stuff like that, I can't say. And once again, this is gonna come down to a council's decision anyway, because, you know, if the money's there to add another 20% every year, and leave the benefits at 94%, and, you know, that'd be great for the employees.
Yeah, everybody would
I'm just trying to get
be.
everything in the scenario here, so we can, if we make a decision here, then.
These are all the
it's not something that's
percentages.
gonna come back and bite us or bite the employees
Yeah.
in their pay, so.
Insurance
The
may go
elected
30%
officials would
next
be
year, or it may not
just
go,
at the
you know,
minimum.
may go 10%.
So,
It's hard to judge. We hate to cut any benefits from the employees.
For
It's
most
just- we-
general
That's
situations,
not our
yes.
goal, is to cut any benefits.
I appreciate that. I hope they do too. Thank you.
is that figured on the base or on your total base?
Madam Chair, I think I got a motion. I just got a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and second that motion.
Can you restate your motion?
That we give the 20% target and we give 0.5% COLA.
That's decent.
And I'm basing that on hopefully that we would not change
They're
anything
already pushing.
on the insurance portion. Of course, I think that is the commissioner's call, if they took it to 91% or whatever. But then again,
Dispatchers.
if we left it the same,
Jailers are
we at
less.
least know,
Was better
and the employees know what they're going to basically look at for 27.
Okay, so you've made a motion, Anton, you said you seconded?
Yes, so it was the 20% target, scenario D, plus a 0.5% COLA on it.
Okay.
The
Alrighty.
total was $306,323 cost.
Okay.
Thank you, Anton.
All right, any other questions?
I have a comment.
Comment?
Scenario G is up there. They're only talking $80,000 more dollars. And it gives a full 1% and an increase to 25%. Are we that close on our budgets and our revenues and the overall of everything not to give another 5% and make it 4%?
My question, Sheila, you do all the financing, is it affordable?
Right on this one.
I mean, and I do appreciate our employees, but financially, is
I
it,
don't have
would
that
that be a
one on
hardship
mine.
on the company?
G, should be in there. Yeah, I mean,
Because $80,000 makes or breaks us, we're all in trouble.
Where's my
But
sheet?
you're giving
Oh, there it is, there it
a
is.
full percent, you're, a half percent, and we're barely hanging on to employees now. And the insurance is the main reason we're doing it, and the longevity is of things, and we're getting where we need to be, where we're competitive with others again. 911's a prime example, Chris's people, just trying to retain people now is I think what this set of numbers today is doing is just keeping what we have and giving a little bit more. But that's just my opinion, that I.
Anton, would you object to me withdrawing my motion?
The one thing you gotta be careful about whenever we do this is the next scenario is always gonna be only X amount more. So there's gotta be a point where you draw that line that, hey, this is reasonable, we can afford this, but the next is always gonna be right there within reach. But then so is the next one and the next one, and now we're talking more money. I really feel that in light of some of the financial constraints we're gonna have, I think we should start with this. We can always adjust this upward if need be, or if we can, but I think as a starter, at a minimum, if this is what everybody agrees to at a minimum, let's go with it, and then see where that takes us. Because we might find out that, yeah, we could put another $100,000 towards it, and we could then adjust those upward at that point. I just would really hate to set a number and then we get to the end of all this and we're short hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now we're gonna have to dial it back.
It's easier to go forward, up than down.
Yeah, and plus, the other thing is then these numbers, it'll give people a chance to review those more carefully and look them through, and then we can also take that input into account later as well if we need to adjust upwards, so.
I'm sure I fall for it,
All right, so you do not withdraw.
but I do not withdraw.
Okay. All right, so motion is set as is. Any other questions? All those in favor? Motion carried.
The other thing I'll suggest, which is a little bit of a simplifying something, is on the education component. We currently give 11 cents an hour for each degree level that someone may have in those positions that qualify. We currently have longevity set at 20 cents. We have shift factors at 20 cents. I think if we adjust the education factor to 20 cents as well, it's going to help these guys out a bit more and help with those figures. The total cost of that system-wide is $7,951.
Now, is that something that needs a motion, Anton?
Yes, it would.
And that helps, okay, that helps those with a degree?
Yeah, and there are just a few, it's not a big thing, but there aren't a lot of people, but it does help them out, and it kind of brings that number up to what we're doing for the other factors that we compensate for.
So
So
are you saying instead of doing 11, 22, and 33?
it'd be 20, 40,
60?
60. Right. And the cost system-wide would be under $8,000 per year.
You want to make it in a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Anton, second by Nick. Any questions on that? All those in favor? Motion carried. All right, is that all
There you
of
go.
raises and COLA? We are way behind. On to levied funds, election registration.
Thank you for these, Anton, this helps. I appreciate it.
So are we starting with election and registration?
Yes,
And I
election
think
and
that
registration.
Diane is here, right? So-
Mhm.
So it's a non-election year, so there are some things that went away. Not all, but a good chunk. On the wage part, this is one where it was not changed. The total will be 39,896. And then FICA is 3,052. And PERF is 4,468. That's it for wages. So.
Okay.
Good morning, how are you?
How's your mom, Diane?
She's doing really well.
Good.
Thank you.
All right.
So group insurance would change as well, right?
Yep.
Down there. $12,500.
Are you going down line by line,
Yeah,
Holly? Okay.
I mean, if you guys have any questions on,
Yeah, the printing is new here. It's
Yeah.
pretty
We are-
substantial. So what's going on with that?
Envelopes.
Envelopes.
We got a presidential election coming that next year that we are running very low on lots of our envelopes. And we're gonna have to have those, and I would prefer to have them ready to go, at the end of next year. And then I did raise my supplies up $1,000 because making sure we have lots of supplies for the machines. So when we have our elections, the cost has gone up on those.
How often would you say you have to buy the envelopes? Is it every presidential year, or is it every so?
Yeah, I bought some when I originally came in 23. We bought some, but we're running very low on a lot of the travel board, the absentee. We've got enough, we've got plenty for this year, but we're not going to have enough. And then we have some of our big envelopes that we have to use for people to do provisionals and stuff out when they're voting at
Right.
on election days. We'll need new on all of those because we won't have enough.
If it's not an annual expense necessarily, then and you need it sooner rather than later anyway, preparing, why not just not worry about it as a budget line item, but just appropriate it or transfer from the unused line items during the year?
So I'd have to come back and ask.
What do you think? So
Yeah.
that it's not a $5,000 expense every year.
No, it's not.
Right,
But I wanna
right.
have it done. My only concern is if I have to come and ask for the money, then it takes them, it's not an easy, week or two to get them back in. And do an additional appropriation, I should get the money before I go and order them.
Couldn't you do the additional appropriation the end of this year, though, and get ahead of it and just get it done instead of wait anyway to 27?
We can do that. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
It's a one-time thing though,
Yeah,
but it does reoccur every presidential election. So say she wasn't in that seat, come time it happens again, we can always look back and see, hey, we had a big expense right before that, and it would show it in there for us. If it's just a one-time thing, instead of her having to come back and ask and ask and ask, it's just as easy just to put it in there for this year,
up to you.
roll with it.
It's easier for me.
So just leave it in there?
That'd be good accounting for 4 years from now, to say, hey, we did have that pop up. Prepare for
We
it.
just need to make sure it's taken out then for the following.
Right, like
Year.
other election expenses.
Right. Anything else on this budget?
I don't see.
I've got $94,016.
Are we leaving the 5,000 for Fran?
Yes.
Yep.
And 91,560.
Okay, so you want to go back to the top? Thir- yeah.
30,976,
Mhm.
30,52,
Yep,
44,68,
yep,
3,600,
mhm,
30,000,
yep,
500,
Yep.
400,
Yep.
18,500,
Yep.
5,
yep.
5,000,
Yep.
1,000, 10,000.
Ah, right
12,500.
there. 12,500
For advertising?
for
No,
group
for
insurance.
group insurance.
There.
Mm-hmm. And 1,600 for registration and conference. That's
Yeah. There we go.
94,016. Did you get that, Diane, that total?
Yes,
Okay.
I've got that.
Okay. That's it.
And, I mean, since the clerk's here, do we want to just go ahead and knock this out? I don't think it's that complicated for the rest of it.
It works for me.
Records perpetuations, 2,500, that hasn't been changed, so you're still good there,
I've
right?
not made any changes
Okay.
on that.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
to
fine with me.
Take care of that? Okay. So on wages, these are the other positions as well. So for elected clerk, it'd be 58,354.
Now, we removed the part-time to 27, didn't we, on election?
Yes, yeah, there was no part-time in that budget. 58,354.
It is on my wish list. Come back with.
Yeah, it'll need to be. Okay, so then, as far as regular wages, it'll be the rest, everybody except election, right?
Clerk.
All right, 170,917. FICA would be 17,539. And PERF, 25,678. And I don't think anything else changed in this particular budget, right? So I've got 278,009. Or 8.
My dues and subscription, I did go up, $100 on that one.
Dues and subs,
Five
oh, yeah,
to
yeah,
6.
yeah. Can't do too much with that, so. 278,008 or 9, so whatever that comes to, right?
Okay.
Now, we do have the microvote where the panels for the
Oh,
28
yes. Mhm.
to be done, and I did talk to Steve Shamo, and about, in the original email that was given to us in '24, about 10 years prior to that, they did do, they did an update so that the panels would last an extra 10 years, which now, here we are in '26, so it did succeed from what they did. I did go back into Lao to try to see how much we paid for that, except we didn't start into Lao until July of 2015, so I don't have that information going back, but it was not the amount that they are now. I know it was a lot less. But we do have the bill for $115,000 to do the Infinity panel. And why this is happening is the components and the screen, they're no longer available. So what they have on the shelves to replace any parts of them with is, that's it. They can no longer get them. And these panels were started in 2004. So, and now, if there's any issues with them, they wouldn't be able to repair them. So that's what we're looking at to have replaced by 2028 May election. And that's the $115,072.31. I'm not sure where or how that's going to get paid. When I did speak to Steve, I was not able to find any grants out there. I've looked, I've asked him, he didn't find any. I did ask him about payment agreements, and there are some that are paying a third of it in 27, 28, and then 29. And they would really like to have 60% of the money by the time they're delivered, if they could. And we have 41 machines. And they do have a wait list for that.
I would just rather we pay it all and when it comes around and just get it done, you know.
Okay.
Just
We can do that too.
my idea, but, you know.
What's the total price tag?
It's it's 115,000.
Okay.
Let me, sorry,
What was it?
1731.
1731.
Yeah.
And you think that upgrade will last us for a while then at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, I mean, originally they were done in 2004.
Yeah, so,
And then, like I said, about 10 years, which, as I said, we didn't get loud. So I went through and pulled Microvote as a vendor and looked back and looked to see where all the money had been paid to them and could realize that it was not in that. So we must have done it prior to us going to that, which I don't have the information from the prior system. But yes.
and then, you know, at the end of last year, we were concerned with the cash balance of this fund and stuff. It appears to me that we're actually doing pretty well here with the adjustments we made and got ahead of all that. Do you feel more comfortable now than you did last fall with your cash balance and all that stuff?
$213,812.
Okay, good. So what I would suspect then is when we do the 1782 adjustments, we'll, again, look at those cash balance, make sure we know at a minimum we would probably stay pretty steady with that rate, but it also might wind up being shaved off just a little bit too. So having that cash balance is very helpful
Yes.
with that, so,
Yes,
okay.
yeah, and it was
okay.
there for the end of June.
It was gonna be negative
So
at
it
one
was-
point,
it
so,
was-
yeah.
Yeah, yes, yes.
All right, good.
Now, I do have a wish list, just the one piece. Do I need to come back later to do that?
We can talk about it now.
We can talk about it now. And just put it on the, I need to get
And what that's for is a person in the election office, 21 hours a week, which would be $24,317 for the year. They will not get PERF. They would not have insurance. But we have, it has changed a lot. We have hoppers that we have to do daily. And anytime anyone goes to the DMV from Owen County, we get information on them, whether they say yes, they're going to register, or no, they're not going to register. We have to go through every one of these, compare everything. It's not a fast process, and if we do find issues, we have to reach out to them. So we are always going through this, and it gets a lot. And there are about 15 different hoppers that we have to do all the time, and we have to do these daily. And keeping up with those is a full-time job, because that's what any voter registers, even, they do it through the Secretary of State's office. That's a totally different hopper. If they make any changes, depending on how they do it, on how we're gonna receive it. When they apply for absentee ballots, we now have 3 hoppers that, 3 parts to our hopper that are with the citizenship that we have to do. If anyone makes any changes in their addresses and everything, their social security, we have to go in, and those are hoppers, and we have to send paperwork out to people, then we have to get them back. And then we have to go back in and, everything. We, this year, we did, we're still going, we have 98 trainings that we do, at least 2 a week, that we have to do. And with one person, it's very hard to get the time when you don't have anyone coming in, because the problem becomes, if they don't come in down there, they come up to me. So we're trying to watch these, and it makes it difficult for us to do these trainings. We have, from SBRS, we have paperwork that for the whole year that tells us throughout the months of the year, everything we need to be preparing for, prepping, looking at. As everyone knows, July 1st of every year, everything changes. Then we have all these forms we have to go and replace, and redo. We have maintenance that we have to do, and we are in the process of one right now. That's what my part-time person is working on now. We have to go in and verify everything against what paperwork people have sent in. We have to verify locations, make sure all addresses are correct and in the right order. And some of the issues we found is just like if someone lived on North 6th Street, people fill out their paperwork, spell out north. Some just put an N, some spell 6th out, some just put 6th. We have to have it all the same, so that we don't have all of these, they show up as exceptions, and we have to go in and correct them. And right now, we've got over 13,000 of them we are working on to make sure that we have to go through and make sure these are all correct. We have found, from what I have gone through, I'm not sure it's ever been done. We got rurals and P.O. boxes still listed for a lot of people. And we are finding various maintenance things that have to be done. And then what we have to do is when you find an address, then you have to go and find the voters that go with it. And I mean, if you have a family that lives there, it's not one voter, it's all of them that you have to go in and verify everything. And, you know, we have found that, you know, things have been intergrown. You know, the town may be different. It's not Hull City, it's Patricksburg. You know, they're still voting in the right place. However, we've got to go in and make sure these are correct and done. And there's certain times of the year that we are locked out of that. We cannot go and make any changes. So it's only during certain times that you can do these, and it's a lot. And you can't have everyone working on it at the same time. You've got to make sure that no two people meet on the same place. And then we also have to compare it to our GIS to make sure that what they have and what we have also matches. So that's just one example of something that we have found in there. And having one person in there, and that's not including, you know, doing anything with an actual election. Even on off years, we are still preparing for the next election. We have to prepare our black bags that we send out, which is not an easy task to have everything ready to go for people out there. And especially if you have one person, and then, you know, like my person down there right now, I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but I know at one point she had 50 compounders. And that's because we have early voting. You know, we have to set up these machines. So there are times that we have to be here. So then that's during the election year. It's hard. I can't send my one person away.
How are other counties doing it?
Well, most counties have more than one person.
Are they full-time
Yeah.
as opposed to part-time?
So there's some that have one that's part-time and one that's full-time, and a lot of them have two full-time people.
So does the clerk typically handle the election office in the other counties as well?
Yes.
There's
there-
more
there-
hands
There's
off.
only, I think there's a couple that hadn't yet done that. But the thing is, I mean, I can't go down there and just run that and then not do anything else
Right.
during that time. And that's happened here recently, and it's caused me major headaches trying to do what I have to do as clerk to get stuff to the state and everything, because I can only be in one place. And then I have upstairs, you know, that we do with the courts and all the people that come in. So it does make it very difficult. And, you know, we also have, I think it's 9 conferences, 7 or 9 conferences that we do. And so we're out for those because you can't miss those trainings. That's where you learn, and you also, we do round tables before our conferences. So they'll set it out at least 2 hours where everyone gets together and they just talk about the various issues that they have and how someone else is doing something, how we can work together to do things better.
So this is the wish list item, what's the ask?
Is to have a part-time person for 21 hours would be $24,317. And I do have the fund, the 4902, and right now I think it's steady. We've still got the rest of this year with my part-time person, but I want to say it's sitting on like $12,000.
Is that something we just come back to?
At the end.
So I'll have a little bit left over at the end of this year. And we do have document fees that are going into that to help us. So it's not a lot, but it does help.
So we, this last year, if you remember, we approved some hours for a part-time. And that was good through the end of the year, and we were going to reevaluate.
Right.
But did you ever end up hiring someone for that?
Yes.
Okay.
One of my employees from in the actual clerk's office up there,
I don't have anything on that person.
daughter had a baby, so she's helping out. So she became my part-time person downstairs.
Okay.
So that's who I've got working down there.
I've got it down on my list, our wish list, so we definitely will come back.
Now, I will tell you, I will not be here Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
I have a wedding out of town.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you have any questions, just let me know.
Okay.
And also, I also want to thank Joe. He did come in and spend about 3 hours with myself and Shelley and Loretta going over our budgets for this year and talking about and explaining why and what we were looking for, and we appreciated him coming in and working with us.
Sure.
Thank you.
So that'll be on the, isn't Beth, are you in charge of the wish list or the list? Okay.
Okay, great. Can we take a short break, just a short break? What, about 10 after?
10 minutes.
10-minute break?
Turn off your mics. Holly,
Yes.
you turn off the
If everyone could take your seats, please. Got 10 after. Did I get it on purpose?
You should use it just for fun. Where is that? Oh, right here. You should tap that. You should. Give these folks start the session. I think they're gonna try hooking up on it just doesn't.
What are they hooking up? There we go, there we go. If everyone could please take your seats, we'll reconvene. We've lost Furl. I don't know where he went. All right. Next is assessor. Are we ready? Everyone ready?
All right, so elected official pay is $60,110.
Wait, where are you?
Assessor.
That's on the assessor budget, not the reassessment.
Right.
Yeah,
We
this
can just
is,
do-
Nicole, this is Dusty White, he's our assessor.
Your schedule says you're supposed to be doing the assessment.
Yeah, be doing reassessment.
I'm just going by.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, repeat that.
Elected official pay, $60,110. FICA, $45.98. PERF, $67.32. And there wasn't anything else that changed with this budget, so, that I could see. I've got $75,141. Yep. Okay. And then reassessment, how's that
All
sound,
right, there we
right?
go.
So for regular wages, I've got $137,759. 137,759. FICA, 10,539. PERF, 15,429. And then down under group insurance, we had
Oh,
to
yeah.
increase that. It's 12,500 per employee or position. There's 3 positions here out of this fund, so the total is 37,500. And then on contract services, you didn't have any changes there. That's still Exoff, Tyler, Eagle View, and Midwest Presort.
Correct.
Any others?
Nope.
One thing that, and this is a good point maybe to bring this up, contracts. We talked about we need to make sure that any kind of contract for services is there's a copy with the auditor. They need to have an executed copy. And we need to be able to tie that or mark that to whatever line item or fund that it's supposed to be paid from. I'd say a lot of them are marked properly, but there's some that aren't. So I think to help the auditor out, we need to make sure that gets cleaned up, so.
Some of them have been adjusted or they've not been in there at all, so when we get bills, we don't know, yours has been fine, yours has all been fine.
And then do those get uploaded through Gateway as well? All contracts through that, just through the taxpayer portal? So, okay. All right, so nothing else changed here that I see. And there is a lot of registration and conference. I think your department's one of the more heavier ones.
Yeah.
And that's,
They're expensive.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. 469,227 is what I've got for reassessment, so. That's all I had for
How much was it?
the total again.
Right there. Do you get money each month to see on the,
No. No.
so are you gonna bring in any more money this year? Sorry, I'm jumping in.
No, go right ahead.
So,
Yeah.
so his
This
current
is all
fund
levy.
balance is 334,000. So how much more of that are you gonna use this year? And then you're adding a $469,000 budget on that.
Yeah, because I was looking at that as well. And, yeah, his estimated 2026 I had down as around 391,000. So that's quite a bit above that. And I know that's levied fund and we can, but
Yeah, we'll, when we get to that 1782, we're probably gonna have to wind up tweaking to make sure the cash balance is adequate going into 2028. You know, looking
so
ahead.
that's not a firm number,
Yeah.
that 469.
I think the 469, the budget is a pretty firm number. I think what's fluid is the allocation of the property tax in that 1782 process.
Right.
And there might need to be an adjustment there to make sure there's enough cash to cover it, so. The other thing too is that depending on what comes out from our discussion on health insurance and how this is one of those budgets that has a line item for it that could wind up going away, and we would wind up shifting it to the general fund anyway. So there may be an adjustment there, but otherwise it's going to have to be on the revenue side. So that's all I had for reassessment. So
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next up is health. Let's see.
So, jumping into wages, I'm in 1159 right now, which is the levy part here. And I do have some notes from last year that kind of help tag which positions go where.
Right.
Maybe starting with regular salary, that's the health officer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I have a new dollar amount for that. And that is $27,985.
So what is, I mean, in the notes for this year, it says 47%. We're in 1159, correct?
Correct.
So what's the 47% assistant admin pay?
He's in the salary line item underneath.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, at the
So we
moment, 'cause that's easy to
skipped-
do.
Okay,
Yeah.
go, I'm sorry.
Yep, and then regular wages, I have administrator listed, but I know that that dollar amount is more than administrator. So who all is in regular wages?
We pay the assistant administrator 66%, and then myself.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a note of that. So administrator and then a 66% of the assistant. Is that correct? And when you say assistant, that's actually they call it the administrative assistant, right?
500 to start, yeah.
We did reduce the hours last year on that one to 1,092 per year. Is that still the number of hours that you're
Yes.
wanting for this year, this coming year?
Yes,
Okay. Now, that's part-time though,
correct.
so it wouldn't be, we wouldn't want to put that in that line item. It'd need to go under part-time,
Okay.
correct? So, okay. Just want to make sure we're putting it in the right spot. So that one then is going to be 24,902 under part-time.
Okay.
And then back up to regular wages then, it's going to just be the administrator, which is your position. And that one is 43,514. And then our FICA is gonna be $7,375. And then perf, which is just figured on the health officer and the administrator, is $8,008. And then you had a new item, group insurance here,
Yes,
30,000, which is really should be 37.5.
37.5.
But here's my concern with this is that, you know, we were riding at about that 104, 105, 106. Now we've got a significant increase here, primarily due to
The insurance.
the health insurance.
Yep.
So where was that prior? Why is that appearing in this
Well,
budget?
out of the food fund, but with the new food truck laws, we'll take a significant hit on our revenues. The state's taking all the money from food trucks.
Okay.
So it's gotta come from somewhere.
And, you know, depending on what we do with the health insurance, we could end up, that might not even be there. But at the moment, that's a $30,000 increase on the levy. on the
Now,
general.
but it's still less than what it was in 2024. In 2024, my budget was, I think, 148,000. And then when we got the Health First Indiana,
Yeah.
that helped a lot. We could use a lot of stuff from there. Well, now the Health First Indiana is not as much. I had to put it back.
What is the award amount we're projecting to get for the Health First?
137,000.
137,000.
130.
So, and that was confirmed in writing from the state already, what, July, or when did they figure the numbers?
Yeah, I think the end of June, yeah.
Okay.
1st of July.
This is really gonna affect your cash balance.
All right, so what do we want to do with the group insurance? Do we just leave it there for now, or do we put it somewhere
I don't know
else?
where else to put it, because you said that, what, food registration
The
and
4911 fund will, yeah, it's gonna take a significant hit next year.
So what, fill me in, what changes did they make?
Okay, so, right now we have, food trucks have to register with us. So it's $30 per event, or it's $100 per year. So now, only if a food truck is your home county, they pay $450 to the state, and then we get $200 of that. But there'll be no more, like at the fair, out-of-county food trucks coming in, setting up, we won't get that revenue anymore.
You won't get any from
We
the?
won't get anything for that. It's gonna take a big hit.
Wow. And
The state's taking it, so.
whose wonderful idea was that?
Okay, so let's look at the cash balances.
Right.
So 4911 is up there, she's only brought in 14,007 something this year. They still have 13,000 unexpended from this year's budget. So, again, right there, it will gain you a little bit to help out in the 4911. If you go back to the 1159, they have a significant amount that could roll over or be encumbered to go toward insurance. She only has $39,074 left of her budget for this year, but she has a cash balance of 80-some thousand. So if you would encumber the insurance, because we'll have that bill, you could pull that 37.5 out for the next year, and the levy fund wouldn't have to absorb that.
So you're using cash
I would,
from the food registration fund to, is what you're saying?
no.
No, the 1159.
Oh, 1150.
Levy fund.
The levy
1159.
fund.
So you could keep it in there.
Yeah.
Just, it would, you'd have to look at your cash balance
We
and,
just have to remember to encumber it, and we'll have 2025 bills, and that would, and again, they're another levy fund, and what they're bringing in is, again, last year it was 10, we're down to 103, I believe it was. So we're gonna be right there. Keep in mind, if we advertise high in that fund, we could move a little bit there if need be. But as you can tell, we're on our third department and cash balances are already a concern. So, but she has enough, it would just be moving it from different funds or utilizing. But I wouldn't count on 4911 for anything. If she's only brought 14,000 in this year and they're getting that,
Yeah.
you almost won't even be getting, you probably ought to just close that fund and put it in your 1159 revenue, or, and if you're only gonna bring it in 3,000 or 4,000, that's hardly gonna pay for anything anyway. And it would help the cash balance in her 1161 or 1159 fund.
well, if we can, let's go to 4911 and enter the wage numbers so we have some accurate figures to look at there, and then we'll have to figure out whether it's good or not. I've got the nurse out of that one,
That's the only one.
part-time. Okay. So the total for that position is 24,304. And I noticed there wasn't any FICA for that one here, but there should be a figure in that
Okay.
line. Was it blank on yours? Okay, yeah.
Not every department calculated.
Oh,
They
okay.
know that number
They just left
fluid.
it blank.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
so that's 1859 for that FICA. And then the group insurance is gone. And liability insurance is the same. Now, group insurance, when it was in food registration, was only 10. So why would we have the 30 then in 1159? Wouldn't it be 10?
Well, we took some out of here and we took some out of 1161.
So 1161? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were,
I didn't have anything out of 1161 in 2026. So I don't know. I had a note that there was only one employee that actually took health insurance, but that may have changed.
Yeah.
So you have 3 positions that are going to have insurance there. Okay. All right, so that explains that. The total for the food registration fund I have is $34,563. Is that what you have, Nicole? Danica, you got it. Okay.
Be good next year.
I'm going to give Nicole a hard time. That's my goal. That's my goal. Okay.
This may be your last one.
Okay, so 34,563 for food registration fund. All right, and then Health First Indiana. Do we want to put the wages in for that one? See what those numbers are? So under regular wages, I've got the full-time sanitarian and I have a full-time school liaison.
Yes.
Does that sound correct? Okay.
And then it should be the 44% of the administrative assistant also, I believe. I can't remember. Is that how that would work out?
3%.
Yeah.
One moment here. All right, so on the administrative assistant, you're splitting that one.
Yes.
Okay. And what percentage were you wanting out of 1161?
53. Is that what we did last year? Yes.
All right. All right, well, regular wages, since the administrative assistant's not full-time anyway.
Correct.
Regular wages is gonna be 80,703. All right, and then, part-time is gonna be the sanitarian and the 53% then at that point. Okay, so. That's gonna be 38,104. And then FICA is
That's
gonna,
huge.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big jump.
for part-time,
Yeah.
I had 54,000 this current year.
We have 22, she only put 22,447. in
That's
there.
because I think,
I know, but
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't,
you know,
Okay, so
I
we
get it,
agree
I
that
get it.
her number is not right, and we have to go by what they made a motion of for pay. It's just gonna put it way over. While he's figuring, can I make a suggestion? Next year in your August, your regular meeting, can we decide then on what we're gonna do for raises and stuff?
I think
so
that would
we could
take
go
a-
ahead
You
and
could
have
pre-fill
all of
it.
Yeah.
these in?
I like
That would
it.
save a lot of time.
It would, it just make it easier, and it would give
Mhm.
all the departments a couple more weeks if they wanted to change something, so that we didn't have to sit and figure them one by one.
Well, and the amount of discussion we've had on that, and it's usually that way, it would be better
Yep.
served in
I like
a
that
regular
idea.
meeting.
Okay, so part-time is 38,104. I had 54,800 for the current year there, so it's, from my standpoint, a decrease, but, okay. And then FICA is 9,089. PERF, 9,039. And then there were some miscellaneous, moving some things around. Rent is only 11,922.
Only.
Well,
our rent's 17. It's 17, but if you go back, I will have to probably, I'm waiting to see exactly what I'm gonna have left over, cash balance at the end of the year.
so rent is really 17,000.
So this
per year.
11,922, where did that number come from? I mean, for contract
That is what I put
services.
in there that I could afford,
Mm.
Okay.
so,
And contract services is just the rent, correct?
pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
And it could also be like, say, we had to have somebody come in and just last week and maintenance our freezers, our vaccine fridge and things like that.
Incidental stuff.
Yeah, incidentals. So, but I tried to put those more in the medical supplies.
considering we're probably gonna have to come back to this anyway, I suggest we put the correct rent amount in here.
Bless you.
Because we need to have, I think we need an accurate snapshot first, and then there's gonna probably have to be some retooling on things.
So 17,000?
I would put the 17 back on.
17.5.
17.5, okay. And I had, for this current year, I had, we're in year 1.5 of 3. So for 27, we're gonna be 2.5 of 3, correct?
No.
Okay.
We went back to yearly,
So you did,
yes.
okay. What year,
So we did 3 years.
okay.
Now we're 1 year.
Year.
So for 27, it'll be year 1 of 3,
No.
or
We
2
we
of
won't
each
be
year.
doing any more 3 years. It'll be year by year.
year by year. Got it, okay.
Yep.
Makes
What'd you say?
sense.
Is expected to go up.
And, well, he did tell me that in not 2027, but 2028, it's probably gonna have to go up to 2,000 a month.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
In the rent world, that's cheap.
It is, but I'm the only department that has to pay it, so.
Yeah. Okay, so the other line items, there was like 2,500 added for cancer projects, 300 for vehicle, 1,000 for advertising. What all do we want to do with that stuff? Supplies did go down.
So when your travel expense and mileage, I mean, what do you use that? I mean, just,
The sanitarian for his vehicle.
okay, gotcha.
When you do shirts twice, I think that's it.
All right, and then on 1159, we need 47% of the administrative assistant there. For,
If you go back
yeah.
to 1161, and in her cancer projects line, you adopted $2,050. But if you look, I've given you guys an expended column for 2026. That's kind of new, we just found out we could do this. So you can see up to the date, she's already expended $3,432 of that. So you might want to have a discussion about that cancer project line, because she did spend more than what.
Okay.
What does that entail?
It's a mobile mammogram,
Okay.
so.
And not throwing you under the bus.
No,
but
no.
Maybe you need more money and then.
Well, no, we're only doing one mobile mammogram next month, or next year. So, and I think I know why that's over, is because I think that when the claim was written, it was written out of the wrong fund. So, that's something
No, I just wanted to check.
yeah, I seen that too the other day, and I was like, that shouldn't be.
so 25 's still good.
What,
For mobile mammogram, 2,500, it's in 1161. Cancer projects there, yes.
That's what 200 was, the phone was adopted to 1159.
Yeah. That's right.
where did, Christine, where did the utilities go?
The
they-
commissioners picked them up.
Okay, gotcha.
I think the commissioners ought to pay their rent too. I don't think that's fair.
Well,
Well, that's,
Sorry, you're in the general fund, and I know it's using general fund money.
Yeah, just move it all over to articles, that's all right,
But-
I understand.
17,005 is a big chunk, and if it's gonna go up in January, it's gonna be even more than that. And if she's only getting $137,000, you're already over, way over.
We are over.
And her cash balance now,
It's only like
this
58.
year, is gonna be iffy. Can she make it until the end of the year?
Oh, I'll make it to the end. I'm hoping to have about 20,000 left over. That's my goal.
That's a good point. I mean, that's kind of a,
It's not their fault that they had to move out of that building.
Right.
It's
No.
not their
Right.
fault that we don't have, and if we're cutting services, health-related services for rent, I think if there was an option, and I'm just throwing it out there, I'm not the boss, I just don't think it's fair that they should have to be using, and they're 1159, again, we already know it's gonna be cut, the levy fund, it's just not, and if you're absorbing 37.5 out of there for insurance, and they cut, then where are we gonna put that? You know,
Yep.
I mean, that has to be paid from somewhere, so if we could gain that 17.5 possibly, that would help them out with the,
I'd be good with that.
Is there any revenue
it's just the
generated from
general
your
fund,
office?
so.
Do what?
Is there any revenue generated from your office?
Yes.
Inspections?
Inspections, nursing services, food inspections, which the food inspection was the one that carried us. Death certificates, birth certificates, so.
Are these fees that are raised, are they competitive with other counties or?
I think our actual like restaurant fees and fees like that are a little low. So I was gonna ask the health board to look at that.
What about your septic system?
Yeah, I mean, it is, it's lower than other counties. So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what's our decision on rent?
I think it's a great idea to move it over towards the commissioners.
Commissioners, because commissioners are kind of over the,
Catch-all.
no, well, no, I didn't mean that, but I mean like buildings, you know, if they had not had to move, it would have been under your umbrella anyway.
Yep.
Okay, so 17.5 is being taken out of that. I'm gonna go to commissioners because we're gonna forget about it. So, what line item do we want?
Does that need a motion or anything?
Unless there's an objection, I don't think so. Does anybody not want to move rent?
Anybody else not want to move it? What's everybody?
That's under contract service.
Move the rent, yeah, rent to commissioners.
Yes, I think.
Contracts.
That also will, then you guys will negotiate that now, correct?
What's to say there's gonna be some negotiation?
Is there a rent line item?
Yeah, you guys will handle that
Number that
contract.
we could use?
So you could either put it in other services and charges, the 30100, or we can add a contract line item specifically for that.
I would prefer we do that, yes, yes. What line do we want to use for that?
37000 is the normal contract in most budgets, so I would just stay with the same number. Because they don't have anything else in there either.
Okay, so 37000, and it's contract services?
Yes. 37000.
Now, there's a contractual services 30000 already in the commissioner's budget. But this is, how is this one labeled?
Contract services.
Just contract. So we have contract and contractual.
We have
Okay.
Contractual services and contracts.
That's different, okay. 17.5. Okay. So I've got it in the commissioners now for that line item.
It's already there. So they already have
Other services would be 1068. Commissioner's budget. The contract services is there.
We already have a figure.
For contractual. These are contractual services.
Not,
So if there's something more added to it.
no, I know it's
Oh,
there.
okay.
I'm just letting you know, they've already had the figure in there. So it's not
It's
gonna be
not right
anything
now.
that's separate. Right. Then $225,000.
That one on that. And everybody else is saying that is under other services. Under that.
Did we have a total for 1159?
Not quite yet. We're not
Okay.
quite there yet.
Anton,
They're finishing up 1161.
Anton, could you give me on 1161 in regular wages, could you give me the breakdown between the two positions, or the two positions there?
Yeah, so the sanitarian part of that is 44,428. And then the school liaison is 36,276. So on 1161, after moving the rent, leaving cancer projects the way it is, and all the other requests as they are, I'm coming up with 151,285.
I'm still working on the other thing.
Okay.
So, give me just,
You said 151, 280.
Yeah. At the moment.
We took the contract
Yep.
services out of there and moved it to general funds.
Yeah, move to commissioners, yeah.
Yep, that's what I have.
We'll see what Nicole comes up with.
perfect.
Got you.
There we go. Yes. And then you went back to 1159?
No, he went back to 1161 because we took that contract services out of there. This one is zero.
Yeah. 151, 285?
We're good.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
So back to regular then?
Revenue coming in
Yes.
is only 137,000.
Right.
So we've got to figure out where $14,285 is going to come from. And she's hoping to have some carryover
I will have
in
carryover.
there. So if not, we'll have to keep an eye on the cash balances. But you already know you're short going into that.
Yeah, less short than we were,
Yeah.
but, yeah. And maybe you can go back to the health board, have the doctor review. Maybe there's some other adjustments you can make, but at least you know what we're looking at.
We are bare minimum
Okay.
with the state's requirements.
Okay.
So, I
Okay.
mean, probably even more than I should be.
Okay.
But
So back to 1159, we needed 47% of the administrative assistant in that line, not the full amount. So go back to that. It should be 11,704.
And that's the part-time.
Yeah, part-time.
Okay, we're in 1159.
Yep, that's correct. Part-time.
Okay.
11,704. The new FICA amount is 6365. And the grand total at the bottom, now this still has health in it, which we're gonna look at later. The bottom line at the moment is $135,076, and we match, so.
Well, that's gonna be tight.
And what we could do there is technically, like, if we end up taking the health out, then we could do a little bit more of the administrative assistant and less on the other fund. So there's some ways we can tweak it a little bit further there. But at the moment, until we figure out what we're doing on health, I would rather we keep it in here and then kind of reevaluate. So, and then food registration, I think we already matched on that, but just in case, $34,563.
Yeah, yes.
But that too also is a bit high considering the revenue, so. Anything else on health?
I think that's it.
Okay, do I have to come back, Lizzie? I'm done. Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the commissioners for taking that on.
Cumulative bridge, that's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Highway. It didn't really change. Cume Bridge didn't change.
Yeah, it's the same.
It is a fixed rate fund. So whatever the state is going to give us is what they give us, or at least what they allow with that rate. It's not state, but it is what it is, so. All right.
That's the one I've always had a question.
Mhm.
It's been $412,000.
Right.
And so, I mean, that is their fixed rate, even though we have a cash balance, can we?
Yeah, no, well, so we could make it higher, but then it'll eat into cash. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't pull in 412. Let's see here. That's a very good question. So, maximum levies. It is a part of our max. And last year, they approved with the rate that's not changed. They approved the budget at 412, 427, so they were fine with it. But the property tax revenue was, what's the fund number on that for the DLGF? Okay, so the property tax levy for it was actually 565, 290. So we might actually, you're building up some cash, you could always increase the line items, but we could always do an additional appropriation as well.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah. Now remember, if you ever change the rate, it affects the other levied funds because it's within the levy. So now I know we need money for bridges, but just throwing this out there, if there's ever a real pinch, you could always lower that rate a little bit, free up rate for election, health, that kind of thing. So there's that. But at the moment, it's more levy than your budget. So that's a good thing. Okay. And,
So you said it was the 565, 290?
yeah, that's what, based on last year's
Right.
1782.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right numbers here.
And the reason why is because with it being a fixed rate, that part doesn't adjust downward whenever the levy grows, it stays. And so whenever you have levy growth, fixed rates do very well because they're still pulling in that share. It's not adjusted. And that's why I mentioned you could always lower it a little bit to make up for the levy growth. And you could still do enough to maintain, the 412, the 450, even 500. But then you could free up a little bit for health, election, and so on. So there is that. And that's a commissioner thing, but just throwing that out there. EMS?
Okay, EMS.
This one is starting off confusing. You have papers in front of you, there's 3 sets of papers in front of you. We were going through these yesterday.
Yes.
When we did the initial budget, if you pull your sheets that have the green lines on them, that included the mobile integrated health program, which is a 3-year program. So it was 450,000, I believe, is what we added to his budget. For simplicity, we pulled out that, assigned it a new fund, and even though it's on a reimbursement, it's okay because we can pay everything out of unappropriated. So it's okay if it runs in the red and as long as claims are being made.
What's the new fund number?
It's on the screen, it's 9188.
9188.
This all happened like yesterday when Polly came.
Yeah. You can take me.
Actually, sheets back there to give to him.
Great.
So again, the green lines came out of his regular EMS 1151 fund, which brought his 1151 fund
Back down.
balance back down to, I believe, is 3,000,001 something.
That's helpful.
Is that?
And we'll see what we're at now with the
Yeah.
wages. Okay, that makes sense. Well, and what's weird too is I noticed in the initial, there was a sheriff retirement entry.
Rotation.
And we just thought you were being a nice guy,
That's
helping the
why-
sheriff's department out,
And
right?
that's actually,
Yeah.
Polly caught that
Yeah.
yesterday when we were talking, and the number, the line item number that we entered is a pre-set
Yeah.
number, like the 3700, we just
It
added to
just
the commission.
populated.
We just put it in as a, so that's what got us to thinking, for tracking for Chris and making it easier, and if he turns something in for one fund or the other, it'll just make it easier on him. So again, we pulled, all the green lines are out of his. The second set of numbers you have is what his accurate is.
You're fine.
All right, so thank you for doing that, Polly and Sheila. So on wages, can we start with part-time real quick? Start on that part.
Are we in the 1151 fund?
That is correct, yep. So utilizing the new rates that we have from the wage discussion earlier, but also keeping the same hours totals that I have in the spreadsheet, which is just a rough amount based on past years. I've got figures, but the hour amounts, I've got, and I don't know if this will even help you or not, but I've got 1,550 annual hours of part-time for paramedics and 1,550 hours per year part-time EMTs. So there's about, 3,100 hours worth of part-time that's kind of there that you draw from in some way or another. There's no real specific way to, but that's kind of the total. Does that sound like it's still in the ballpark of what 3,100 hours divided by, your part-time, they work 24-hour shifts, or do you split them out?
A lot of times what I use those for is, special events and for, transfers, stuff like that.
Okay.
We had talked about, we'd still love to be able to get a second station up north, and that's kind of where all this was going.
Okay.
So, if we can get that accomplished, that would be used to put those people up there, maybe,
As part-time?
8 hours a day or 10 hours a day.
I see what you're saying. So you would use part-time to staff that
Yeah.
during the daytime or start out in some capacity. But as far as your current operations and what you, is 3,100 hours a year still accurate?
Pretty close.
Okay. So with that then, I'm going to add in those two amounts. And then you still have a part-time office administrator, correct?
Yes.
So those are the three things that are going to go into the part-time line item. So that's going to be $95,519. And the estimate was pretty darn close. That's one of those situations.
Well, you're not.
All righty. And then appointed pay is $79,705. And then regular wages is going to be everybody else. So let's see what that comes out to
So-
here. Yes.
So the 11200 appointed pay, is that because of the, I didn't bring it up here with me, because of what you guys did?
This morning.
Okay, I was
That
gonna
is
say that
correct.
number didn't look right, but okay.
Yeah, it's moving closer to that midpoint for the
Okay.
position, plus the longevity is in there and all
All
that,
right.
so, yeah.
We can go.
Is that too much?
Thank you, Chris.
I just was wanting to
Yeah.
make sure that the numbers that I was working with when I did this, and there's a couple $1,000s off there, that's what I was trying to account for, so.
Yep.
You said closer to the midpoint. Is his position not at the midpoint?
Very few are, so with our action today, we move closer to that midpoint. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So, minus. All right, so for EMS, I'm going to take all full-time regular positions. I'm going to make sure our part-time is not in there. And that's going to be $1,007,560. Also, a very close number to what you had entered there, so. $1,007,560. So far, Chris has been hitting it well. Let's see if he can go 3 for 3 here. Now, regular salary, there's a line item under there, but that's one of the ones that got fixed here with this redo, correct? Because I don't have any record of a regular
Yeah, I
salary.
took
Okay.
that into the new
That's-
fund.
Okay.
That's back when we were, before they
All
were
right.
24-hour pay.
So we're going to take that out. Holiday benefits, that's the next one. That's going to be $50,378. And that's based on a non-election year of 13 8-hour days. And you'll notice it's similar to 26, and that's fine because we have the less days, but then we also had a pay increase. So it kind of canceled out a little bit, and it's pretty much the same. Next year, it'll go up because we'll have another raise and 2 more paid days, so. Okay,
So they get 8 hours of the 24 for holiday pay?
they get 104 hours a year essentially, because that's 13 days worth of 8 hours that everybody else got. So that gets liquidated when it comes around in each pay cycle, wherever it applies. We used to do quarterly, and that was a pain. So now it's done per payroll, and it's just added in, or, yeah, okay, so that's good. The auditor's office is good with that.
Because we would have to search for past employees if they worked that quarter and
Hmm.
they didn't pay that quarter. and-
Okay. All right, and then overtime would be the next one. Now, the normal, what I would call regularly scheduled overtime based on the cycle, if you remember, we did go to 24-hour shifts, and just by virtue of that, there's no avoiding a certain amount of overtime every payroll. So we have a matrix for that, and we figure that as closely as we can. That particular number is $292,193. So $292,193. But there's also regular just overtime, just it happens, and it's non-related to the schedule. So the question is how much it comes from that? Because we'd want to add those two numbers together to come up with our total for the budget.
Yeah, because that's quite a bit.
I'd say that number's pretty close to what I projected.
And I will say last year, because I actually still have that formula, we had 272,000 approximately for regularly scheduled, and then another 93 was added to that number. So for this year, do we want to take the 292, add the 93 again, or do we want to up that a little bit? Because the hourly rates have all gone
Yeah,
up.
The hourly rates, and I haven't seen those numbers to be able to figure, but yeah, that's.
I would add the 107, which is the difference in what he asked for, and the 292. And that's just 6,000 more than what was last year. But rates have gone up.
Well, so we have the 292, 193. Why don't we just add an even 100,000 then for the other overtime to that, just so we can kind of more easily identify it? Is that okay?
Okay.
It comes out to 392, 193. And I'll keep that formula in here because that was helpful, so we know the two parts or how we're coming up with that. And do you still think that having that regularly scheduled overtime, spending that kind of money versus additional staff is still the right trade? We kind of talked about this with 911 and, about the sweet spot, if you will, for your department.
We're
Okay.
still going to come out, because we're not paying the benefits and.
Okay,
such.
got it. Because if you were to add staff, you'd have to have the benefits and all that
Exactly.
stuff. So you might be able to reduce overtime, but then you're paying more in staff costs anyway. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. All right, so I think we got part-time, overtime, holiday benefits, regular wages, and appointed pay. I think that's it for wages. So now we can figure FICA. It's going to be on everything. So FICA is gonna be $124,340. Look at that. Gosh, you had 125 in there. Are you sure you didn't do all this math before you got here? Okay.
5% on
But he's done it a couple times.
Yeah, I think he's just lucky. All right, and then perf is gonna be on appointed pay and regular wages and holiday benefits and overtime. And that is 171,342. And then, again, sheriff retirement is really not a thing here, so we're gonna take that out. And then there was a medical supplies, 76,000, that was also moved over to the, was that a grant thing? Is that one of those?
Oh,
Yeah.
for the mobile integrated health.
Yep, 21.9, okay, so there's that. Clinical supplies went up about 15,000. Was that due to general or was that due to grant?
That's due to general. Right now, we get our medicine from Methodist Hospital. And we are in the process of getting our own DEA number, something there's a big push for, so we'll have our own DEA number and be purchasing our own meds. So there'll be an added cost there. So that's where that came from.
And you're just estimating that it would go to 75? We don't really know.
We don't know yet.
Okay.
The deal is with, the reason there's a push for it is the narcotics, the pain medicines that we use, because we don't have a DEA number yet, the hospital has to maintain ownership of those meds and then oversee us. The hospitals are looking for places to save money, so they pushed for EMS services to be able to get EMA or DEA numbers. So that the meds remain their property under our care, they're not allowed to charge us to pick up those meds. So we just go up there and get, meds. Of course, there's an accountability system, but
Right.
but we don't get charged for them currently. So whenever we get to this, where we have our own DEA, we will actually be purchasing meds under our DEA license.
So in the long run, you'll gain it back.
Pardon me?
So in the long run, you'll gain it back.
No, we're gonna end up paying. I mean, it's gonna, and I'm just guessing that's where
Breath in there.
it's gonna be.
Okay, so what do you think on that? Go with the 75 or something else?
I think so. I mean,
Okay.
I think for purposes of budgeting, I think we can stay with the 75 and then, excuse me, and then, if it ends up being more than that, I'll just have to appropriate some out of my cash balance next year, just to get a feel for what it's gonna be.
Okay. Gas oil went up, tires and tubes. Repair of equipment went up.
On the building and the structure, you spoke, and we spoke about it a lot, on the eventually putting a second station elsewhere. Should we be budgeting money towards that now?
I think so. It's something that me and Commissioner Hobbs have been discussing and working on and trying to figure out, a place. We just don't know yet what that's gonna look like, so.
Would the cost primarily be an upfront, getting something either built or set up, but then the maintenance part is just whatever ancillary utility, lighting, maybe some insurance? It's just what you're looking for is a spot, a home to house an ambulance. Staff can have an indoor space, bathroom, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I would think that with an upfront, maybe that'd be more of a one-time cash project, for instance, that could then get it set up and built or done, but not in a budget. Because you're not going to pay to set it up every year. Once it's set up, it's set up. You're going to have utilities and maintenance, repair. It wouldn't probably not be expensive from an operational standpoint. It's just that upfront, I think, right? Commissioner Hobbs?
Yes. There's a building up at Mill Grove. When I was the sheriff, we utilized that building. Taylorsville Township trustees. I've been in conversation with them about the last year. This is something Chris and I talked about quite a bit. We'll take Chris and we're going to meet with the trustees. When I was sheriff, we utilized that building a lot, spent some money, our own money on that building. It's a valuable asset for what Chris is wanting right now. We completely redone the inside. It's got, bathrooms, meeting rooms, kitchen, stuff like that. It's got the area. The only thing we need to do is redo the roof on one end for him to get an ambulance in there. But I think his project is going to be well worthwhile, and I think it's going to work. We have more information to come, but I agree with Anton. I think when we get to that point, if this building is going to work for Chris and the community and stuff like that, we probably need some one-time money to facilitate this building, but it's a great location, and it's great inside. It's state-of-the-art ready to go.
Other services and charges had $34.50. That was a new line item. Was that also the grant thing?
Yeah,
So we're going to take that out.
I think. Let's see. Well, wait a minute.
Are you talking about 30100?
Yep.
I don't have anything in that one.
See, I'm not showing anything on mine.
That might have been one of those. I'm just going to zero it on my end then.
Yeah.
And sheriff rotation vehicles, you weren't going to cover those? Okay.
As much as I'd like to, I don't.
So I'm going to put 0 on that one. Again, this may be the copy I was sent, but I'm going to make sure it's correct. Okay. And then travel expense mileage, there was a brand new amount there, $29.50.
That's for
So
the
that's a no. Okay.
right
Mine,
too.
not mine.
All righty. Telephone pagers, that went up about $3,000. Is that part of that also grant, you think?
Yes.
So maybe put it back to $2,500 from the prior year?
I don't see that on this new one though. Yeah, I know what I mean on this one fund that we took all of the,
Another one is cash balance, you gotta watch a little bit. If you look at his cash balance on the bottom number, you go 2 above it, that's his unexpended balance for his budget this year. If he spends all of it, it's gonna be close.
He does get settlement in December, though.
It's settlement
Right.
in December, but he's only expected to get,
300?
got 914 in June, and he's due to get
Oh, okay.
479,000 in December.
Okay. And while you're looking up telephone and pagers, utilities went up a little bit. Professional contracts was a new one. That also is the grant thing, correct? Okay. So I'm going to take that out. Liability insurance, we decided to keep it the same as 2026 for now. That's $67,760.
The liability insurance?
Yeah. And workers' comp below that at the bottom, same thing, 85,525. And for group insurance, he did it again to the penny. He had 250,000, and that's what we needed there with the increase that we approved.
Even?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
20 positions times 12,500 is 250,000. So he got it right. All right. So back to telephone, pagers.
Okay, good.
On workman's compensation, why are we not self-insured?
I don't know. It'd probably cost us a fortune if we had if you self-insure, you're on the hook for the injuries up to a certain amount. The injuries and the loss of wages and that kind of stuff. And then you'd have to have some kind of like a stop loss policy, like a maximum. So if you have a bad year, you hit it, then that insurance pays for the excess. And then they'll turn around and raise your rate the next year. So there's a lot of cost with that, going self-insurance on workers' comp, but it is an option. So
I think we've tried that a couple times over the years and did benefit the county. Best I can remember. Been some years ago, but it didn't do it. Because the problem was, if you have some major claims, it really throws a wrench into the mechanism. And that's what happened. We had some people that had surgeries that really escalated the cost here.
As far as telephone,
you think 2,500 is still good for that one?
it would go to 3,000.
Thinking it was maybe part of the integrated health and stuff.
I think so, I think that's what it was, because we're gonna end up with an extra phone for, to be able to create a hotspot.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what it was.
So 2,500, keep it the same, or are we looking at 3?
I'd rather go to 3 if we could, but.
This is for your normal
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, that's
Okay.
right, 2,500.
2,500? Okay. All right. Was there anything else that we needed to look at here or adjust?
So, okay, that was,
I noticed that defibrillator equipment went up a bit too. It went from 50,000 to 63.
Yeah, that's just been, everything's going up. So,
Is that a contract? Is that a contract?
no.
So I have a total. Oh, I'm curious to see if we match.
Right?
I've got 3,084,496. Ah, okay, good, we match.
Yes.
We match. So it's 3,084,496 is what the new total is there.
okay.
All right, and you can share that with me?
Yeah.
Because I was not keeping up whenever you was going over the stuff. So then, do we need to go over the mobile integrated health budget for everybody?
You have a clean copy of the new fund in front of you as far as the green line items are what needs to move into that fund. I don't know if we put them in already, so. You should have that, about who was it, Chris.
I just emailed you two as well.
I did see it come through, so, okay, I didn't know if it was something we were gonna talk about or not.
And then did you want to do both on pages?
Let me go to that and see where they got it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a grant fund, and so whatever the limitation is what it is. I would trust his judgment and what that needs to be for compliance with the grant. You are gonna have, and these are for 3 years, you said, the totals on the sheet.
Yes.
So for regular wages, I guess the only real technical thing we need is just a job description for the individual that position that you're wanting to create for that. I know you mentioned it would be someone with a paramedic level at a minimum. There's also some other administrative tasks and things they're doing. So I would start maybe with a paramedic job description, but then they're not going to be doing the daily run stuff and that part. But you might look it over and then come up with a draft, and then we'll need to approve that for him. So.
All right. All right, is that it?
I think so. That was easier than I thought it was gonna be.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
2 hours yesterday. but-
Yeah.
Well, you laid the groundwork for that, right? Well, that takes care of all the levy stuff.
Okay,
Do you
how
wanna-
far off the schedule are we?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, do you want to do cum cap real quick? That's under the commissioners anyway, but, yeah.
If this is, and Chris, if this is a full-time.
There's still,
position,
yeah.
are
Well,
you
Sam
paying
wanted
them
to
as a
know if we wanted to
contract
move,
employee? Are you paying them out of payroll? Because
commissioners
then we
and
need to
highway
figure
to
FICA
tomorrow,
for
so I
the
don't
insurance.
know.
It's going to be a
what
regular
everybody wants
payroll
to
type
do.
position, right? So, yeah, we would
Tomorrow
need
is
FICA,
pretty-
perf, and a benefits
It's a lot
outlined
easier.
in there.
Oh, you're not
So
coming
you're
tomorrow?
not working on those figures though right now?
Yeah, because it starts next year, right? The start of '27?
Or did a set.
Actually, their fiscal year is going to be different
Okay.
than what our
Huh.
fiscal year is. We'll actually be hiring
No, I
somebody this
mean,
year.
right above.
So
was
really
assessor,
sooner the better on the
assessor.
job description, because what we'll need to do is, we need to go to the wage consultant, make sure we get all the targets correct, classification, and then we need to set the dollar amount, approve the benefits, you know, fine tune those dollar amounts, so.
So for purposes of setting up the budget properly, so is this gonna be like a July, June fiscal year or June, July fiscal year
Yeah.
versus calendar
Jack's
year
already
then?
here, so, and, yeah, we could try building department and EMA.
Just
Neither
let
one of
us
those
know.
should be
It's okay.
too
Just let us know.
bad. And, yeah, because we got quite a bit of that
So the
already.
King
That sheriff's
Cabin
gonna
in
take a
there
while.
is 200,000, and that is what it's been, it is part of the commissioner's budget.
Yeah.
Are you gonna leave it at that?
Yeah, the levy max was 170,000 on this one. And we have cash, plenty of cash in there, so I think if you had it at 200, it's gonna work. They're not gonna cut it. So, and it's not much different than last year's, so I think we're probably okay with that, right?
Yeah,
Cum cap, 200,000.
yeah.
Done with the levy funds.
And then I have an idea here on schedule, just to throw this out, since we're almost up on the noon lunch anyway. I suspect commissioners would maybe okay with just doing theirs when we get back from lunch, but maybe
how do you-
go ahead and do building department, veterans, and EMA now before
That's
lunch.
kind of what Joe and I were talking
There
about.
you go. Just to kind of rework it,
Yeah.
because
How's
Sam,
that-
you're not going anywhere.
How's that sound?
No, I'll be here too. Is there any way we can work the commissioners and the highway back to back?
Oh,
I
yeah,
really got,
yeah.
Chad then needs to do something, and then even if we could do it tomorrow, either on the very first or at the very back end, that way I can keep Chad and company doing the things they need to do, so. I mean,
Tomorrow,
Norm, I'm not
yeah.
sure- I'm not sure what Norm's schedule's like either, but I've committed to single days for it, so.
The elected officials into today, there's quite a few you can move.
Yeah.
Everybody knew. The other issue that we're having is they're doing, the courts are doing the sentencing, so Ryan isn't gonna be readily available. Just, he would put him on at 1, he was gonna try to make sure he could, but that's the same time.
Okay, so one today was gonna mess him
We're
up.
gonna be doing the clerk, but you've already got her, so Ryan would have been next, so you'll gain a little bit of time there. Ryan might not be able to be here.
So would he do better for
I
tomorrow?
think he would take either time, we just need to let him know.
And we've already done assessor, which is tomorrow. We can do auditor, fit auditor in somewhere.
Oh, that's a mess.
Treasurer's close by, you know, we can fit in several here. We could even, depending, I mean, EMA is not too terribly complicated here. We have dispatch. I think we should just, between now and lunch, we should do everything in that grouping except highway and commissioners and move that, essentially.
Well, can we, I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's do building department,
Okay.
EMA, and veterans, and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay.
How's that sound?
All right.
Okay.
All right, so for the appointed pay, it's going to be $46,212. And then for regular wages,
Okay, it's under commissioners.
it's going to be $42,077.
On the regular wages?
Yep.
Or where are you? Yeah, 42.
So appointed
It's
pay.
tab 5 in your manuals.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's toward the back.
Did you find it?
The very last page.
Thank you.
So appointed pay, $46,212, regular wages, $42,077. And we'll get to that here, and then we have a request for part-time, 2,000. Now, I think this is relating to what we had identified this year. It was very incidental. It's this weird situation where the regular full-time building inspector may be on vacation or out of town, and they need to bring in a guy to fill a spot.
Yes.
And we had nothing on it this year. And so this 2,000 is for that
Yeah,
purpose.
it would cover that situation if he would need to go on vacation or be out sick. But I also listed $2,000 because it would really cover those hours, and if there were a situation where if I would happen to be able to take a vacation, the inspector can cover the office for me. He knows that role well enough to do that while I'm on vacation. But there are times when he does that things will pop up that are things such as like an emergency electrical need for inspection. The commissioners have said that they do not want us to close the office. So with that being said, there needs to be someone that the inspector could call if he's covering me on vacation and say, hey, I need someone to be able to run out and do this inspection. That way our office is staying open. So it would really not be a need for someone to take an entire day or even a whole half of a day typically, although that could be the case, but.
It's just more job oriented.
Yes, to come in and take however long it would take to get an inspection or two in a day done and pop back out.
Do you have somebody in mind for that?
I do. So we actually have historically used Josh Hogan, who also does inspections for the town of Spencer. That is who we've called in the past, but now we need an official job description, and I mean, it's kind of, we need to go through the formal process for it.
But still, you're still planning on using him?
So you're thinking 2,000 will be at, are you thinking 2,000 will be at?
How many?
Yes. Oh yeah, that would be more than enough. I don't know that we would even use that much, but it's a cushion that covers 70 hours total with a little extra in the event that there would be something happen major that would require a little more coverage.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did the math. The rate, the new rate is 22.757 per hour. And if I divide that into that 2,000 you're proposing, that's 87 and then some change hours per year that you'd be authorizing for this. So is that something we want to just incorporate, or do we want to hold off on that?
Put it in there, keep going.
I don't have a problem with it. I think that's a wise move on their part. because
Yeah. Solves an issue
now
right
how
now.
somebody gonna take a vacation or a sick day? I think we got, I want the office to be kept. There was times months ago when they should be open on a Monday and they wasn't because they were short staffed. So, no, I have no problem. I call for a vote if you want.
So it'd be a creation of a part-time building inspector position at the appropriate rate up to 87 hours per year is what you're looking at here.
You want that in a motion? Yes, I make that in a motion.
I'll second.
Well, I don't know which.
Give it to Daniel.
Okay. Motion made by Nick, seconded by Daniel. Any questions on that? All those in favor? Motion carried.
Okay, so now we can figure the,
If they're called in for emergency, I think they should have a minimum 2 hour pay. Called in for a 30-minute job, I think calling somebody in, they should give them 2 hours.
okay, so with that now 2,000 confirmed, we're going to go back to FICA. Oh, one moment here. Overtime, that was another part that feeds into this. So there's no overtime at the moment, right? That's not.
Currently in the office, it's all confirmed. Yeah, it's all confirmed.
And with the part-time now, with a little cushion if you're out, do we even need overtime
So,
there?
that's one of the things I was gonna bring up. I was kind of, I think we were encouraged to put an overtime line item in the budget previously.
Oh, okay.
But I've not seen an opportunity where we would touch that.
Well, let's just take it out. What do you think?
How much comp time do you have?
I am nowhere near the 70 I'm allowed, maybe 20 some hours.
Okay, and we talked about this in the past, and it'll come up to Jack White. It's a little different scenario.
We've got 15 hours.
County does not budget for comp time.
Right.
They budget no money for comp time because they can't. They budget for overtime. The commissioners are looking very hard at, we have a policy in place, the comp time, vacation, personal time, that's not being adhered to. So, good news, bad news, take it however you want. That is coming to the table to the commissioners, this will be enforced. I suggest that departments have some overtime budgeted because the comp time issue is going to be rectified. It has to be, because if you don't, the council is holding the bag on paying out this comp time stuff. And so I would like to leave an overtime budget with her, whether she uses, don't use it, great. Because if something comes up and she accumulates comp from whatever she did, and she does very well by using that, keeping it down. I don't want us to get into the push that where we have no overtime money and comp time is going past what it should. See what I'm saying? I'd rather have a little cushion there as not to have anything at all. Because the council is the one that's got to, you got to do the payout, and it's coming. And, you know, good news, bad news, the comp time issue is going to be, it's going to be direct, and then the policy is going to be enforced.
If you start adding overtime into the budgets that currently don't have them, are you gonna, is there gonna be a policy on they use overtime before comp time, or they?
It needs to
There's a
be.
policy that you're supposed to use your overtime budget
Yes.
before you accumulate comp time.
So
Again,
that's already on-
cannot
that's already-
stress enough, we've got to get our policies done. They're back and forth, and just like this, she should already have been using that per current county policy before she's accumulating the comp time. There's also a county policy that says every elected official or department head is to come to the council with a request to pay them out when they've reached their max. We have vacation, personal, and comp time, all three are in that current policy that you're entitled or you can accumulate, and once you reach that, you either use time to do it, or department heads are supposed to be coming and asking for payouts, and nobody has paid attention to that policy either. So policies are number one. We've got, absolutely has got to be addressed to get a handle on it. Your vacation and your personal are your big balances right now, but as short-staffed as every single office is, it is hard to get your employees out. Or this year, we've had all the trials with the courts. They don't have a choice. They've accumulated them, but when are they gonna get to use them? So again, we've got to get a handle on the policies, and just like this one, she should be using the overtime money that was put in there and not accumulating the comp.
All right.
And as quick as we're trying to get the policies reviewed with Addie, these are the little things that are coming up. And at last Addie meeting, we all decided, because we're just now getting to chapter 4, we asked her to go ahead and move forward and picking out anything that was federal or state laws that we're in violation of, and then we'll move forward with the other ones. But we've not got anything from her for several weeks either, but that was what she was instructed to do. Norm and Holly were on the last calls with her. So again, and what we have been doing with the policy so far, it was so important to get EMS done, but yet it hasn't been brought to the commissioners to approve as we're getting them. So I think we just need to take what we've got done so far, bring it to the commissioners, and then
I
let's
agree.
strive to move forward.
I'm going to agree with that, because we're in violation of our own policies. And we can't continue down the same path.
Diane, go ahead.
That's my problem downstairs. You know, she gets all these hours, she's the only one, she's my election deputy. I can't, you know, and she's gonna get at least 50 more here in the fall. I can't just send her home. We have an election to run. We don't have an option. And then what happens is we then have to try the year after to get all of those out. So she's gonna be gone all that time. And now we've got those all done. She's earning more vacation. We gotta get vacation back down. So now I gotta get her out for vacation. And that doesn't leave anyone in the office. That's where the problem comes in. That not having somebody else there.
So is the cure-all fix is overtime and no comp time?
At least it's budgeted for.
Right,
I mean,
right.
at least it's
If we're
That's-
not gonna budget for, if we're not gonna have some, I mean, we gotta have someone in the office, we can't close it.
And technically, everybody like at the
So-
courthouse, they won't get overtime because they only work 35 hours. So they don't actually get overtime pay until after they go over 40. So instead of earning, 5 hours in comp, they would just get 5 extra hours of additional pay because it wouldn't be actually overtime until it went over 40 hours for that
Which is
person.
my issue, because I'm a 35-hour employee.
Right.
So I get 35, my regular 35 hours, and then before I actually can touch my overtime budget, there's a 5-hour window in there. What does that mean for me if I work that extra 5 hours? If it's not comp and it's not, I can't use it for overtime, it's just regular pay, but I'm working 5 extra hours, so essentially it kind of, I don't know the right term for it, it's probably not.
It is
the right-
5 more hours, it's straight time.
Yes.
But I think overtime for purposes of the budget is just a generic description of what's above and beyond the normal scheduled amount of time. It doesn't refer to 1.5 versus straight. That's not really a function of the budget. So, I mean, the first thing that I would want to see before we pay anybody out anything and before we give extra money for overtime, the policies have to be finalized and
Yes.
adopted. The line has to be drawn first for me to approve.
Right, because we don't want to
Right.
pay this out and then it
Correct.
happen again, you
And
know?
I want people to use it first wherever they can or as much as possible before we pay anything out.
It's already happened twice.
But I don't
Oh, I know.
want, I'm not in favor of having
But once
overtime
again, the
in
policy was
this until we get the policy line
Mhm.
drawn. And that's just my opinion. Then we can talk about the solutions after the fact, and whether we pay people out or whether we do overtime or add part-time, whatever solutions, we need to have the stop the bleeding part first, then figure out how we want to maintain, is the way I look at it.
So your thought, Anton, is not to put the 5,000 in there?
Correct.
Okay.
But that's just my
Stop the
personal.
bleeding, then we will enforce it.
Then we'll have, yes, there has to be the stop the bleeding and the enforcement, yes.
Right.
And I want people to use, where they can, burn it down. I mean, if it's the day before Christmas Eve, or, there's times of the year that are better than others for certain departments to utilize, are our department heads putting down the hammer on that and forcing that to be done? I don't know. And some can better than others, depending on the situation, I get that. But there are better times than not, and some forward thinking that I think our department heads really need to grab by the bull by the horns and take, control of that and manage it.
If the policy is enforced, which it will be, your payroll comes to payroll. If somebody, if your comp time hours is 40 hours, and they turn in, it red flags it. They're not gonna be gaining any more company. It's a simple process.
Okay.
Enforce the policy. If anybody is above the 40 hour, or let's say, I'm using that as an example, they have to be paid whatever's above that, they gotta be paid. But if somebody turns in a couple hours of comp time, it's gonna red flag and payroll says you can't accumulate it anymore. You can't, it's so, they won't have comp time.
That's usually after the fact, though.
Yeah.
If you get all the way to payroll at that point, it's too late. They've already worked it. So you'd want to have something sooner in the process to make sure that the individual doesn't end up working hours that they're not going to get paid for, because that's just not going to happen. So we'd have to analyze, you see what I'm saying, Sam? We'd have to look at that process, yeah.
You gotta get something
Yeah.
worked out so people that don't go over the set hours.
That's where the department head needs to be responsible with this. There's a certain amount, it's not just fall into our laps and then we have to figure out how to solve the problem. I'm tired of doing that, to be honest. I just think that
But if
we
they don't
also.
have an overtime budget, then they don't have an option.
Yeah, it's the
Right.
department head's job to manage their department,
Right.
Yeah.
the hours that are run in their department. The question on the $5,000, that's in here. Okay, so if a policy does go into effect and something like that comes into play, if I don't have it in my budget, I can't put it in my budget later?
You can do an appropriation,
Okay.
but we'll have to figure that out.
Okay.
It's just at
That's
the
all my
moment.
concern is,
Yeah.
if there is something that does change, I just wanna make sure that
We'll have
if
to.
that changes, it can be addressed at a later date.
I think, yeah. And
What's
the,
the answer for the departments like hers that have no extra employee?
well, that's where we need a plan, and that's a good point, where it's the biggest challenge when you have like a one-person show, you know, because there is no flexibility.
There's not an option not to have an election, and I'm on the ballot. There's certain things I cannot do. That's not an option. I mean, and we've got calendar book, and I'll bring it, and everyone you can look at it for the whole year. Everything we have to do is laid out in there. We have to do things in order. There's nowhere to send somebody off, because we have to have prepping all this in line. And that's why when I talked before about she's gonna get all these hours and then it's gonna happen again, you know, in the fall, because we have to be there. You know, and then next year, I mean, I can't go without anyone in the office. And I can't be running that office and being the clerk that I should be. I mean, like for me, I'm only asking for 21 hours. I'm not asking for 28, I'm not asking for 35. So that we can clear this up. But if we make this, you know, effective, you know, I've tried to get ahead of it. And when I came in, it was bad. And we got rid of them. But I mean, it's not easy. You cannot run that office, and you can't. I mean, you close it.
That goes for several offices, it sounds like.
Madam Chair, I have a question on this computer program. I reckon we're moving on.
Are we moving on?
Yeah, so
now
what was
what
the
did we-
decision here on the
We need to
overtime?
know what the decision is on the overtime before we,
I would prefer zero, honestly.
we need, I don't know.
Unless there's any objection, zero?
Just,
Does anybody want overtime in there?
You're talking about putting zero there.
Correct.
I have no problem because you can come back to us. When the policy's put together, you can come back.
I think that the policy needs to be clear that, that you use overtime before calendar.
yeah, I agree.
But the computer.
Or you can do away with calendar.
Well, wait, we gotta do, we still have FICA and perf and all that,
Okay,
and then we'll move on to that.
okay.
Okay?
I'm just thinking.
All right, well, without overtime, then the FICA is 6907. And the perf is gonna be 9888.
And we're keeping the part-time in
Yep.
at 2,000, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Now are we ready to move on?
So just on yours, because with the overtime, you have a buffer there, as if you were to take vacation, you have somebody next in line to take your spot. If he leaves the office, then we approve 2,000 to, so that takes care of kind of
The
overtime
part-time,
area.
you don't mean overtime,
But not all offices have that luxury.
Correct.
okay.
So the big thing is 20,000 for other service and charges versus $2,500.
Right.
So bit of an increase there.
Yes, so that is something that I don't have officially finalized information on yet. It is, because I am waiting on one more quote before I can bring anything. So I am working with a few different companies on trying to get quotes for a software company that would allow us to digitize our permitting process for planning, zoning, and building department, and code enforcement, and inspections. So I have seen several different numbers for that. So I truly, to be honest, figured this number just a little high. because I wanna figure that into my budget rather than to have to come ask later. I think that might be smarter to know that that money is budgeted in.
I myself would like to see this more on a wish list.
Yeah,
instead
and that
of-
may have been a better place for it. I, in hindsight, think, I agree, that's probably more of a wish list
So just
item.
take it to 25 again.
2,500, yeah, I agree.
And then you can put a proposal together.
Yeah.
Vehicles, that went up 2,000?
Yeah, for just increases in fuel and potential repairs. We have a different vehicle than what we had before, and it uses gas differently, and the potential for repairs and tires, those sorts of things cost more, so.
All right, and then the rest is pretty much the
I had to
same.
step out, the computer program that, we're taking it out.
All
Just
right.
move it to a wish list with an actual, and the amount you put in there, is that
Was 100.
Yes, that was about.
was that a yearly cost or was that like a one-time cost for that program?
For the computer program?
Yeah.
It's initially it would be an initial upfront cost. It depends on what route I would go.
Gotcha.
So they have a couple different options. Some companies do an upfront cost that's higher and then a lower, like yearly. Some companies do a yearly cost that's a little higher, but no upfront cost. So it depends on how that would play out.
And the
And then
group
group insurance is 25,000. Again, subject, that might change, but I've got 150,084 for the total on this one. Okay.
And this is one that we're gonna have to really watch because the revenue does not match the budget.
So fees were increased. There was an update a couple months ago, commissioners
Yes.
approved.
So I
Okay.
actually have a little bit of information, I guess, on some of that. So I actually looked at our numbers from about this time last year versus this time this year, and we're actually, before the fee increases, already trending a little higher this year than we were last year. That was without the fee increases. So I think with the fee increases, I'm hopeful that that will bring revenue up a lot. I've already seen some increase this month with that change, and we've only been 15 days into that increase. I think it'll make a huge difference for the department, but it's early, so
Yeah.
it's gonna take some time to see how that really plays out. It's hard to project a number this early on, but.
We know generally where the fees were at and where they're at now. And
Yeah,
there's a
and
certain percentage that
Yes.
increase. So you could say, well, assuming similar volume,
Yes.
then your revenue will go up.
And so,
X,
as
right?
far as, yeah, and as far as our building permits, most of those essentially, most doubled, in price, but our electric permits only went up like $25. So,
Okay.
part of our revenue comes from those electric permits, so I didn't figure fully those numbers out, but I know that it is going to drastically change that end number, and we typically carry over a pretty good amount on cash balance. I think this past year, we carried over more than we did the previous year. So I am hopeful that we will see that come up quite a bit this year.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah.
All
We
right,
match.
thank you. Yeah, 25,000. We want to do EMA and not.
Yeah, he's pretty
before.
quick. We'll watch.
Come over and get the table. I can.
About felt like you
I did, I about made a hell of an
We'll keep that workman's comp insurance.
That's nice.
You know, love him. Yes, grandma.
You don't wanna have to pick me up. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
All right, so wages, we increase things, and this is very interesting. I think you might have Chris beat on the
I doubt it.
preciseness of your number. The budget, you had $56,011 in there for appointed pay. It's really $56,043. That's pretty darn good. So Jack, you should take all the credit you can take from that.
Chris actually gave me those numbers, so.
Okay.
Credit there.
That's funny. All right, so again, 56,043. You still have a certain amount of that that's based on scoring and some models and stuff. There is some reimbursement on that, correct?
Yeah, 18,361.
Okay. So that's still an accurate figure that we could expect in '27.
Yes,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah, that hasn't changed much in
It has
recent,
not.
yeah,
They,
yeah.
pigeonhole us into that. However many people we have in the county, and we're obviously on the lower tier of that,
Yeah.
and we complain about it every opportunity we get in the state, but, kind of Sam alluded to earlier, it doesn't help, doesn't change anything.
FICA 4287. PERF 6277. And then it looks like pretty much just some minor, up $100 on supplies, down on repair of equipment about 500, down 100 on equipment service. Really nothing of significant change here overall. So I've got 96,376 for the total on this budget.
The one thing I do want to mention, maybe more than one, but the contract on the tornado sirens. We have some sirens that aren't covered because they're newer than the other sirens. And I'm just not sure the juice is worth the squeeze on putting a maintenance agreement on it. We're, after watching what happened with the original sirens, they went several years before they needed much. And we're still kind of in the golden years where I don't think that we're gonna hit anything on those sirens. And if we do, Noah and I can do a lot of stuff to them without pulling ERS in. So I think, but with that being said, I want you guys to be aware of that.
At some point, yeah, it may be a thing.
Maybe next
yeah.
year, I don't know, but the possibility exists that we're gonna take a lightning strike, something's gonna go out, and it's gonna be a hit. We're kind of rolling the dice here. If you guys wanna roll the dice, we can do that, or you can cover 17 sirens.
Well, and plus, we did add that new disaster supply line item, and if you happen to have a year where we didn't use all of that, that could be used to transfer and cover a siren expense or something else that comes
Okay.
up, so.
You currently have 59,000 in that line item in your current budget. If you're only asking for 10,000, then that difference is gonna roll back into your county general fund.
Where's that number coming from again?
That was the 50,000 that the commissioners put in that line item specifically for him, for these situations. So,
Actually, it's to purchase some supplies for, water, MREs,
Yeah.
in case something bad
A
happens.
more immediate, we can do it now thing.
Yeah, I think I owe you an explanation on why that money's still there. First of all, we just got the place cleaned out where we're gonna store it in the armory. And that just happened in the last 30 days, where we got everything out. Now we really need pallet racking. to, you know, you want a place to put it. You don't want to stack this stuff on top of each other. So I'm looking for some pallet racking, and I've been around Chris long enough that I've become so daggone frugal that I don't want to buy this stuff new. There's got to be some pallet racking out there used somewhere. I don't want to spend our money on new pallet racking. I call JB Salvage regularly to see if they have anything come in. I've checked with Dusty. I've checked with Sam. I've checked with Cook and some of the manufacturers around here to see if they have anything. Nothing's popped up yet. So I'm just about to the point where we may buy the first round and set it on the floor, which won't hurt anything, but when you go stack it on top of it is when you start running into problems. So if I can't get the pallet racking soon, I'm gonna go ahead and buy MREs and water, and water's expensive. You can find a lot cheaper water out there than what I'm looking at, but it comes in foil bags, and almost every EMA director that was in the meeting the other day said, do not buy that stuff. Buy the stuff in the triple coated plastic bottles. It's got a 20-year shelf life, and that's really what we're after here. It's just, you know, something that may not need it for 10 or 15 years, but when we go to get it, it's there. You know, we're counting on it to be there for the community, and they said the foil pouches just do not last. You end up with a wet mess is all you got when you really need to give the community some water. So this is going to be a little bit expensive, but that's an explanation as to why the money's still there and we don't have anything in the armory yet. But it's going to happen.
Now, I only have 10,000 though there, not 50. So
His current year budget has a balance in that line item of 59,000.
59,000.
I think the commissioners put 50,000 in, that it was 10,000 a year after that.
And you had 10,000, so.
Okay.
But it, come December, if you still have a big balance, just give me a bill and we'll encumber it. If not, it just stays in the county general fund and you'd have to go back and ask for an appropriation. So rather than lose the 50 that you got,
That's what we did last year with Uline. We priced some pallet racking and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I don't.
Man, I really want
I
to
don't
find
have
this stuff
50 anywhere.
used.
So
I got
don't
you.
know what that
Do you?
is, but
Yeah. I got a lot of friends in the millwrights.
10,000
They
for
get that stuff all the time. So
Okay.
I'll get with you.
I should have thought about contacting you about
she has
that.
10 as well for this year. Where's
Yeah,
the
that's what I
50?
need.
they did, the commissioners moved, was it opioid?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Unrestricted
Well,
opioid money
okay.
to that line item.
all righty. Well, we don't have, the 10 is what it should be. We'll keep it that way, so, okay. So
Okay.
we do match. And then your LEPC, that stayed the same as well?
Yeah, the big figure there, there's been some, I wouldn't say revelations, but there's been some proposals to the LEPC, and I would like to move 2,000 of my proposal to you guys out of the training down to contract services. So 3,500 in contract services and then 500 in training.
Okay.
And that's not a big deal to move that back around, is it, later on if we have to? That's how I'd like to get that set up this year.
Transfer. Yeah. Is that okay?
Okay with me?
3,500 in,
Thank you, David.
So $500 in training and 3,500 in contract services. There was already 1,000 under other services and charges, so 5,000 total. Anything else you want to ask about?
The ADA
Yes.
increase,
Yes.
first of all, before we talk about that, the actual ADA budget is through the commissioners, right? That'll be like where we do the.
Isn't that the 30,000
The
that's
assessments
in the lit
It's
edit?
in the lit edit fund,
Okay.
under the ADA,
All right.
that's where we're paying
Yeah.
this current claims from.
Okay. But yeah, there's, I forwarded you guys the email from our ADA consultant explaining that those guidelines are going to increase the demand of hours on the ADA coordinator. And I'm completely fine if you guys want to find a different ADA coordinator. But it is going to be more of a demand. And when you've got the comp time issue that I've got, and then you add more hours, and everybody here knows that they told me to do this a few years ago. There's not been any increase in anything. It's kind of reared its head again. And
Yeah, that's
Kinda
something we
needs
need to
addressed.
kind of,
Yeah, I think the commissioners will need to evaluate and come up with some ideas or thoughts, and we can then look at that.
Okay,
But I think the concern is noted,
very good.
so, yeah.
So all I wanted to do
All
was
right.
Okay.
bring your attention.
all
Thank you
right,
guys very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Well, does everybody want to?
Time to eat before we turn into a pumpkin.
That's kind of what I was thinking. So, how long do we want to take for lunch? Everybody?
Back on 15.
1:15? 1:15?
All our youth are gonna do ours today, or we're gonna do ours till tomorrow, so I can get hold of it.
Um,
Do it back to back.
yeah.
Is tomorrow better for you?
Oh, no, you're fine. I
It
have
would be
pretty
because
good.
Chad's back out in the field now, and we got some issues
down in the
with
sheriff's bar?
331, and
So we could do, you guys and the sheriff tomorrow, if that would work better. Then we could move maybe what, the treasurer, recorder, auditor. I mean,
Yeah, just do.
Could you
kind of some of,
Switch
Can
these.
you move
Yeah.
us, and Norm, I hope this works out for you, if it don't, just tell me if it doesn't. Could you move the commissioners and the highway, go back to back, and move us to the end tomorrow?
The end?
That way the county highway can go ahead and do their stuff, but we got some issues down south going on,
okay.
that we need to deal with.
Oh, does that work out with everybody?
Yeah, if we can get the auditor, recorder, treasurer stuff all, I mean, well, that's already scheduled for the morning.
But I mean, we
We're
could,
only scheduled up to 2:45 really tomorrow, so we could do it then, right?
Just tell us what time you want us to be here, and I'll make sure everybody's here.
so when do we want to schedule the sheriff and then highway and commissioners?
See what you get done today and schedule before we leave.
What's that?
What'd you say, Joe?
We could, I mean, I'm good with having you guys on the end of, for tomorrow. What do you think, everybody?
Just tell us
And
what,
just say 3 o'clock, and that way
What's-
pretty much
3 o'clock?
every day out
With-
there.
3 o'clock, that way Chad can go ahead and do his stuff.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
Do you think that's enough for the highway? So it'd be just, what, highway and then the commissioners?
Yeah, it won't
Budget.
take long to fill, ours is all real.
Okay. All right,
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
When we get back, we want to have dispatch, is that okay to do that when we return from lunch then? Because they've been patiently waiting and they're in this block we
Mhm.
skipped.
Yeah.
And then veterans is also in that morning block. And opioid's not a big thing, but we can do those when we get back.
Yeah, sounds good. So what, 1:15 or there, around?
1:17 now.
Okay.
And then we'll
Okay,
start-
Joe,
then we'll start
I'm ready.
moving people up because the sheriff is in there, but if he's not available, then we can do auditor, treasurer, recorder,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. It'd be great to get the surveyor, soil and water, get those towards the end of tomorrow in, but
Yeah, well,
doesn't matter.
we'll see.
We'll be here in the morning.
All right, everybody's mics off.
I'm telling you, I said, the truck was too hard hitters.
Yes, ma'am. I think we're doing rural transit real quick.
And then I think Ryan wants to go ahead, if he can hurry up and get done, he'll be upstairs on
I brought these back, just in case you needed them, it's just got information about rural transit and ridership in Owen County. So I wanted to share, from January to July of this year, we've provided 4,036 rides in Owen County. That's about 673 trips per month. There's a required local match to receive federal funds to provide transportation in Owen County, and that's to indicate to the federal government that the local community is invested and interested in continuing the transportation. So far, we've raised part of that match, but there is still a deficit of $30,312. So I would like to ask for the Owen County Commissioners to consider meeting that match that remains. We've already raised $69,747 of the required match for Owen County.
Anton, you were you were here before, when they used to do the grant, and that was kind of something that this would have fallen
Excuse me
in.
being in between chips here, but.
No, you're fine. Here's another one.
Yes, we had, is this another
Yeah, there's two.
extra copy?
Yeah.
So we had a program set up years ago for these kind of things to help match local needs. This would classify as one of those, I would say. Humane Society, Fair Association, there's a lot of other organizations, but Rural Transit was one of the recipients of that. We had a grant program, and it awarded local money that went towards these type of things. We had a standardized grant application. We had a committee, and they scored all that, and then we had a chunk of money that was earmarked for that. But we got rid of that program because we had some financial issues several years ago, and it's just never been put back in place. And it was funded out of our Lit Edit Fund, at the time around 30-some thousand. But if we were to start to give money, for instance, to rural transit, I would want to make sure we have that kind of program back in place.
Right.
Because as you can imagine, every organization will be in front of us, and we just can't start saying, yep, we'll give you some, and we want to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity and that kind of thing. So if we were to give some money to rural transit, which I don't necessarily oppose, and I think it's a valuable service, I think we would want to make sure, I would want to make sure we have that kind of program back in place.
Yeah.
Without it, I'm not in favor of giving any organization any money. To me, just like anything else, we got to have a procedure, a process. There's got to be some fair opportunity, a standardized app, something structured instead of just a by request type of situation, because we don't have that much money. We'd love to give everybody every money they ask for. It'd be, $1 million, but we just don't have that. So that would be my input on that. I'm not opposed to that. I would be in favor of that. It's up to the majority of the council to decide if they want to do that and how much money to put towards that. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we had that program going, and I had a number of people come to me that wanted to know why I was giving their tax dollars away. And they really objected to it. I had a number of people, probably at least 6 or 8 people in a period of time here wanting to know why we was handing out money to possibly non-for-profit groups when it was tax dollars. And so I just wanted to make that comment.
Was this funded last year from Owen County?
No, I don't believe so.
We raised the local match through other resources. So the only way that rural transit will be able to provide public transportation for Owen County in 2027 will be if we make this match.
Okay.
The health department had a grant last year and they helped out. Who else this year has helped out? The town of Spencer has helped out. We put some of our bus advertising toward the match. We have a contract with Stone Belt to transport some of their clients. We have a contract with Sweet Owen Industries. That money also goes towards this match. So this money is directly for public transportation for Owen County residents.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that if we don't help you, then the services will not be available for the Owen County people?
If we do not make this match, we will not receive the federal money for Owen County. They require a match to show that the local community wants the service. The federal money is dependent upon the local community also giving money, showing that they're invested in this for their community.
Are you saying it needs to be the 30,000?
That's what remains of the match that we haven't been able to raise so far.
But that's not necessarily what the federal government is requiring.
The federal government's requiring $100,059 for Owen County, which is 19.11% of our total ridership. We've raised $69,747 to move toward that match. And so the balance is $30,312.
What's the deadline for that match?
Well, it would be for 2027, so by the January of 2027.
So you guys still have a few more
Oh,
months
yes.
to raise that. I'd like to have that something that we can discuss a little bit later, since we're kind of pressed for time.
All right, we still got a few months before.
Yes, that's why I just wanted to make
If you get another
sure.
10,000 and then come back to us and say, hey, we only need 20,000, then
Yes, I just wanted to make sure it was on your radar and that you understood what was at stake here for the citizens of Owen County.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, Sheriff.
Almost us.
Hello. How are you, Ryan and
Good, how are you?
Ashley?
Hello.
How are you all doing?
Yeah. What they all have.
All right. I don't know if I need that thing.
Good old 1170. Well, I'm working on the wage stuff here because I'm almost done.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure that, and you can talk about that while I'm doing this, the match or the earmark that we had in the budget for the jail, it was about 300,000. That was not in this budget, it was removed, but you found where it was.
It was in the maintenance line and not the contract, and it was moved over, and then it is zeroed out for this year because we went ahead and transferred it into the jail project fund. But we didn't put it in 2027 because we didn't know if you guys were gonna continue with that same match amount or change it. If you keep the 315,000 or whatever it was, I would like to be able to transfer it in January once we get our 1782, so that all of our money is going into the jail project, and we can keep better track and again, some of the appropriations that you approved earlier are because it was used, and it just was easy to do because we didn't have contracts or know what was there, and so it all works out, but.
Right, so for this year, because I doubt we're going to have any bond payment anyway this year, so we do have that amount we can, by the end of the year, transfer to the other correctional account, the 90, whatever the 9,000 series fund is. So there's money that we'll have saved available there to go towards the project. And in 2027, it's going to be more just a placeholder because we'll have probably a bond payment at that point. And that's going to be paid for, it could be paid for from that one part of that line item, but it may also have others, or we may move things around so it's all out of another fund or whatever, but that's a bit fluid at this point. I would want to at least see us keep that in the budget as it has been because we intend to apply that towards the jail, but it may not end up staying there, if that makes sense, depending on what, or we may increase it, you know, just to get closer, because we're going to need more money than what we have currently earmarked to cover a bond, so.
So 315,567 needs to be put in the line item 30700.
Okay, let's see, 30700, under maintenance? Is that right? Or do we want to put it into the other services and charges?
Because we put it in wrong on this year, yes.
So which one are we going to
Now,
do?
where are we at here?
30100.
Other services and charges?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's where we want to put that, 315,567. Nothing in maintenance. All right, so back.
So that would change, okay, say that again.
So other services and charges?
Other services and charges.
That's where
Okay,
you're going to
gotcha.
put that dollar amount
All
there,
right.
yeah. Maintenance is zero.
All right.
So wages, the only unknown I have is a little unfinished business for 26. If you remember before, we had a deputy detective that did evidence room management. We had added a new full-time position for evidence clerk or whatever, and you wanted to keep him with that for at least a brief period of time in order to transition.
Right.
We're now, you know, mostly through the year. Are we ready to go ahead and take that off and get that fixed? Or?
I think we can take that off. She has got the keys. He has very little, if anything, to do with evidence now. She's
Okay.
taken over.
Which is probably good, because you were wanting to separate, because he does do detective work and stuff, and it's kind of nice to have that
He
separation.
collects evidence. I don't want to.
Right, okay.
Touch
Makes
it.
sense to me,
Good point,
yes.
Good point.
So what I'll do, let me go into that then and make sure that that's not a part of it. And then we'll have some pretty exact figures for you. Let's see here.
So you were here earlier, we did the 20% WIS and then a 0.5% COLA.
Okay.
So those are the numbers differences he's giving you.
Okay.
Also, insurance went from 10,000 up to 12,500.
Now, we did talk about maybe taking that out of your fund. There's a couple of other funds like yours where we have a group health benefits line item. And for helping the auditor's office kind of consolidate everything and have one place and one line item, we may end up taking it out and putting it into like the commissioner's budget or something like that.
Right.
But in turn, we would wind up putting things in your fund to make up for that, like the retirement or vehicle rotation. So there may be a shift. We don't know yet on the numbers, but I think for now, what we're going to do is keep that line item in your budget with the appropriate number of positions times the 12,500 cost, and then just keep that there for now, but it may be something we end up shifting around, if that makes sense, so.
I do want to bring up a couple items. One, the Appellate Court of Indiana yesterday came down with a ruling regarding matrons' pay. I have the ruling in the court case right here that matrons are entitled by the law to have the same pay as a deputy. This was reaffirmed. This is about the third time it's been reaffirmed but this came down as of yesterday that the council is required, and this was a suit against the council of Posey County, and they also had to pay back all back pay because the law is clear. And I know we brought this up before, but I'm urging you to do what's right. The law says you have to. And it does state in here that the council cannot determine what those responsibilities are, and even if the responsibilities of the matron differ from those of the deputy, it does not apply and it does not change the law. And I will give this to you guys to do whatever you want with it, but,
So who dictates the job description?
what's that?
Who dictates the job description?
I dictate the job description.
Because like, there's been some sheriffs that are under investigation for that very type of deal with their jail maintenance, correct?
I can't hear you.
There's been some sheriffs in Indiana that are under investigation for their jail matrons was like a wife.
Right, and that's not an issue. The difference of, that was, not, what's north of Vigo?
Vermillion.
Vermillion. There was an issue that they were doing with commissary. The wife owned the company. That was the issue and why they were charged. This doesn't apply. We contract ours out anyway. But this is specifically on the pay of the matron according to the state law. And it states in there what the law is, under which title. And it also gives them more of a clarification that the council does not have the ability to say, well, your job description is different from those of a deputy, so we can change the pay. It takes that completely out and takes that away, so that that's not an argument point. And again, that came down yesterday from the appellate court. Also, I will give this to you. This is, you know what my cook makes. It's roughly $16 an hour. This is the surrounding counties on what their cooks make. You can pass that around too, but I urge you, she cannot survive. She brings home about $600 a month after she pays insurance. That is all that she makes. I'm asking for her to have a raise in pay because she cannot survive on that. I'm going to end up losing a cook, and I will tell you, of every county employee, she works the worst schedule of anybody in county government, I assure you. She comes in early in the morning, stays until lunch is almost ready to be prepared. She goes home. She has to come back in the evening to cook supper and then gets some of breakfast stuff ready for the next day, leaves, goes home, comes back at 3:30 in the morning, over and over and over and over every day. By far, she earns it. Yes, sir?
Does the state set how much the pay is?
Not for that, no. Not
I
for
mean for the matron.
No, it's based on the same base pay as a deputy.
And your deputies, okay. So we're quite a distance.
You're quite a distance, yes. And they are eligible to get back paid for up to 20 years, and any matron that was previous is eligible to get that pay back also, if they wanted to press the issue. And that was set forth by the Supreme Court of being able to go back 20 years. My matron's not been there that long. She was hired this year. But she was entitled from day one the pay of a deputy.
What is the deputy? I mean, I know there's variance there, but what's the base, $30?
I don't know hourly,
Are we
roughly
talking just regular deputy?
regular deputy pay.
Then base plus COLA currently is $31.147.
31,147?
For a straight deputy with base and COLA. That's not any longevity she may or may not have.
I believe I brought, in 23, I think it was, I brought you 2 case studies, or case laws, that also ruled in favor of matrons throughout the state for the same thing.
Ron, did you put a figure in there for your?
For my cook, no, I did not. Said she's at 16 now. I think, you got the paper.
It's loaded down. The matron's one's loaded. Or not the matron, the cook one did.
I think we're comparable to Clay and Putnam counties. We're definitely not comparable to Monroe. But with Putnam County, Clay County, we're comparable to them as far as demographics. Not necessarily inmate count, but when it comes to Clay County, because they got the federal, but they also get the federal money. But as far as demographics, we're similar.
So, you know, I'm, just to be blunt, I'm totally against that. I know I'll have to read the Court of Appeals opinion. When we talked about this before, our attorney reviewed it, had provided documentation to you, and based on that information at that time, it was determined that there was no obligation to pay anything of similar amount to a deputy, not even a jailer. But with the Court of Appeals making a new decision, we're going to need to review that and reevaluate that. And I think that's the best we can do at the moment. I know personally you probably have an opinion about it, but then there's also your opinion professionally as a sheriff. I mean, you really think a matron should be getting paid the same as one of your road deputies?
Legislators do.
Well, legislators
It's
may.
irrelevant of what
Okay.
I think. That's completely irrelevant.
But you may disagree, but
It's
you're
the-
saying
No,
that,
I can tell you, without my matron, we would fall apart.
but they should get paid the same as a road deputy.
I'm not saying what they should get paid. I'm saying that the law says that they should.
Okay.
I can't circumvent the law. I can only enforce it.
Well, we'll review it,
What
but
line is that? Is the matron pay in?
it'd be regular wages.
Under
is where it
regular
would go.
wages?
And I'm not saying we don't or do or have to with the law, but I do think we need to give it some review and make sure, because when we last left it, there was no obligation to do that. Now, Court of Appeals may have overturned that, then it probably will go to the Supreme Court, so there may be another ruling as well.
Again, this
you
has
know.
happened many times and it's been upheld every time. Every time it's been upheld. It's not been turned down once.
We didn't have
other
any
than
case
by-
law that supported it until this Court of Appeals decision.
No, the only support was from your attorney, just sending a letter saying that he doesn't believe that you have to. There was no.
It was per the
there
law,
was no, it wasn't per the law. Per the law is clear in what's written right there.
But
And it
I'm
gives you
talking
the
about 2
statute.
years ago when that was first, that didn't exist 2 years ago.
It's
so-
existed since 1972.
That Court of Appeals ruling? I thought that was just
Court of
now.
Appeals was yesterday. The law has
Okay.
been established since 1972.
Yes,
It was
and-
challenged in 1975, and the law was upheld. And then it's
Yes.
been continuously upheld in every court case that we've had.
Yeah, that's not the way the law reads prior to this. So obviously, we need to do some kind of review and make sure that's the case.
So what is the current matron pay?
Let's see.
Who? Matron?
It's 21.5?
If you go to the back 2 pages, I think 30, 31, 32, it states the conclusion and the ruling of the court.
So yes, I think we should do our review on it, but until then, probably should just stay the way the consultant advises. Why would the consultant have not said anything about it if it's required?
Your consultant?
Yes, and they do it across the state. So what makes, are
Who's
they
your consultant?
Wagner, Irwin, Shield?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. Because I'd want to consult with them.
If you also go to Gov salaries or whatever, I can't remember the name of the website, but it shows the Indiana salaries of matrons throughout the state, and it can, and then you can correspond that with the pay of the, base pay of the deputies, and
Does the fact book have the same deputy pay for matron for most counties our size, or is it different?
He named Putnam and Clay. Putnam's matron makes $67,210, and Clay's makes $60,693.
The matron?
Yes, yes.
Does
Do
it
their-
show what the deputy?
What does the deputy get paid? Road.
Chief deputy or deputy?
Just deputy.
Road deputy, is that what we're comparing to? So in Clay County, it's $68,621. In Putnam County, it is $67,000 to $81,000.
So why are their matrons not getting paid 68, 67,000?
They have 3 matrons also, Putnam County.
But wouldn't they all get paid the same?
No, because their others are considered deputy.
Ah,
They have only 1 true matron, and the others are deputies. Deputy matrons.
okay.
So, Ryan, how many, do we have just one matron?
We just have 1.
And it covers everything? Yeah, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. I don't, our sheriff came on board and he's asked this, I remember asking this before. I don't know why we're gonna put this off that time, but I respect your opinion, I do, but I don't know why we don't address it.
Well, we have addressed it 2 years ago. So if we're going to readdress it, we should probably give it the same due diligence we did then and come up with an official decision at that point.
Well, I would suggest instead of going through your consulting company, you go through another avenue of an attorney. Call the appellate courts, call the Supreme Court. You pay them. They have a reason
We
to
will.
lean to your side versus the law.
Yeah, we did all of that last time. We looked at the law, we talked with our attorney and the consultant. Paula, you remember that? It was not just the consultant. The law seemed pretty clear then. So unless something has changed with this ruling,
I would like to, I would like to just make that a focus, make sure that we're in compliance, because we absolutely don't want something that, would come back. But I don't feel comfortable with just voting on that right now. I want us to look into this and look into it hard. I don't mean just kind of, I want to make sure that our backs are covered.
and this is for 27 anyway. So we've got time to get it done right accordingly.
Moving on.
I'm just curious, what does the consultant charge us, like hourly rate to work on this?
It's $95 an hour.
Let's just say we spent out $20,000 and we're only on chapter 4.
Yeah, and we're looking at $9,000 difference, are we?
I'm not saying we're not, I'm just saying, I just want to look into it.
Yeah, I don't
that's my
think there's anything
personal
wrong with
opinion.
that.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but we're in budget hearing. I personally would like to see it addressed, but that's just me. Matter of fact, I'll make a motion that we raise the matron, which you have 1 matron, to chief, no, not chief, but to the base deputy pay. And that would fulfill the law, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
That's my motion.
Motion been made, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Nick, seconded by Daniel. Is there any questions on that?
So are you talking probationary deputy? Are we talking regular deputy, first-class deputy? What are we doing with that?
Come up with a pay, what?
It would be a probationary deputy's pay. That would
Same as probationary.
Probationary deputy pay.
And how much is that again? Is that the 31 or is that?
That was regular deputy that I gave
Okay.
earlier, not probationary.
3117 is what you said.
Yeah, that was
It'll
a-
be
that's
just
a little
under
bit-
30 an hour. It'll be 29 and some
29.
change, yeah. Yeah, again, I'm going to reiterate why it's important to hit the pause button, take a deep breath, look at I've not even read that yet, and we're expected to vote on this. I think we need to be very careful what we're doing here. And if it turns out we do need to do it, then we will. There's no
Most
question about
definitely.
that. If it is determined that the law says that and we're entitled to do that, then we'll take the appropriate steps to do it. I don't think we need to do it today during the workshop after not even reading the court case. I mean, think about it. That's why I'm going to vote no on this particular motion.
So if there's no other questions, all those in favor? All those opposed?
So again, we'll give it our diligence. It's not over, but
No.
let's do our work.
I
and we'll
do
make sure.
want to check it out.
Yeah,
for sure.
100%.
I definitely do. Because I know they do a lot of work, but I don't want to do something we really shouldn't do.
If it ended up being probationary plus for longevity, she'd be at 29.769.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. This is the first I've heard of it. So I understand stuff happened 2 years ago, but.
Yeah, I don't think you were here when we last did that.
Surely,
Well, called
there should be something coming out statewide to every agency, I would think.
Well, there is though, that's the thing. The law is clear and the statute, the IC code is in there of what we are to follow, what we have to obey. The appellate courts and all the court hearings are just upholding that, saying, yes, go back to the statute. The statute is clear, it says you must pay. And then the judges in this, they go back and explain why you must uphold that, and that explains it all. It's all written out there, the whole daggone case. What Posey County's counsel argument was, and what the judge's ruling was that opposed Posey County and said, no, it doesn't matter. You don't get to do that. That is determined by the sheriff, what her responsibilities are. And even if it may not sound the same as a deputy, the law is clear. And so that's what they reverted back to. So in the conclusion, if you look back at the last 3 pages, they go into that. Prior to that, you'll see what their rulings are, each individual appellate.
I'm ignorant to the whole situation, so I don't want to vote on this because I don't know either way.
So, moving on to Cook, what do we want to do with that?
Was there a proposal for the cook?
I would like to see at least a $3 raise. I mean, that's $19. She's at 16.
Right, let me double check.
What's the midpoint on it?
Yeah, what is the midpoint on that?
And it's still a lot less than what you've got in front of you for the other counties.
So the midpoint is 18.552.
She currently gets 16.74.
And the new pay is going to be 17.682.
That we voted in
We
now.
already voted for, it's about a $2,000 increase at the moment, plus $1,500 on the health insurance. So. So yes, I mean, your choices are leave it the way it is. You can also purposely change that or give it a specific dollar amount separate from everything else. You know where I stand on that. I think we should follow our system. They've already analyzed the cook part. They already have target wages. If you do this for one, you're going to have to raise everybody in that group by $3 an hour.
What else is in that group?
So we have all of highway, by the way, which was
Custodian, maintenance.
custodian, maintenance, are in that labor's trades, that grouping of positions. LTC is what they call it.
Have you given your cook job description? Is that your fault?
Yeah, I mean, she just prepares meals and works with inmates. I mean, it's, you guys have it, but it's pretty
Is it
simple.
most current, would you say, or is it out of date?
No, I would say it's current.
Okay. Because the other thought is if it hasn't been touched for a while, and there may be some things that aren't accurate, but.
She places orders for supplies for the kitchen, food supplies. She determines how much they need for each meal of each ingredient.
Has to meet the state guidelines for meals.
Nutrition.
Has to meet the state
Right.
guidelines.
Dietary.
For the right number of calories, right amount of protein, right amount of carbs, right amount, everything that has to be. Special diets, when we have inmates that have special diets.
That should be enough
Just one cook.
to monitor, I mean, to take it to a higher pay like this.
Could it not be reclassified, instead of just calling it a cook? Could it not be like a dietary or nutrition something? I mean, it's not really just cook.
No,
You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, and I said, she has by far the worst schedule you can ever imagine. I mean, I don't know how she has a normal life, besides go home, sleep, get up, come to work. Go home, sleep, get up, come to work. Multiple different times. It's awful. Yeah. Right, I got rid of the two part-timers. I only have one full-time.
Well, I would be more conducive to doing something if we take another look at that job description, because cook is just a generic, it's just a generic thing. It's referring to something that was probably developed 10 years ago. And the reason why I ask about the job description and being maybe out of date is the old part-time cook of the day, because we never had full-time until the last couple of years. The old part-time was just simply someone who came in and warmed up food or whatever. But now, if this person they're actually doing the ordering, they're doing the dietary management, that's a bit different. That's a more involved.
I mean, and that's something that I see that's lacking in here.
Correct.
Like the dietary management, I mean, because.
Yeah.
And none of the others leave in the middle of their shift, have to go home and come
Right.
back later.
So I think that's the route to go, is get an updated job description, reclassify it, come up with the new target. It surely would be more anyway, and then set it the correct way. That's the way I would approach that, if you're good with that.
I'm good with that.
Unless there's an objection,
No.
we'll put that on our list. How's
good
that
with that.
sound?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, for now, though, we have to use what we got.
Right.
I did take care of the detective sergeant evidence room thing. I took the evidence room thing off. So, give you a couple figures here.
You said that was 17,862.
Yes.
Still yours.
Seems like your cook is very active. And, wow.
All right, so kind of, if we can, going a little bit in the reverse. We have one deputy that's under the opioid fund.
Yes, Bill.
So let's get that dollar amount put in place, because that fund is fairly easy, and we can take him out of the equation here, so. Opioid is 1237.
Okay. I don't have, is that under the tab 18?
I don't think there is anything.
Nothing in there?
Anything was submitted for it. It's
Okay.
just always came from the 1237 and 1238 fund. 1237 cash balance is 145,674. And unrestricted is 65. I think you said yesterday 80, did you say 81 or 82,000?
Roughly 81. That's a ballpark.
Okay, so regular wages in opioid for that particular position is $72,723. Holiday benefits, $3,637. FICA is $5,563.
So we don't have this one then, right?
It should be in there.
No?
We don't have an opioid budget?
Nothing was turned in.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna need one. Okay. Well, then, yeah, we'll make sure the numbers, and then 12,500 for group insurance. The grand total for what will be this fund is 94,423.
I have it as under 1237.
Opioid
Yeah.
restricted fund.
What line
So what is it that is being predicted? Well, it has to go into 27. I mean, he's using it for this year. It was already budgeted. We have something. So
We just need to populate it.
You want to find out for 2027. Okay.
Alrighty.
We just use the same numbers. Is there, do you have the
Yeah,
2027 column?
Yeah, he originally had 75,362. Holiday benefits at 4,059. FICA at 6,076, and group insurance at 10,000, as is requested by the for 2020.
That's what I have.
So we have, that'll be 50,000 roughly in that restricted line item fund, and all of the others. And it was agreed when this position started, when opioid ran out, that the council would pick it up and maintain it. So, depending on what you do with that other $110,000, whether you have enough to budget for next year.
So we have revenue from opioid grant distributions, which is obviously not that amount much. Then we have the town of Spencer still contributes and partners with us on that. And is,
I got an email a week or two ago, I can't remember when it was now, stating that they would continue to do that because they have no programs that can utilize the restricted funds.
Funds just came in, the day that it came in, she had replied back that she wanted it to go to the sheriff. But they have to make that a motion in their meetings and then do the claim on that part of it. I just literally got done last weekend doing the annual opioid report. Town of Gosport has not spent a penny of their opioid money.
I wonder if there's an opportunity
I
there.
don't think they can.
They can
It's so
donate to
restricted.
you, just like the
Yeah.
town of Spencer can.
It's so restricted that there's only certain things that can be spent on. And there's a list.
Okay, so for, back to 1170, elected official pay is 110,108. And then under, I'm going to skip to regular salary because there's only one position that's in that. That's chief deputy, 98,584. And then regular wages, 1,835,868. And then holiday benefits, let's see here, 29,675, 29,675. So holiday benefits is 84,965.
You said there was only one regular salary, which was the chief deputy.
Yeah.
What about the jail commander?
He's under jail housing. And then there wasn't any part-time here. Oh, wait a minute, one more thing here. Let's see. Back to regular wages. 36. I've got a different figure here on regular wages, I apologize. 1,872,647. And then the other component that feeds into this is overtime. It looks like it just had gone up a little bit. Did you just do like a percentage?
Well,
Like 5%?
5%.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. So now I can give you the FICA part here. So we don't do FICA on deputies because they're a part of the, or we do FICA on deputies, so everybody's going to fit into that. That's the easy one. It's the other one that's not, so. All right, so we're figuring FICA on elected official, regular wages, regular salary, holiday, and overtime. And that is $172,062. Now, PERF, this is the one that's always a little different. So PERF is on everything except the deputy, the road deputies. So we have the admin, the matron, the jailers, and the cook, I think, are the ones that all fit into that. So. All right, 86,000. So on overtime, not all of the overtime is subject to PERF, because some of it is subject to police retirement. And last year, this current year, we took about 60% of the overtime amount and applied PERF to that. Is that still, it's probably a guess, but is that probably a good guess?
I guess so.
Okay. We'll run with it. We'll run with it.
And that's another one we can monitor pays.
We've been pretty close. So in 2025, we adopted an amount of $78,238, and you expended in 2025 $74,000.
Not bad.
Around 97, so that's-
So just with the general increase in pay, it'll end up maybe being about even. Okay, so on the PERF then, 91,700. So that takes care of all the wage-related stuff, fitting the two follow-ups that we're going to do. Anything else on wages, compensation?
I believe so.
Okay. There wasn't a huge amount of other changes. There's a little bit more for medical.
We're gonna do group insurance.
Then we had meals, liability insurance was all kept the same, but group health.
Yeah.
Health. There should be 33 eligible positions for full-time benefits. I think we only figured 32 last time. I'm not sure why, but 33 is the actual number. And that's going to be times 12,500.
412,500.
And that's 412,500. Again, that may not be in your budget if we reorganize where that's paid for at that point. So the total for this particular budget is $4,058,009, and we match. The projected revenue from local income tax is $4,006,005. So we're pretty darn close, and with your cash balance, I would suspect we're fine with these numbers, barring whatever increases we end up doing on the other two positions. But that's probably the best we can do at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then under jail housing, if you want to just finish out that one, we have the jail commander there. And under regular salary is where that is paid from. And that's $85,146.
Okay, I do not have that one either.
I have 87,081.
Yeah, I'm not, that, they probably entered a number when they did the budget projection, but as far as what our wage decision has been, it's 85,146. And then FICA is 6514. Perf, 9,536.
So are all these going to be,
I guess Sheila
Sent
or
to
somebody
us.
will have a new sheet.
Okay. Okay, that'd be great.
Go through and redo, we'll give you everything that you're doing whenever we're done. That way you have all the updates, and then if you move into September 14th and you make any changes, please draw.
And then I assume everything else you would want to keep the same in jail housing, is that right? For some reason, the numbers I did have, there were two of them that were missing. Other services and charges didn't have a number in it, and meals didn't. But do you still want other services and charges and meals in there?
Yeah.
Okay, so probably just the same.
Let me see and make sure something hasn't changed.
Okay.
Meals was 10,
Yep.
There's, yeah.
and it wasn't under other services, but maintenance was 5.
Got that, yep.
Supplies 30, equipment
Yep.
7,500.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think the rest of them are probably just the same as they were.
Yep.
And then the adjustment on the commander's pay is really the only big adjustment there. So at the end of the day, once you got that all together, I've got 173,696.
So you're paying insurance?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And do you
What
think
about
the
the group
oh, and then that's at
insurance?
12,500 for
Yeah.
the insurance, group insurance, yeah. Do you still think that that fund can support that?
Yeah.
We get enough revenue? Okay, okay.
You said 173,696?
Yes, we're good, right? So that takes care of 1170, it takes care of 4906. Correctional facility at the moment is just the normal 150 for maintenance. Again, we're going to see some activity on this next year. The projected revenue for next year is $1,151,199, so we're good there.
We've got our water heater went down, our other water heater is acting up, so those are 25,000 each.
We always take a bath with water heaters. All right. Firearms seem to be the same.
Yeah.
And K-9,
Same.
project income, same.
So on the K-9, that doesn't have a lot, I mean,
I was gonna say,
anything.
you have to watch cash balances.
Uh-huh.
So as you're writing claims out, make sure you have a cash balance, and anytime you get donations and that comes into you, you can, it'll just go to whatever the budget you approved. You still can't go over those line items, but you gotta make sure the cash is in there each time you spend something.
So I don't have a, for K-9, I do not have one of those either, I don't think. What's in, is that the one that's up here on the screen?
Yeah. The K-9.
So we've got, what, supplies, equipment, other services and charges, travel expense and training?
Yeah,
Okay, well, nothing under travel expense.
total of 26.
26,000?
Yeah.
And you have $86.99 in your cash balance. So again, you've gotta make sure if you spend it, that you at least have it in your cash balance. You can give the budget in hopes that you'll come up with 26,000.
Right.
Yeah, we've got some donation money, but it wasn't extravagant. I don't even remember what it was, do you? $689.
Well, and they are accepting donations, I'll say that. They had set up at the fair, and we're taking cash, and if anybody wants to help out,
Or coins, we're not.
coin or cash, whatever works, right? Preferably cash, dollars, paper money. Anyway, so security has the last of the wage stuff, if you want to do that next.
Yes.
So we have two positions that are under the regular wages for security, and I've got 132,913. $132,913. And then skipping down to part-time, $65,799. And then FICA for all of that, $15,201. We don't have any perf because the two full-time employees are a part of the police officer retirement, so they are figured in elsewhere. And they had 1,500 in uniforms, so I've got 215,413 match on that.
When Tony is retired.
Retirement, yeah. Yeah.
We will not replace that with a merit deputy.
Okay.
We're going to replace that with a special deputy.
Well, it has
A lot different than a merit deputy.
Yeah, he had some longevity, but the pay for a full-time special deputy for the courthouse is about 28, just over 28 an hour. And then we do have a part of the general fund that's for sheriff. It has the retirement there and the rotation of vehicles. And you know, Chris Lunsford originally offered to cover your rotation of vehicles and retirement, but we took it out of his budget.
He's a pretty nice guy. I don't care what you say about him.
So, police retirement, do we have any, you know, they always give us kind of a sheet that has an estimation, do we get?
I've not got that.
Okay. Can we get our hands on that?
I can request it.
Let's take a look at it. For now, do you want to just keep it the same?
Yeah.
Okay. 366, 430.
It'll be roughly, unless you guys got something different. I did not.
I was thinking when you received it was, for some reason I was thinking it was 360 something.
So we might be pretty close. Okay. Which is good.
I can't imagine it would change much.
And then rotation of vehicles, it looks like that also is the same.
Right.
So I know we have some rotating leases here. Do you know where we're at in what lease, like what year or?
So we would have just finished the first one. We would have just finished the first year lease. So we are in the 2 remaining ones. So we should have a little bit left over. We should have only 150 of that 220, or 220, whatever it is.
So 240 is adequate?
Yes.
Okay. I've got 606, 430 for that particular fund. Okay. And this might be that spot where we swap, you know, we take the health insurance out and put some of this back in, for example. So we'll have to figure that.
Yeah, it might work out. We'll have to do some moving around, but
Okay.
this was the down year where we end one and we don't start another one this year. Starting in January, we'll start into a new one.
And that's all I had for sheriff and security and jail and all that stuff, so.
That's all I got. Questions, answers?
And again, we'll follow up on those 2 items, you know. Sorry for the rocky start, but, you know, we got to have a chance to read it. We appreciate you bringing it up.
You bet.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sheila, can you pass me that wage study booklet you have?
Mine is yours if you need.
And Sheriff, can you, that copy you have for the matron stuff, can you get that to Sheila? Okay, and maybe she can then share it with us? And then the Court of Appeals, is that, can we keep that too? Can you scan it?
I have that electronically too. I can
Send it to us?
forward
Okay.
it to you.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
All right, we want to do dispatch next?
Yeah.
All right.
Being your first budget workshop as director, we have very high expectations.
Thank you so much for that.
So wages, appointed pay is the director's part. And that is going to be $65,824. And then here was my first question, holiday benefits. Those have traditionally been in all of, they've always been in the other fund, the 1235 fund, and there was a dollar amount there, but then there was a small dollar amount in this 1222. Is it okay to not have it in the 1222? Was there a particular reason that there was a little bit of split there, or is it needed at all?
Nice job, and it's always been there.
In 1222? I had 0 for 26.
Holiday benefits.
Then it says what?
20,312, 25.
Yeah, I didn't have anything for 2026.
Adopted budget, for whatever reason, you guys put 0, because you moved it last year
Right,
to 12.
that's what I'm getting at. I think we just put it all into 1235,
But
right,
then last year you did.
right. So unless there's any objection, I would just make sure we just keep it all in 1235, because that's where it's been since this last year. We don't have to have anything listed for, in 1222 for it, so.
We'll,
Okay. Yes.
we'll do the best we can to help out
Yes.
But, she didn't do this budget, so.
Understood, yes.
We're kind of trying to work through it and
Yep, and the amount to put in holiday benefits in that 1235 fund is $23,876.
23,876.
That is correct. And then back, sorry to keep jumping back and forth, but back to 1222, the FICA and the perf that's listed there was figured on the director's pay and the overtime. And in the other fund, it was tied to regular wages, so.
In last year, you moved it to 1235, both of those. So do you want to do that again this year?
Well, we had money in 26 in those two line items. I had 7916 in FICA and 11589 for perf. Is that correct? Okay. And I think that's just based on the ones that are in that fund. Yeah, so overtime might be the next thing to tackle, is how to handle that. There's been a lot of discussion about that and some review on Chris's part. So how much money do we want to actually put in overtime?
well, just my opinion is we know what we're spending this year. We know that there's a certain amount there that that is automatically populated because of their salary, or not their salary, their schedule. It seems like historically, they've always had an open position, so that means they're gonna have to fill that.
If that open position was filled, I
That
mean,
would
what would what would that make the overtime look like?
So it's really difficult to just say, okay, we need this much for overtime, because you have to account other things into it. So if I've got an open shift that needs filled or covered, you have to take the experience of that person that's on shift already into account. So I can't just put anybody to fill that shift. It's not just put a body in a chair. So
Right, I understand.
it varies
So-
of like, you're looking at paying the lowest amount, or you could be paying one of the higher paid dispatchers to cover that shift, and that whole 12 hours is gonna be overtime because we're already working our normal schedules.
So this overtime also pays for, like, whenever someone takes off to a vacation day or whatever, so it's, you know, yeah, there has been a lot of discussion here recently about it, but I don't know that 80,000 is out of line when you get talking about the scheduled overtime that they have, plus covering for shifts off. I don't know that that's that far out of line.
So that's at 3%. She pulled these numbers.
So how many hours per pay is considered overtime? What was the number on that? Was it 4, 6, 8?
4 per week, so 8 per pay.
So 8 hours per pay is considered overtime. Okay.
And she's got, if she's completely staffed, she's got 10.
Yeah.
So there's 80 hours a week at overtime.
Yeah, so 10.
Is that right? No, that's 80 hours per pay at overtime.
Right, per pay.
Per pay. 40 hours per week.
Yeah, so 8 per pay, and there are 26 pays. So that's 208 hours of 2,080, which is 10%. So I would say, at a minimum, again, if this is the structure we're working with and assuming full employment, if we take the wages of the 10 individuals and we multiply that by 10%, that gives us the part that is the schedule oriented, kind of like we do for EMS, and that comes out to almost $48,000 a year. And then we have the kind of the regular overtime, you know, just by virtue of people that are out of the office on vacation or some disaster and there's an extra person on staff, you know. So there's the other overtime to that. I can't see that as being, you know, $33,000 though, you know, taking us to 80. That seems like a lot for that. I can get the 48 and then some other amount for the disaster emergency overtime. But how much would be the question? I know it's a little bit of a guess, but.
Yeah, especially for me.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could just start out with something and continue to monitor it. I mean, if we were to put 55 or 60 in there, would that be sufficient to get that started? Because that certainly would be enough for the regularly scheduled stuff that we know is going to happen based on that. And then there's some additional in there for normal things that occur.
Figure that number
This person's
for,
position, is it gonna be at 25.37, they'll be at 19.80?
This is at the new rates that we last approved this morning. So it is up to date.
So the number that you came up with, 48,000-ish, was that taking into consideration
Time and a half.
the pay increase that they?
It was the pay increase, but time and a half, I'm trying to think about that now. That may not be in there. 10%. Yeah, because you probably think that a good chunk, because under EMS, we figure that about 90% of the overtime is at time and a half, and the 10% of it is straight time, just by virtue of where hours and holiday fall. And I would imagine it's similar here. So if I work that, this is rough math, by the way, but if I work that in, then that takes your regular stuff up to 69. Then we look at regular emergency overtime. We are getting a lot closer to 80.
So if we added another position, what would that, I mean,
we can't fill what we got though, is it?
well, I know, but there's, I mean, okay, then why have any positions if we're not gonna fill them? So, I mean,
Do you lose anybody if you add another position because they're not getting the overtime anymore? If they're banking on the overtime?
Some people, they get used to it.
Extra
and-
overtime or what's already there? Because we start
What they're
taking what's
scheduled.
already scheduled in there, we're probably gonna lose a whole lot of people. Some that's extra, others that's a lifeline.
Right, some people count on that.
They do. I would steer clear from that as much as possible.
I think if we filled the positions and then we see that we could add a position and take away some of the overtime at that point and maybe take that out of overtime if we could.
I don't know if that's an even trade.
Yeah, I don't know what the dollar amount would be.
I think if you were to make a significant dent in the regularly accumulated overtime, you'd have to have more than one position to make that work.
It would
Because
be
EMS was the same way.
Yeah, one position wouldn't do away with their overtime.
No.
It wouldn't do away with the overtime, and then you get into like what we had. You end up having to pay.
Not taking all of it, but
Then you just have to
Like
factor
hourly
in,
overtime,
they
but-
gotta be fully trained to really make a good schedule.
Yeah, and if you change the schedule up, you'd have to have more people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
you
I mean,
have to
at
have
least
more
fill
people
positions
plus,
like that.
True.
plus
you have the-
benefits.
I only show one vacant position, and you said we have two?
Mine.
Oh, yes, yes. I'm not counting that one. But yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, and eventually it'll be filled, but, yeah. Okay,
What'd you say on time for overtime, 80,000?
Well, gosh, you need at least 69 if you're going to take care of the regularly scheduled stuff, and then that's not counting incidental use.
And they do really good about trying to trade hours in the same pay to try to knock it, but sometimes it's just not doable. Makes sense.
So the question is 11,000 for the standard overtime enough, or is it too much?
I don't think the 11,000 would be enough, but that would give her a opportunity to try to.
Try to
Well, 'cause we're paying
chart it out and
36,000
see where it falls.
Just from now to the end of the year.
She's down to the last 4 months of the year, 2 open positions, and by the time she would advertise and get somebody hired, she's gonna be into the new year, and she just said that she had to keep an experienced person with a new person, which means you're gonna.
Some overtime.
So,
Let's leave it at the 80 and see where it takes us.
we know they're working on it, that's the, and she's gonna watch it or monitor it, and that's all you can do. But, and if she was to lose another employee or two, it's just gonna add that much more, so I wouldn't reduce it any. You don't wanna have to come back. She had money this time in insurance, thankfully, to help out, but I think she deserves the opportunity to at least try to figure it out and not have to totally not shift something or have to be available herself to work because she can't get somebody in there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, with 80,000, we can now give you a FICA number and a PERF number. So FICA is 11,156. And PERF is 16,332. And then I did update the group insurance to 137,500. But then there were other line items there to look at, so. Correct, yeah.
She must be counting line in there.
The group insurance you counted 11, correct?
Yep, 11 positions, yeah. So there was a bit of an increase on equipment. What was that for? It went from 12 to 18.
Is that the batteries for the upstairs thing? Just forgot 10 cents. What was it?
Went up 6,000.
Should we just keep it at 12 for now?
Yeah.
All right. Training went from 3,000 to 5,000.
I think they're looking at some different training programs. I know that's one of the things that she's emphasized with the board.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Getting some,
And then contract services actually went down. It was 65 the current year, and this looks like 40 is what's being requested there. I had InDigital, J&K, PowerPhone, IoT, and I actually had Central Square listed here. Heaven forbid, but are those all the services we are subscribing to still?
yeah, but it seemed to me like that, wasn't that J&K estimate right around that amount? I can't remember.
Close to it, probably, I'd have to look.
Because
I don't know that we should lower that.
right before the last director left, she had signed a new contract with J&K. She had put it out for bid. She moved away from ECS into J&K, and it seemed to me like I seen that number, and it was right around 40,000
Per year?
for J&K.
Seems like a pretty large amount for
I think that was
just
mostly
one of the
ECS,
vendors.
wasn't it?
Yeah, ECS's bid was just $500 more or something like
Mhm.
that. It wasn't, I mean, so it's,
I'll just stay here.
that's kind of, 'cause I took the guy from J&K around. He wanted to see every tower, because they're taking care of every tower now, and yeah, I don't know, I definitely wouldn't reduce that any, but it seems to me like, pardon me?
The 1222 fund has only paid $216 this year.
For contract services?
This is J&K, this is everybody that's paid them. 1222 is only on there once.
Yeah, it's not with J&K this year, in 2026. It'd be
ECS.
ECS, if you can look up a vendor.
It's ECS.
J&K doesn't go into effect until September 1st.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Calm down on that one,
That's
Yes. E-D, what?
I didn't say that.
There it is.
So PowerPhone is still good, InDigital, IoT. Any other vendors or contracts that you're aware of that we need to make sure we know that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But
It's 19.5
You what?
for
Total
what
responsibility.
you paid this year.
Contracted.
Well, maybe this is one of those follow-up items. Just give them a chance to dig a little deeper on contract services, make sure we have the vendors and the totals and the contracts are into Sheila. Just, let's clean it up, make sure it's correct. We did have 65,000 for this line item current year. It's
And I don't-
40 is the ask, so I mean, it is quite a bit lower, but that may not really be accurate.
I'm wondering here, if you look at 1235, it went up from
Yeah, it
3,000
did jump
last.
quite a bit.
So I'm wondering if maybe,
They've switched it.
I'm wondering if maybe she switched it to 1235 because there's certain things you can pay out of one
Yeah.
fund that you can't pay out of another. So that
That'd be
may,
about right.
that may be what she did, maybe?
So what do we want to do for now? Do we want to just kind of leave these numbers where they're at and then come back to this? Or do we want to restore the 65 here and lower, because that's still a $25,000 increase if we add the full, put it back to what it was, even if we took the 25, well, I guess that is exactly 25. So where you put it, I guess, the only thing that matters is can you use this fund to do that? Would be the trick.
Yeah, I'm not up on what can be spent out of which fund.
This is the more limited fund.
Where, yeah, it's more limited, that I would call, work with your state, you know, and just, they'll give you a list of what you can and can't. I do know there was 2 things that were written up.
I think I have a folder.
The prior year.
Yeah.
That might be something that would be good to find out what they've been written up on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 911, the state coordinator would be a good, who's an Owen Valley guy, I think. He's a Spencer person.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe just to double check, make sure, because it doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter in that we want to make sure it's from the right place that we're allowed to spend the money on. 1235 is the most flexible, there's no restriction there.
Right.
But this one is, and we do want to make sure it's correct. Group insurance was the 137.5, and then it looks like conference registration was increased from 2 to 5 there. We increased training by 2,000, but then this is another 3,000 for this part. Is that needed, or is that too much?
I mean, I could come up with a big story or something, but I don't be alive.
Chris, you were so good when we did your budget.
Well, I want to help make sure that she, you know something, yes, she really needs it.
I do. I really do.
I mean, you guys probably have to pay for something to keep some certification every year, right? I'm sure.
I don't know,
But conference and registration is, I mean, is there a new,
I don't know what conferences that she needs to go to.
Okay.
I would say being a new director, she probably needs to go to every one she can.
maybe, should we just put 3 in that for now instead of the
I
5?
think they pay for the class, just not maybe housing.
It's a little bit of an increase, but
So maybe that's why she increased it. The more, the merrier.
Well,
always, yes.
That just means I gotta go to more,
I'll take it to 3.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's higher
Let's-
than
Let's do
here.
the 3.
3?
On that note, is the Dave Costin contract, is it still valid or is it expired?
I think that's up now.
It expired, he had his full pay for the
Yeah.
2 different, and the only
He has agreed to
conversation
help
was
you out if you
to
need
He
it.
has, they
possibly
both
add
have
him for training.
an open line.
They,
Stuff, but that hasn't gone back to the commissioners.
they have, excuse me, they have agreed to,
I have an open line there, if needed.
if she needs something, she can reach out and they'll do what they can to help
Yeah.
her, so.
It's like a no compete clause, so you can't take them.
I've got 370,812.
For fun,
All right. Perfect. So 370,812 is the total for 1222.
okay.
Now 1235, I do have wage number for that. So there is where all the other positions are paid from. It's regular wages. And it's 477,505. And then holiday benefits, based on the 13 8-hour days, 23,876. FICA, 36,529.
Should send you a new sheet with the numbers.
Then I've got PERF, 53,481.
This would be your office supplies.
And then we talked about contract services. We were just going to leave that 25 increase there because the other one went down 25. So we're going to just leave that at the 28 that's been entered. Supplies went up quite a bit, 3,600 to 6,100. Seems like a lot, pretty big increase for supplies. what kind of supplies, I mean, there's obviously things for the bathroom, the kitchen, paper.
We did just get new chairs, signed a
Okay.
contract for new chairs. We got new headsets. However, I don't know if that falls under supplies or
be under
not.
equipment.
Probably equipment.
Equipment, maybe?
But there's nothing in 35 for
No.
equipment.
1020, but the state doesn't pay for that, do they?
And the chairs, we know aren't
No.
cheap. They're pretty specific.
Yeah, they're 20.
Chairs.
I do know that because that was something that
Yeah.
they previously sold I won't say sold it, they explained to the board
Right.
about, they're 24-hour chairs.
Yeah,
And there's a huge difference there.
I wish I had one of those.
Yeah.
My 6-hour chair right now is giving me fits. So,
Put it back in?
yeah, if you could do my lower back joke. So equipment versus supplies. Do you want to put something in equipment instead or move?
There's equipment in 1222.
Oh,
1222?
yeah, that's true. The equipment's over there. So maybe we just need to take supplies back down to the 36. Unless there's some known reason.
If you run out of
Just
toilet
know
paper,
that-
just go to the EMS.
Yeah, there you go. We can just run next door.
So you're wanting to go to 3,600, or 3,600
Yeah.
on equipment? Or I'm sorry, on supplies?
Yeah. And then uniforms have been something populated for several years, but that's now zero. So is there no longer a need for uniforms or?
I think the different directors implemented it and then others didn't.
Oh, okay. So what's your preference?
You want me to say right now?
And uniforms, you're probably
We
talking like
do
shirts,
Polos.
essentially, polo,
yeah.
okay.
And I mean, I think we have an abundant supply of them upstairs if
They
we
fit.
need them.
Okay.
You know, we have somebody that has to go to court, something like that. I don't know necessarily that we need a fund for it.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll just keep it zero, and then if there is something later on that needs an overhaul or something, that it could be done as an appropriation. Okay. All right, I've got 622,991. And just for reference, the revenue projection for this fund is 575,600. So there is almost $50,000 gap here. We need to be very careful of. The cash balance is pretty decent though. So, you know, we do want to be very careful with that.
Something that I've made a note on also was Central Square.
Yes.
That's something that, I don't know where that fits into this, if it even does, because I know that there's been kind of some talk back and forth that, well, no, it's the sheriffs, well, no, it's dispatches, and then at one point it was putting my mailbox to pay, wasn't it? So.
Yeah.
So that's something that still needs some attention, and we need to, I guess, be prepared to put a little bit back in here for that.
The motion earlier was to pay it from Riverboat for now, and then you guys are gonna look to see who all to split it up with, is kind of where
There's
you're
4
at.
different users on it,
Pardon me?
4 different users.
You've got us, PD uses it, Sheriff's Department uses it, and jail use it. Technically kinda you, but not as a main, or the 4 main.
We have a TV on our wall that shows our runs, but I mean, as far as using it and doing data entry into it or anything like that, we really don't use it. Now, I am trying to get,
Active ties into it, I guess,
yeah,
which you guys get your alerts on, but
I am trying to get monitors for my trucks so that I can see, like the police do when a run comes across, see the notes being entered and stuff like that, but as far as data entry and stuff, we don't use it for that, it's just for viewing only.
Would that fall under contract services under the commissioners?
For
for that data software that all those departments are using?
I don't know. Not sure on that.
I'm not sure where they pay for the stuff at, I just don't.
Yeah, the cash balance went up a little bit since the last month. It's 363,600, so that's good. And, you know, we do get, on the lit fund, sometimes there's a supplemental and that kind of stuff. On the other fund, there's the normal, there's a name for it, not stop loss, but it's got a name, hold harmless, some kind of a minimum distribution that the state gives us for Fund 1222. And I don't know that exact number, but there's also sometimes supplementals that go into that fund that are distributions from certain carriers. They might have a wireless carrier and you get a $20,000 check. So, and I'm sure Sheila has record of that, but there's other sources of income that go into 1222 besides the biggie from the state. And as long as that total of everything on average is close to the amount we've budgeted, we're good. And the cash balance there has been pretty decent as well, which kind of tells me that we're fine. It's 417,000 as of the other day, and it was 415 the end of July. So we've been on target, and we do have a sizable amount available. So that's all I had for dispatch. So we appreciate both of you jumping in on this so quickly.
Thank
We'll help
you.
out, answer questions best we can, but. All right, thank you.
Where are we at? Pardon? Okay.
Madam Chair, do we want to take 5 minutes?
Do you want to just do tourism real quick? Because
Yeah,
that's
let's
so
do
simple.
tourism real quick
So
first,
simple.
because it won't take long. Tourism. Let's see, that's number.
Hello, Jason.
I mean, it shouldn't, but it does.
Hey, how many you got?
Those are for us, and so everyone gets one of these,
No charge?
no charge.
He says no charge, I'll make some money.
Here you go.
Not bad. You're gonna get the best.
Got coupons in here?
Right now.
Buy one, get one. There it is.
Yeah.
Beth, next year I'd like to see some coupons.
What'd you say,
I'd
sir?
like to see some coupons next year.
Free towing?
Free trip to the falls or something?
So Jason, do you have an electronic copy of the summary you prepared in the back that can be shared with us?
Sure, I
as
can do
well?
that.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah.
Not recently, they have had some.
Did you get one?
I did, I'm sharing it right now.
Wait, you have an extra, you
I
can give
did.
it to one of the girls. Because, one of the members isn't here.
And if you're not signed up for their newsletter, you should be plugged in, because I do get these regularly, and it is helpful because it summarizes everything for the month that's coming up event-wise, and they do a pretty good job. That, between that and the EDC emails, I know exactly what's going on in Owen County, so something to think about.
Thanks for the plug, Anton.
So now the hardball question for you. No,
Okay.
so innkeeper's tax, if you remember, is a specific tax that we had added many years ago, probably a decade at this point, that is collected off of the cost of certain lodging expenses, like a hotel or a motel room, and in some cases, certain long-term rentals or short-term rentals, and sometimes some cabins, those kind of things. And then that revenue is then distributed to the Sweet Owen Convention and Visitors Bureau, and they have their own board that manage that, and that's what the $104,850 in the budget goes to. And that's all there is to his budget, so.
Yeah.
Now, what they do with it within that is up to their board, and that's outlined in there, I believe, so, just to give you a starter.
Well, all of you in your packet there have a copy of an activity report of some of the highlights of things that we've done at this, at this point in the year. And so, if you would like for me to, I'd be glad to briefly go through that, and then we can talk about the budget proposal. So on the activity report, I listed some highlights. So, for example, donations that we've done so far this year to support things in the community. We donated to the Owen County Theater and Arts Alliance to support their live stage productions. Freedom Community Center, the Owen County Heritage Culture Center, Gosport Town Park Revitalization, and the Coal City Preservation Society. And some of the donations we plan to make coming up are, we plan to make a donation to the fairgrounds, and McCormick's Creek State Park is going to do a tree identification trail, so we're going to donate to that. And then we do a lot of sponsorships of events and things like that throughout the year too. So as far as sponsorships go, we were one of the sponsors of the 5K race at McCormick's Creek. We sponsor some things at the Tivoli, for instance, the Lloyd Wood concert, and then coming up, it will be a Jingle Bell Rock concert, a Polar Express movie, and the Bloomington Symphony Orchestra, and we contributed to all of those. We made a sponsorship to the Owen County Fireworks Fund, the Vandalia Preservation Strawberry Fest, Gosport Lazy Days Festival, Gosport Lions Club 5K race, Lieber State Recreation Area Beach Bash and Fireworks Show, which will be coming up Labor Day weekend, Cataract Fire Department Bean Dinner Festival, the Arts, Blues, and Barbecue Festival coming up at McCormick's Creek, and we sponsor the monthly Owen County Chamber Chat, which is on WCLS radio station. Some things coming up that we plan to sponsor, the Vandalia Chili Fest and the Gosport Holiday Festival. And then some organizations that our organization is a member of include the Hoosier Outdoor Writers Association, the Indiana Tourism Association, Indiana State Festival Association, Discover Southern Indiana, and that membership comes through Owen County being part of the Regional Opportunities Initiative. They have an Indiana Uplands region, and the counties in that region are a member of Discover Southern Indiana. And we're a member of the Owen County Chamber of Commerce. We place a lot of advertisements throughout the year, and so some of those are being passed around for you to look at, some of the state level advertisements. So, for example, we advertise in the DNR Indiana Recreation Guide, Indiana State Festival booklet, the Owen News, Travel Indiana Magazine, See Indiana Travel Map. And so, those state level publications are distributed across the state at visitor centers all over the state. And then, we do some local advertising too, like the Owen County Fair Book, Gosport Lazy Days Festival Book, the Apple Butter Festival Book, and we were one of the sponsors of the Owen County Fair special section in the Owen News. In addition to advertising, we do a variety of other promotions to promote the county. We publish a monthly tourism newsletter about events that Anton was mentioning, and that's published through email, Facebook, and in print. And I gave each of you a copy of the July issue and the August issue, and the September issue will be coming out in the next few days. Some other things that we publish are the Visitor's Guide, the Hiking Guide to the county. We maintain a visitor's website, Facebook page, things like that. The Visitor Center lobby has a variety of brochures about Owen County. And then, of course, we mail out information, answer tourists' questions about visiting the county. We put together visitor packets for certain events like the trail race at the Owen Putnam State Forest. We send brochures to other county visitor centers, and we do some things like we put our brochures at the Indiana State Fairgrounds when they have the boat sport and travel show, and things like that. And we put event flyers on our windows at the visitor center, and a lot of people stop by and look to see what's going on and take pictures of those flyers. And then, as far as the budget proposal goes, I'll briefly go through it and point out the accounts that have changes to them. So, on FICA, there's the proposed amount for the 2027 budget has an increase of $400. Office supplies has a decrease of $500, and that's because we got a more efficient printer, so we're not paying as much for ink as we used to. We decreased postage and shipping by $1,000 because people don't order brochures through the mail as much as they used to. It's going more digital and looking at websites and things like that, but that still leaves us with $1,500 for mailing, and that's still mailing out a lot of stuff, so that will still work just fine. Printing reflects a $1,000 increase, and that's commercial printing. So that's not the printing that we do in the office. That's our publications that we distribute, which are commercially printed. Now, the largest increases have to do with increases in rent. So I'll take a moment to explain that. If you look at the internet, rent, and utilities accounts, so what's happening there is all of those have an increase. And the reason for that is we used to sublease our office space from Crane Credit Union. And so Crane's lease term expired at the end of May. And so we picked up the master lease directly from the building owner. And so because of that, we're paying more in rent. And so just some background on that. Our community bank is the one that helped set up that space where the visitor center is. And then Crane Credit Union purchased our community bank. And so, it was something that they were wanting to do for the community, both our community bank and Crane. And so they only charged us for our office space. So the visitors lobby and the meeting room, which we use a lot as a workroom, they weren't charging us rent on. So, they were giving us a really good deal on that. To a large degree, it reflects spaces that we've been using for years, but we won't be being charged rent for because Crane was picking up the difference on that. we now have the master lease directly with the building owner, and we did gain an additional office space, which we needed for some more workspace and storage space. So due to those increased expenses, there's now $1,200 in the internet account, which before we weren't paying anything for internet. And rent, it shows an increase of $5,000 and an increase in utilities of $1,500 because we weren't paying any utilities before either. And then there's $800 more in office furnishings just to purchase some furniture for that new office space. This reflects an increase in contract services of $500 and then a $1,000 increase to our donations account. So, and we're very thankful for what Crane Credit Union and before that, our community bank did for us. So, be glad to answer any questions about the activities report or the budget proposal.
Questions?
Thank you, you're doing a good job, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. All right, I think we are going to take that. Yeah, let's take a 5 or 10 minute break.
Oh, this was stuff you were gonna show me.
That was our copy in case we needed to talk about it.
Do you want a snack or anything?
I might have a little bit. Well, thank you all. We really
Thank you for
appreciate
coming.
We appreciate the support.
We appreciate Joe doing the free towing too.
It feels like it. I do a lot of variety. Streets clean.
I'm glad you do.
You wouldn't believe it.
You gonna take your bags back?
Okay.
Yeah, I can read you.
Yeah,
You can have one.
I'll take one.
Good job.
Help yourself. Just some snacky snacks. There's water over here if you want some. Donuts.
Yeah, I might stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Oh, I bet. Did you want any of these? You probably have those.
Yeah, I have them.
Except you haven't probably seen our apple butter ad.
Yeah.
Which Allison designed that. I thought it was nice.
That's really nice.
Yeah, she's good at designing.
She is. Now Marcy's here, you're gonna watch her presentation.
Yeah, I thought I'd stick around.
But did you end up getting? Thank you very much. I wanted to say that you didn't get that. Yes. Yeah, I did, 11, and I picked it up in my office, and thank you very much. Maybe in the middle. Yes, you're right, it was different. Well, fortunately, I didn't ask for anything. All right? Good. You got kids in the I gotta go catch Joe, so the reason I have like. And, I think that this, I really think that it's not just my key, first role community travel. There you go. Active, let me say active is not risk, it's technically. No, that's true. I did that. I always forget that. This is a bad guy for me. I work clearly, I tell you that, right? Yeah. So. I have to do this. So I'll come back here. Oh, yeah. Sir? Maybe something to try.
Oh, sure.
We'll be right up.
She has punching bag.
I said,
Yeah.
there's water right in here, that's not cold.
But I told her when he brought me shoes, and he wanted to get these from in, there's now this later. And he read me the right act, so I said, well, I'm starting to do it. Because the rest of it doesn't like.
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different kinds to choose from. So you just decide what you want. Is it operating? No. Take care of it. I called, by the way, I didn't get hold of him at the park. That's about part of the course. And, all right. There's down that road at Georgia. Plane. Does he have like a, does he have a business plan for it, how much it's gonna cost and budget and everything? That'd be okay. Meetings? All right. I have meetings tonight, how the hospital. I haven't. That's a lot.
We talked about it.
You want a snack there, sir?
I think I better
All
have
right.
a snack.
All right, put my brain on it.
What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the donuts, help yourself.
You can have mine.
They came from the donut shop. I haven't eaten Friday today. That's a really good response for budget day. See, you got snacks.
And we got three too, healthy people.
You're looking for that, and I understand, Johnson.
Donuts on one side and vegetables on the other. Far from.
Me too. Soon, I think that'd be a good sign.
I think so too.
How'd you get on work today?
PTO.
Oh, did you?
Nothing changed for us.
How's it doing? Ain't seen her?
I haven't heard from her.
What's up?
Been too busy.
Huh?
What's up? No.
Tell her I said howdy when you see her. I ain't seen her at all. I know they met her out there usually.
There's a,
Now, where's she at now?
so the agriculture sector go like this.
Oh, yeah.
We work the same.
See, now you got to but then there's, when the drum needs to spin, the agitator starts spinning, and then it's lying down,
Down there.
that sleeve will move.
Oh, yeah, you should. You can do that.
For some reason, that.
Give yourself some energy and then you can go do yourself. Oh, you are done?
I think you all should. It's like,
That's my fault.
Oh, she doesn't trust me.
I don't know, I'm basically walking this way too. Hers will.
I got your mess, hold on.
I think she's better.
Shame. Tomorrow's a new day. Alright. Is that on this?
I said, John.
Well, no, I mean, treasurer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Good job.
Maybe that's why we didn't have to.
Really, no,
Yeah.
No, but I mean.
But I wouldn't have held it.
Do I have another donut?
Yes, there's a whole bunch of them. John Fernley's. There's all different kinds in there.
Don't be afraid, Ann, I'll get one.
You think so?
She really is my recruiter. Oh, she really is.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with that one.
Is it chocolate?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm getting me some peanuts. Got some?
Hey, how are you?
Jason? You've watched none of them. Sorry, that wasn't very good.
That's too much talking.
And so he was hosting, and so I told him, I know what they're said, we need to grab
Alright, ready?
All right, who's next?
Lit economic development, since that's ahead of extension.
Okay.
Are we doing
Or do we want to do extension and then do lit, since it?
either way?
here? Okay, either one. So what do we want to do? Extension. Extension.
Okay, Pauline decision.
Pardon?
Who are we going with next?
Extension.
Okay. So we already talked about the wage stuff earlier this morning. So the position, we're doing those first. So the position that's in this budget for regular wages is the admin in the office. And I have a new dollar amount for you to make note of on that. Regular wages is $38,814.
Okay.
And then part-time, you have a seasonal part-time group of hours that you use. Correct. For, typically for head of fair time and kind of the lead up. It's like a 10-hour or a 10-week period of time, and then a couple of different people that fill in and help prep and stuff. Do you intend to keep the same number of hours or the same capacity for that part-time pool?
We would like to, if possible.
Okay, so no increase, but no decrease either. You just kind of want to keep it the same. We've had about 645 hours per year allocated for part-time. So if we stick with that and put that up against our new wage, then part-time is going to be $11,185.
Now, is that the one where it's, I mean, if, I forget what they call that.
The Earn Indiana.
Yes, yes.
Earn and Learn Indiana. So are we making sure that the individuals that are hired for that are eligible for that program? Because we've had a couple years here, I think recently, where they've not all been eligible.
There was 1 year last year, yes.
Okay.
But this year, she was from Franklin College, and so she is part of that
100%.
program.
Okay.
Great.
All righty, so we're good there, because that miscellaneous revenue, which is half of what we're allocating, want to make sure you update the miscellaneous revenue estimate for the auditor's office to update, because that helps our bottom line when we're submitting everything to the state. So just for reference, half of 11,185 is 5592.50. And that's just the wage part, or does that also include the Social Security, Medicare tax? Or do you know on?
I'm not sure
Okay.
on that one.
Because the number I gave you is just the wage part. So conservatively speaking, we would anticipate miscellaneous revenue from that and that 5092 figure. So, and then FICA is 3825. And then perf, which is only on the full-time position, is 4347. And that's it for wages. So I'll let you talk about the program changes and what's going on with Purdue Extension.
Okay. So I can talk a little bit about the transformation. So my name is Chrissy Jacob. I'm the Regional Operations Leader for Purdue Extension. So as Purdue Extension is going through a transformation, I am kind of taking on some of the former County Extension Director responsibilities, and I'm over 7 counties for our region. So Clay, Owen, Sullivan, Greene, Knox, Davies, and Martin County. I also have another co-regional operations leader in this region. But these 4 counties are my primary counties. But within this new transformation, we're moving to a service delivery model for 12 regions. As we're kind of moving toward this model, we're kind of working with educators in using their expertise across county lines. So really looking at our HHS educators and our A&R educators, and really using their expertise and focus areas outside of their county lines. So looking at Jamie Jo, she is really good at teaching food nutrition and human development. So she's really good at teaching that in Owen County and a lot of the programs here. But maybe her expertise is not really in financial resource management. So, but if there was, and I know there's some ask for that in Owen County, and she's done her best to teach that here. But educators are oftentimes spread thin, but she's done her best to teach that. But in this new model, an HHS educator in a neighboring county would come down and teach that here using their expertise, because that is their expertise to teach that here in covering this region. Whereas Jamie Jo would then maybe go to Clay County and teach human development in Clay County. And just using the expertise of the educators in our region to teach in Cross County. Along with that, we would just use delivery using more regional coordination, so just access to more expertise, not less service. The Jamie Jo would still have her home base here in Owen County. We would still, Cassie would still, you would still have your 4-H educator here in Owen County. You would see a slight difference in 4-H with that kind of cross-county, but not as significant as HHS and A&R. Some of that you might see is if, and Cassie's been on maternity leave, so a lot of this has happened since she's been gone. But, if she wanted somebody to come in and maybe teach an animal science workshop, another educator in another county might come in and maybe teach an animal science workshop, and she might go over to Clay County and do a STEM workshop or something like that. But for the most part, 95% of the time she would stay in Owen County. So you might see that with that. But additionally to that, we do have 2 community development regional educators that Owen County would also have access to through this Purdue Extension transformation that could bring programming into Owen County as well. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. I did want to touch base on the budget too. In previous years, the contractual services amount was honestly based on a grid and a formula that I never understood. I've been with Extension for 9 years. It was explained to me a couple times. Never understood how that formula was designed at all. Now I know I can clearly explain it. It is based on population in every county across the state. So in Owen County, the population is between 20 and 25,000. So the contractual services amount is 100,000. There is a table for that, so that's how much the contractual services is. And that is set for 2 years based on the population. And each county in the state of Indiana, it's based on the population. So there is a standard across the state for how much the contractual services amount is. A few other items that helped with the budget just a little bit. We did reduce the computer line item to $1,200, just because the educators will be working more in a regional model. Purdue didn't feel like that those computers should be billed to the county because they're not going to be working county specific. So only the county staff computers will be billed to the county. So that's why that was dropped down to $1,200. And then also the travel expense and mileage was dropped down to 500. That will only be used to pay for county staff, your intern, and the office manager mileage. Any educator mileage will be billed to Purdue and incorporated into that contractual services going forward after the first of the year.
Who gets paid out of the contract? Is that
Any educators.
any of them?
All right, so yeah, travel mileage was less and computer contract was less because of that. Contract services was more.
And that's basically something that's stipulated by Purdue, correct? So we don't really have a say-so.
So the employee is a county employee as opposed to a Purdue employee, correct?
Yeah, the contract is just contractual services with Purdue. They supply and manage the expertise and the educators and that kind of stuff. The only thing we pay for right now is a full-time office staff member and some part-time. So the rest of them is on Purdue.
Let me get this straight. Contract services went from 50 something to 100,000.
Yep.
Do we have an officer?
No. We don't.
That's the set rate that Purdue went to this year across the board.
I don't know how we would analyze it. I think it's too high for the county, but okay.
Yeah, and it, statewide, every county is facing this update. And it just depends on where you're at on the matrix. There's some counties that are pretty even, a couple that went down. But most went up, some 2.5 times. Ours did not go up 2.5 times, but it is what it is, I think, from what I've read and understood with it. And every county has to provide some kind of Purdue extension services.
So we're kind of trapped in that.
It's the
You're
only option.
saying that we can't even opt out if we want to close the whole
No,
program?
because
down?
it's state,
Yeah, it is state.
I mean, we have to have a, extension, and that's through Purdue, and so we really don't have.
You know, I wonder if the state is user friendly, because it doesn't seem like they mandate these things, but then they don't fund them.
Just try being in jail.
Trying to get a
Yeah.
raise for somebody's
Exactly.
jail, and here we are, the state says you will do this. I'm sorry, it's not you. It's not you. I'm sure she's saying
I feel like we're all in the same bind. We're asked to do more with less money.
Yeah, exactly.
So with these adjustments on the wages, the line items mentioned, and the new contract amount, the total I have is $167,421.
I know.
Do you like us? Everybody's up and running, are we done?
Yeah.
Want to make sure you don't have any more questions?
I think we're good. Thank you for
I
coming.
think looking, trying to figure out the changes, for people that are used to everything, specifically the fair and the services and the things that are there, so if we do little changes that might be significant. But I think trading resources from county to county, that is, to me, that is a huge improvement. Because again, you're not paying one person in every county or 5 people in every county to do the thing when they can travel. So I know there's a lot of counties that are not happy, but I personally think it's pretty good trading resources.
I think the nice thing about it is the services that you will get, like, my passion is perinatal mental health. So that's something that I've been being trained on, and that I'm, working with the New Beginnings and things like that to be able to provide programming for them. So I'll be able to go to other counties and be able to present this of those who didn't get trained and things like that. So, but yet finance isn't my strong suit. So, I'm able to bring in Jennifer, who's in Davies County, and that's her thing, and she loves it, and she loves to teach people about it. So you're getting more expertise because they're able to hone in on a specific program or program area to present that, instead of trying to be a master of a few you can be master of one instead of, not so proud of any, so yeah. Yeah, however that goes. Yeah. So, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now to Lit Edit.
So Lit Edit is a local income tax fund. It's a misnomer. We've talked about this many times. It's an old holdover from decades ago called economic development, but it's a different section of the Lit code that nowadays can be used for any lawful purpose that the county council deems appropriate. Yes, there's a reference to a capital improvement plan, which has been asked about before over the last several years. The commissioners have an ordinance that they've been passing. You'll be passing a new one.
Yes.
It's a, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Hobbs, it's just a one-pager, two-pager that identifies the budget that's been passed, and it cites Indiana code, and done.
Yes.
There's really not much more to that. Now, in 29, it's all gonna go get thrown out the door anyway, because local income tax is gonna be completely overhauled. But for now, we've got to work with what we've got. And within that particular budget, we have a few line items. The one that Marcy is in front of us on is contract services for the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Corporation for $75,000. So,
Okay.
yours.
So, just like Anton said, last year Economic Development signed a contract with the county commissioners for our contracted services for the year. We're working through that annual contract. As per the outlined in that contract, what we do is we give a quarterly report every quarter to the county commissioners, but as well to the town council, the county council. That usually comes out on the 1st, but this isn't the hot off the press World Arts version, but it's the one that will be coming. I want to go ahead and bring this one to you so that you could see that. We also have an economic development committee of 21 individuals, of which the county liaison, Commissioner Risk, is on, as well as the town liaison, Councilwoman Core. And so they both attend those meetings monthly when we have those EDC meetings. This last month, just this last Friday, we had our EDC Access event, and we were able to host the state comptroller and the state treasurer. So I've been giving reports. I'd be more than happy to go over this particular quarterly report with you and just answer any questions that you might have. And then also I brought a few things on the chamber side of things to share with you as we're upcoming and finishing up the year.
Do you, have like numbers, like what goes to, and what you use? Your budget, I know your contractual services, but I think when last year when we had talked about a quarterly report, I was thinking more numbers, just kind of what went where. So, and I think at some point you used to bring that for us.
Sheila, is the 2027 economic development budget, is that not, do they not have
Maybe
that
I
on their
didn't, maybe
digital?
I just didn't get it.
It's not
Packet, the council meeting packet.
Our packet for today.
Yeah, this morning's packet was in the back of that.
I got the contract.
The sample contract.
This
Yeah,
is
I've got
the
that.
2027 economic development budget that breaks all the numbers down.
Is the contract with the commissioners?
It is with the commissioners?
Was it 75,000 last year?
Yes, it was.
Well, it is not in that.
I did, yeah,
That is odd. I saw it somewhere.
I don't know if you can scan it or.
Marcy, do you have a copy with you?
I have a copy.
Okay, there we go.
And I have written homeless shelter on it, because that's no for
Yeah,
me.
this is, what I'm thinking this is, what I'm picturing is it's like a chart. And it has at the top, 20,
Yes.
26, 27, and it has line items.
Shows the income,
Right.
shows the expenditures.
That's what we're
Shows
at.
payroll, utilities, all of those things.
Okay.
So I guess while we're waiting, if you want, I can share with you the two things that I brought with you that's in the packet besides the quarterly report. Last year, we had several micro farms join the chamber, and so we want to make sure that we're always representing all of our chamber members. So this year, what you see is you see a micro farm A and micro farm tour B. We are bringing 2 school buses to the chamber on September 10th. You can purchase a ticket, get on those school buses. One will take you to Sunset Ridge Berries and Bloom and then Owen Valley Winery, and there will be other micro farm vendors at that location. The other tour will take you to Harriman Farms and then Harvest Moon Winery and then Compass Rose Farm, and there will be other farm vendors for you as well. And then while you're on the bus, you'll get to learn about micro farming also. So that's coming up on September 10th. It'll be about 2.5 hours. I think it'll be really fun. And then finally, one of our largest events is coming up is our annual banquet on October 6th. And we're having a special guest. Her name is Shelley Phelps. She's from Wetumpka, Alabama. She's got a fantastic Southern accent. When you talk to her, if you don't watch it, you will fall right into it. Her home of Wetumpka, Alabama was featured on Hometown Makeover on HGTV. So I'm really excited for her to come. She's very enthusiastic and inspirational, and I think anyone who comes will leave being like, yes, we can make our town better and do those things for our county. So I'd like to invite all of you to that as well. We have smaller events after that, but these are 2 and final large events for the year. Thank you very much. That was perfect timing. You will see my homeless shelter note on that, as that is something I will be working on. I wrote on that one.
Yeah, this is exactly what.
That's the same road.
Same thing.
One of the things that was mentioned in the update on Friday was the partnership with the commissioners on an economic development zone or area off 43. And you were highlighting the benefits of that, and can you share some information about that with the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Part of my job is to receive all kind of site selections that come through on my emails almost daily. What that is that's businesses and organizations that are looking to move their industries to various places within the state of Indiana. And on those site selections, they're looking for certain requirements, like are you close to rail, highways, all those different things. So every single time that comes across, I end up having to delete them because Owen County does not have property that would be attractive to businesses for them to move. And what they're looking for mainly is infrastructure. They're looking for property, infrastructure, again, close proximity to highways and different things like that. We have some properties here in town, but the acreage that's available does not appeal to those larger industries that are looking to move, or even for the industries that we currently have that would like to expand. So we've had this conversation, just trying to figure out how to grow, how to attract new businesses, to provide more jobs. And again, one of the largest things that is communicated to me in economic development is people would like to have their children and their grandchildren continue to live here. In order for that to happen, there needs to be jobs and there needs to be homes for them. And so attracting new business for those jobs and those jobs with good wages is part of economic development. So in part of that collaboration, we were looking at the acreage that the commissioners own on Highway 43. It currently brings in 0 property tax and is not on the tax roll at all. It's not bringing in anything to the county. If that property could be activated to bring in and attract new businesses, we did a projection analysis on that. And then if you look at only utilizing 36% of that property, the county would be able to bring in $1.4 million in property tax income, just using 36% of that property. Now, that's a complete moot point if you can't get infrastructure there. So what just so happens is that there is a Economic Development Administration federal grant called the FY 2025. Basically what that means is if your county was considered a disaster area in the year 2023, you are available to pull funds out of this one bucket. That bucket has $4.1 billion in it. And that's a lot of money. But you cannot pull any money out of that bucket unless you are considered a disaster area in the year 2023, which just so happens to be the year that the tornado hit the park. And Owen County is and was considered a disaster county in 2023. So we do have access to those funds. Of course, you have to apply for those funds and different things, but those funds can be utilized and only utilized for building up industrial areas with infrastructure. So, you know, there's a lot of things that have to fall into place, but to get infrastructure out to those 86 acres, you'd probably be looking at least $6 million worth of infrastructure. Owen County does not have $6 million to put in infrastructure to get there, so we're very reliant upon moving forward with that grant. There's other positives to that though, because if we were able to get funding for that infrastructure, the town, working with the county commissioners, would actually own that sewer line. And so therefore now, you're also bringing in a source of income for the town, because the town would be able to own that infrastructure for the life of the infrastructure. And that means, and I've spoken with Andy Klein, he's on my board, he's very interested in the possibility, if that happens, to get McCormick's Creek Elementary School on the town sewer, as well as the housing division that's right across from the school. So what Anton is talking about in the report that we gave out the EDC Access is there's a possibility, and there's a lot of things that have to fall into place, but to create a new source of income for the county and a new source of income for the town that would be long-term sustainable, that does not exist right now, that you could go ahead and continue to utilize for all kinds of things, like filling potholes. Does that help? That's a long explanation.
Why can't we use that line of thinking with the sewer and the jail?
Yeah, so,
Selling the property outright.
Great question. So actually, it would be better if the county commissioners leased that property and did not sell that property, no? Because that would create another,
Right.
so then, well then that would be something to look at then, to put it back on the tax roll.
As long as the commissioners own it, they won't pay tax on it.
yeah.
You can't increase who you lease it to.
That's true.
That maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and would it be, and again, this is what ifs.
Yeah, it's a lot of what ifs.
But, you know, would it be TIF though? Or would it be just a normal part of the assessments?
So that would be part of the discussion to
Okay.
determine whether or not you're going to make this an industrial TIF zone.
Okay.
If you did that, that would kind of help with putting in some of the infrastructure, because you could borrow from the,
Correct.
you know, the
Yes.
funds that you're going to be putting into the property.
Well, and that's why I asked that, because you mentioned revenue, and that's the one thing that kind of was a little red flag, and when I heard it was, you know, it doesn't create any new money unless you're capturing it and using it through a TIF to cover the infrastructure cost of the property. Outside of that, if it's just taking it out of the commissioner's tax-free and putting it into private ownership that's taxable, it's just a part of the levy and it lowers everybody's rate slightly. But there's no new money that comes from that. So
like
just
you
want to
said,
make sure we're,
It's a big project. It
Yeah.
would be a lot of things falling into place.
yes, just want to make sure we're clear on that.
So is there anything else in the county that would qualify for those funds besides that area? Is there any-
It has to be infrastructure, and it has to be infrastructure that's increasing business and industry within the county. Yes, sir.
On the READY grant, or the READY, this right here.
Yes.
Is that a grant that was awarded?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That was a 2-year process in putting that grant together.
You wrote that grant?
Yes, I did. 2 years ago, the state came out with Ready 2.0. We ended up putting several applications in for those funds, but again, one of our greatest needs in Owen County is infrastructure, and at that time, the state decided that they weren't going to give any funds towards anything that was underground. So none of our applications received any funding. It was right after that that Eli Lilly came out with a $250 million arts and cultural grant. And so in the basement of the chamber had been a plan that the town had put together for Cooper Commons a long time ago that was just sitting there. So we went back to the town, asked them to revitalize that plan. We were the first people in the state to apply for those funds, and then there weren't many others that came after that. And so they kind of put a halt on the entire program and decided to send consulting agencies out into each of the regions to help those regions come up with art and cultural plans. And so then that was my job to keep us at the top, right? So I kept saying, hey, like, you know, we were the first in, don't forget about us. So this went through several renditions. I'm very thankful, though. I asked the Arts Commission, I said, hey, can you just keep punching it full of holes for me? Tell me everything that's wrong with it, because I want to make sure we're competitive. And so they made that announcement in July, that after 2 years and several renditions, the Chamber of Commerce is able to receive $1 million to activate Cooper Commons and create a new Sweet Owen Arts Park.
Will that cover the majority of the cost on that?
So part of the information that I received back from the Arts Commission, we asked for a total of, the project to do the entire park is a $6.7 million project. We asked for $4.2 million. We received $1 million. So before I signed any dotted line, I asked them, hey, if you're looking for a result of a $6.7 million project, I'm not signing this dotted line because that's too big of a gap, okay? They said no, and in the grant, we phased everything, and we phased our phases. So they said, Marcy, go ahead and start with your phases 1, 2, and 3, and use those funds for that. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to still raise another $500,000 and let this be a $1.5 million project. And that way we'd be able to completely finish phases 1, 2, 3, and 4. Phase 1 would be an arts market pavilion that also comes with an entrepreneurial program for all of our artists here in the community. A new My Path trailhead and sculpture garden that would show the different sculptures from Kim Buckland. He's helping partnering on this as well. A canoe launch, and then also a very large playground, because the town has activated the park by putting a pickleball court and basketball court there, and people are there every single day utilizing that park. And the Arts Market Pavilion is going to be fantastic. It probably won't activate that space daily. A playground would activate that space daily, and that's part of the result of what we're wanting to see. So we'd like to raise $500,000 to accomplish those 4 phases. Thanks for asking. So basically, Economic Development is asking for $75,000 contingent upon the signing of the commissioners with our contract, which we are on the agenda for the commissioners meeting on the 8th of September.
And then the other items on here were another year of the ADA projects and the $30,000 for that. $250,000 Community Crossings Grant Program match money. And then the new amount for health is $625,000. That's based on 50 positions at the new $12,500 amount. So. There's just not a lot in this particular fund. It's pretty simple. That comes out to $980,000. The revenue estimate is $1,332,300. So this is where we're going to be able to help on some of the other parts of our budget that we've been adding to, because we've added a lot of things today to our bottom line. So we're going to have to figure out how to offset some of that. So there would be some capacity here on this particular fund to cover some of those expenses. And the other thing is, like we talked about, health insurance and moving some things around. This could be the place where we put building and project related stuff in, or the jail match, or more on the jail, or whatever, could come out of here, and then we shift these things back out into other funds. So there's a lot of places we can work with here, this fund being one of those. We talked about the community services grant stuff when Rural Transit was here. This particular fund is where that was at. So if we pursue that and that's something we end up doing, then this could be a place to put that line item. It's 30, looks like 32000 is what was used in the past for that. We've talked about grant writer. We've talked about grants, Polly. And, you know, could we have something grant oriented to maximize what we can go after? This would be another spot for that. So there's some things to think about, but at the moment, I've got 980,000 on this one. So we got 30,000 for ADA, 75 EDC, 625 for health, and 250 for grant.
That's why. I have a question about your insurance.
So there we go. That's all I had on it.
So 625 for the
Yeah.
insurance? Okay.
That might need a little adjustment because we might be off a position or two, but still, it's going to be in that ballpark, so.
Can I ask a question, Anna? Why are we still working with ADA?
Commissioner Hobbs?
It's mandatory, we have to.
I'm sorry?
It's mandatory, we have to get things in compliance with ADA.
You were given a 3-year time period to assess everything, and at the end of that 3 years, whatever assessments, as he's been providing them back with Jack and us, you have to start doing them. It's gonna be, it will be a mandated
So are we
fix.
just earmarking 30,000 a year to accomplish this? Is that what you're doing?
That's just for his fees for coming and assessing all of the county buildings and properties.
Yeah.
We're giving somebody $30,000?
Oh, yeah. It's not gonna go away. It's gonna be, the ADA thing, the compliance for ADA thing is changing all the time.
So we're having somebody come in on a regular basis then, and
It costs us $30,000 come in, he comes in and assesses the buildings, and we have to be in compliance.
I'll do it for 10.
Does that include the website stuff as well? Because websites, public agency websites have to be considered ADA accessible. We got a year extension on it. So when, and you don't realize it because it just work normal, pull stuff up when I go to the internet, but for folks that may be hearing impaired or visually impaired, the kind of the coding that's behind the website has to be set up in a certain way that they can search for certain things. There's a certain size font, descriptions that are tied to photographs, so that when you roll over a photograph, it tells you what's in the photograph. It's pretty complex. There's a lot more to it than you think, but ADA is not just physical, it's also the technological and electronic component as well.
But the federal government isn't picking up any of these fees.
And it's going to increase, the ADA thing is not going to go away.
Okay.
It'll be more and more. My 2 cents.
Thank you, Sam. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's, the ADA thing is becoming bigger picture.
Yeah, burden. Okay.
So going back to infrastructure and sewer and water and stuff like that. So there was just a recent RDC meeting, and it's kind of been on their agenda for a year or so now, that they're talking about running sewer lines out to Elm Street Elementary. Can that be wrapped into any of this if it's infrastructure and it's the school?
Probably not, because again, if we're looking at pulling funds from this very specific bucket, they have very specific regulations on those funds, which means it has to be for industrial or commercial infrastructure.
And then,
So like a residential or a subdivision would not qualify. And so the school, maybe. I could check into that.
so what, okay, on that, and then the next thing is the soil and water, and is it Kyle that came, are you working with them at all? Because they're wanting to do the extension, so that's part of what you're doing?
With the $1 million grant, yes.
Okay.
We're working with Kyle, with the Arts Commission, with Soil and Water, absolutely.
Because they came and asked for money and was explaining stuff, so I didn't want to budget it twice. or
Well,
once.
that was to pay for engineering on how to connect Monroe County to Owen County via my path.
So my path,
Totally different.
I didn't observe his time here. He probably was asking for funds to put the plan together for connecting it.
Yeah, and we came
Yes.
back with, let's worry about connecting it to McCormick Street first.
Budget something twice, or if there's something that's available to help, that
That would not be an overlap. This is specifically for the portion that's in the park. I don't, I have questions, but I just see if I could help you. Well, I can do that. Health insurance, who does the county get their health insurance through? Is it Anthem?
No, it's
United
United Health.
Healthcare, okay, all right. So,
Anthem won't pick us up.
all right, well, you all are members of the chamber, okay? Which means that the Indiana Chamber has a health insurance plan for any organizations through SIHO, and they are very competitive, and it might be an option to look at, that you would be able to get a discount.
Silo won't pick us
So I
up.
won't be, okay, all right.
Nobody will be right now.
And then is the county still looking for a human resources individual? Because I have individuals that are interested in applying for that, if you're looking for
Well,
someone.
we're still
Tomorrow's
We're still
discussion.
discussing that.
Okay.
So back to the SIHO thing. So SIHO, as a direct writer and offerer for us, could have said no, which they did. But as far as them as a provider through a network and you being a member, you might have automatic access to that and
That's
not
true.
be set, because they're all different, you know? So
Maybe
something
people-
I wouldn't write it off.
Do you have to have a minimum, like 50% of your
You know what I'm saying?
employees have to?
Because that's a different group,
I mean,
and it's already in place.
Jay
You're
Henson
just
is
buying into the
familiar
group.
with it, as well as Ron Remack. So either one of those individuals would be able to give the county a quote on that program.
If
He's who we work with, yeah.
Pick us up, but maybe.
Maybe under that,
Jay Henson is
that
also
group
familiar
code.
with it.
Need to ask maybe. for the
Might save some
chamber.
money.
Yeah.
It's
And
very
she
weird
might
about
put you
health
in contact
insurance,
with
how that
Dean
works.
At the Indiana Chamber.
Isn't that crazy?
It
It is.
Got a lot of working parts there.
Yeah, you have Anthem and, you know, Company A, Company B they all have Anthem, but they all act differently. They're all underwritten differently. The pricing's different. So, you know, maybe still an opportunity that we should double check, yeah. I think we specifically have to say, we want to be a part of this plan, and if we're able to be added to that plan, that's a lot different than negotiating our own contract.
Call on tomorrow. Check into it.
Now, remember, I will also say this, and Ron's done us well, and they've done a great job. It's Bill C. Brown, right? They do a great job. But they do get commission off direct writing for customers like us. They may not do that, might not have that connection through this. So there may be an incentive not to help with that, I don't know, but I would make sure to slice through that when you're talking with them, because we're the customer and we need to do what's right for us, and we don't want to have a barrier there to exploring it.
And if you're interested, we could just begin right at the Indiana Chamber and make the lead contact right there.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're good for today.
Do it next.
We don't adjourn. We just recess, yeah.
Do we want to just do our council one real quick, since that's at the end tomorrow anyway, and it's at the time slot we want the commissioners to come in, do we want to just get ours done?
I'm all right with it if everybody else is. It's up to you, the rest of.
It won't take it 5 minutes.
Okay. So it depends on how much we argue with ourselves. Anyway, so for the council budget on the wages, I already have a number for that.
No, whoa.
All right, this is going to be $75,827. FICA, 5801. PERF, 8493. And the reason why that is quite a bit more is that because of Councilman Robertson not participating in PERF, his successor may, and so I think it's important we go back to the normal budgeting on that, if that makes sense. So that's why that went up a little bit. That's all there is for wages in this particular budget, so. I think legal fees could be a place we could work on, whether it's an HR or whatever other legal there is. Maybe there's something there we might need to look at. But for now, we could keep it there, right? The other services and charges, that's just extra for advertising.
Yes.
I don't think we have any intent of keeping it that way. And then we had more in registration and conference. We are going to have 3 brand-new council members next year, so guaranteed. So I think getting them up to speed and encouraging them to participate with training and education, I think is important, and I think that increase is good to have. And the rest of it was pretty much the same, so.
Perfect.
I've got $1,133,670.
You wanted to take out that million?
No, the million stays in there.
Stays for advertising. We'll take it out, yeah, later.
Without the million, it's $233,670, which is not far off from where we're at this year. So that part's normal. It's just that advertising amount that kind of inflates that. So. $1,133,670.
Hypothetical question, is there any special monies given to those that leave the council?
I think you have to pay us back.
I think we get
Okay.
Now you want to.
We're good with that now. Well, we'll recess.
Break time.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody's mic's off.
Thank you.
Everything right there? There.
Okay, that's